like this, I usually go to bed early, eat healthy, and drink a lot of water because it keeps my energy level high, and that is so important.
Stay hydrated with a lot of water.
I just try to stay calm and not to rage and talk to my coach.
I'm just trying to not get angry during the matches if something bad happens.
Ja, ich versuche einfach in jedem Game mein Bestes zu geben und immer ruhig zu bleiben, auch bei Rückstand.
Mentalmente para una competición como esta a gran nivel, yo lo que preparo principalmente es el tema de la paciencia. Yo creo que es lo principal en un jugador profesional.
To play FIFA at world class level, you have to mentally prepare yourself for the worst. But you do so by putting yourself in bad situations in practice, so that when it comes to the real thing, if it does happen, if you're in a bad situation, you are ready for it.
I watched a UFC interview one time, and it says be confident in preparation. So if you believe in your preparation, you'll be confident when performing.
So the way I train myself mentally is before every game I try to remain calm, composed, and try to focus on every scenario during the game.
The most underrated Champions League item has to be Vinicius Jr. I think he's going to be in most people's teams, and yeah, I think he's the most underrated item.
Vinicius Jr. is the main guy. He's like a crazy super sub as well. So yeah, definitely Vinicius Jr.
A melhor carta da Champions League no FIFA provavelmente diria o Marquinhos dos melhores centrais do jogo.
You might not think that card is underrated, and he probably isn't, but just in terms of some of the new centre-back cards that have came out recently,
like this, I usually go to bed early, eat healthy, and drink a lot of water because it keeps my energy level high, and that is so important.
Stay hydrated with a lot of water.
I just try to stay calm and not to rage and talk to my coach.
I'm just trying to not get angry during the matches if something bad happens.
Ja, ich versuche einfach in jedem Game mein Bestes zu geben und immer ruhig zu bleiben, auch bei Rückstand.
Mentalmente para una competición como esta a gran nivel, yo lo que preparo principalmente es el tema de la paciencia. Yo creo que es lo principal en un jugador profesional.
To play FIFA at World Class level, you have to mentally prepare yourself for the worst. But you do so by putting yourself in bad situations in practice, so that when it comes to the real thing, if it does happen, if you're in a bad situation, you are ready for it.
I watched a UFC interview one time, and it says be confident in preparation. So if you believe in your preparation, you'll be confident when performing.
So the way I train myself mentally is before every game I try to remain calm, composed, and try to focus on every scenario during the game.
The most underrated Champions League item has to be Vinicius Jr. I think he's going to be in most people's teams, and yeah, I think he's the most underrated item.
Vinicius Jr. is the main guy. He's like a crazy super sub as well. So yeah, definitely Vinicius Jr.
A minha carta da Champions League no FIFA provavelmente diria o Marquinhos dos melhores centrais do jogo.
You might not think that card is underrated, and he probably isn't, but just in terms of some of the new centre-back cards that have came out recently, I still think that Marquinhos is right up there and can compete in this game.
In my opinion, is in FIFA 22, and it is none other than Frankie de Jong. In my opinion, he's one of the best CMs. He has every stat above 80.
C'est peut-être pas la plus sous-estimée, mais c'est celle que je préfère le plus. C'est De Jong RTTK. Je trouve que c'est un top milieu.
Es un mediocentro muy bueno, con el valores muy top y que además defendiendo también te cumple las maravillas. Así que yo creo que Frankie de Jong es uno de los centrocampistas más infravalorados dentro del juego.
I think the Robertson left back card because he's very good and I think no one uses him.
Unterschätzte Champions League Karte ist in meinen Augen Renan Lodi, weil in meinen Augen zu den besten Linksverteidiger gehört in den Spielen.
La carta más subestimada de la Champions, yo creo que Cristiano Ronaldo 92 es un jugador que nadie usa por su movilidad, pero bueno, yo lo vengo usando desde ese instante y sé que es una carta que me puede dar la Champions tranquilamente.
La carta más infravalorada de la Champions League para mí es Diogo, porque es un central bastante rápido, muy completo.
For me, the most underrated one is Mo Salah because he got all what a winger needs.
Salah because he is exactly like Messi and really good with the ball and good long shots.
Chiesa because as I see it, most of the players are not gonna use him as a starter 11 player, but I'm gonna use him in my squad as a right midfielder in 4-4-2.
Welcome once again to Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, which this year has the honour of hosting the eChampions League and our first in-person championship for 2 years. Yesterday, 4 players booked their spots in the grand finals and they guaranteed themselves $10,000 and are still on the path to glory. 4 more will join them after the end of today, day 2. They're your 4 finalists. Fnatic Tech's Predator FIFA Nicholas and RB Leipzig's Umit. They're the 4 more will join them today. We started the day with 32 players. Today we're down to 24 because the 4 have gone through and 20 are looking to book their spots. Just 4 spots though left for day 2 and they'll want to lift that trophy, of course. We've seen it a lot throughout the course of yesterday and we're going to see it a lot more today as well. Well, welcome to day 2 of the eChampions League. This is the pre-show presented by Just Eat. Hello, welcome back again. Alongside we have Mike Lebel, Kyle Walker, day 1 done. Day 2, here we are. Thoughts on day 1 yesterday, Mike?
Yesterday, we had some surprises. We had some of the household names. Today, you're not going to want to miss any of this action because we have eliminations on eliminations on eliminations.
Today hots up, doesn't it? 1 loss, you're out of here. There's no second chances.
That's it, and that's what's so special about day 2. They either turn up, they show out, they do their business, they go through to May 27th, or we say goodbye. And we are saying goodbye to quite a few competitors today. And this is where that LAN experience will either come out or they'll be learning some hard lessons, some of these players.
Some hard lessons. Kyle Walker has said it. Maybe you need to go and teach them some of those lessons as well. Well, guys, we had day 1 yesterday, of course. And if you weren't watching, I don't know where you were, because this was the place to be. It's the eChampions League, but don't worry, because my man here, Mike Labelle, here to recap for you right now.
Hello, Stockholm, Sweden. We're back into action, live events.
Oh, we're back.
eChampions League, 32 competitors. We got to get down to 8. This is the day 1 recap you need to watch. We are back in person. I couldn't be happier. The vibes, the atmosphere, the energy, the bright lights.
Look at the smiley face, waving to the audience.
I feel the pressure, and I'm not even competing. Can we talk about Tex? They said 2019, what about 2022? The man's been in the kitchen and he's cooking up. Just ask Maestro, 7-1. I think Tex was speaking some French.
Flair, it's Samba in the box. It's Ronaldinho still. Clip it, saved it, posted all over social media.
Nicholas, he's got new tattoos, but he's the same old Iceman. They said he aged out. Ask the younger generation. Mr. Bernardo did not want any of that smoke.
Big chance, Sadio Mane gets inside, puts it back, and an emphatic finish.
Still the king of Argentina. Put some credit on his name. Bam!
The final chance of this game, offloads it to Renato Sanchez. R9, great save from Schmeichel, rebound!
Predator FIFA. Omen. You know how Germans do. Relentless.
That's a goal, twisting, turning, look at the cancels, look at the skill moves, R9!
These guys are undefeated, they're qualified, we saw emotion. Moment let it all out. And he set the tone of the day. He had multiple matches on the big stage, and Stokes was the first victim.
Full roll, oh.
4 players have claimed their seat into the finals, eChampions League. Day 2, we have 4 more seats available, but there's 20 competitors. There's going to be a lot of eliminations. You can do the math.
Felburn! He's going to have to pay for that now.
Don't miss any of the action.
Lorenzo, Pele, look at the time, reverse elastic. Oh, Tex might just build his way.
Loved that, Mike. Loved the energy. It really kind of upped the ante, didn't it, for day 2 here. Okay, let's recap then our 4 finalists already, Mike. From round 3 winners, talk us through them.
We have Predator, FIFA, who might have been a little unexpected through that top bracket, but he definitely sent a message. Just ask Denny. 5-0 in order to get this qualification. Then Fnatic Tex, he got busy. Extra emphasis on the busyness as he qualifies and beats Maestro.
Looking at this one, I mean, look at Nicholas 99 FC, that first game for him, and then in the second one going through on penalties, but it was that third matchup against Matthias Bernardo where he sealed himself going through to May 27th, Red Bull Leipzig's Umit. We saw him on the first matchup on the main stage. He continued that trajectory throughout the day, and he is going through to the finals May 27th as well. What a lineup, all 4 competitors.
What a lineup, and the reactions as well we had on day 1 was something special. And actually, I think it was Predator FIFA first up. He said that trophy was sick. He absolutely loved it, didn't he? He kept referring to it, going, I want to get my hands on that trophy. And, you know, I get where he's coming from. But let's just talk about one of the other 4 finalists already, Tex. We have to talk about him yesterday. And he kind of, I'm going to not say dissed me, but he kind of just shut the door on me when I said, oh, Tex of 2019 is back. He was like, no, Tex of 2022, didn't he, Kyle?
Oh, yeah, you didn't hear what he said backstage as well. He definitely did this year. No, I'm joking. He was very confident, wasn't he? Back to that Tex that we've seen where he's got so much charisma. He comes in, he taught the talk on social media, now he's walked the walk. I spent some time with him last night and he came up to me and said, Kyle, I am so happy. He's got the happiness, he's got the skills, he's got the confidence, he's mixed it all together. And Mike, you said he's cooking. He's come out with something incredible yesterday and he'll be hoping May 27th he can continue that.
You can show how confident he is as well. The fact that he's posting on social media. He doesn't really do that kind of thing. But Mike, I'll speak to you about Umit. I think he was excellent yesterday. We saw him on the big stage twice, and his reaction really did say it all. He was screaming and shouting, which shows how important this competition is to all the players, but especially to Umit.
Well, he was the top goal scorer on the day, and it wasn't even close. 17 goals across those matches. And we knew we were going to witness a special package from Umit after he beat Stokes, where he was able to score all those goals, big stage, felt cozy, felt comfortable, and he was able to take that same momentum, apply it, and you saw the emotion. I would never want to sit next to him, across from him. I don't even know if the coach was ready. He didn't know how to react. It was wild in here, and it was loud. The whole thing was erupting.
It was loud. We were walking across the top of the stage. We were like, oh my days, what did we just hear there? Well, they've booked their spot, of course, May the 27th. They'll be back here, but there's a lot of FIFA action to be had before that. These guys have got a hectic schedule, haven't they, over the course of the next few weeks, let's say, because next week is Team of the Season Cup, and we have quite a few of the competitors doubling up. They'll be going there as well. And Mike, what's interesting about that, they have to go from 1v1, then they're going 2v2 next weekend at Team of the Season Cup, then back here again for 1v1. I mean, how difficult is that to keep adapting?
It's a different dynamic, but these guys are professionals, and I feel that they're going to feel that they are in a blessed position. We haven't had in-person events for a long period now, and now you got a back-to-back, a double header, and the 2v2 is still very new to the FIFA ecosystem, and we really don't know the meta yet. And I'm looking forward to being there in London, and of course coming back to Stockholm as well for the finals that are going to be on display here.
Totally busy schedule, but I know they'll love it. They love to be flying around the world, getting the FIFA LAN events back in action. Well, guys, it's day 2, of course, but let's just remind ourselves how this weekend's action has been played out.
eChampions League presented by PS5. We have 2 days of competition, 32 players in action, everything to play for. We're past the group stage. We have the knockout stage. We're looking for the top 8, the final 8 competitors. And with the knockout stage, the double elimination bracket. As for day 1, you see the 32 players. No one has been eliminated just yet. No one has progressed just yet. As you win, you move forward. 16 players. If you lose, you drop down. I reiterate, double elimination. We're really going to focus day 1 on the winners. We're going to have our first 4 competitors that are qualified for the top 8. And then as we head into day number 2, round of redemption. Your hopes, your dreams, there's going to be a lot of emotion. 16 players, then of course turns into 8 players. Round 4, of course, we are eliminating competitors as we go. We're looking for those final 4 players that are going to join the top 8. We're able to finalize everyone that's going to take part in action back in Stockholm, Sweden, May 27th.
Well, day of redemption, as Mike Lebel likes to call it. But Kyle, it's go big or go home today, isn't it?
It is indeed. This is where all of these competitors, they have to show up, show out, or go home, as you said. Slightly different to what they've had the last 2 years, where they just turn the console off. Now, they've got to think about their performance. They've got to travel home as well, wherever they are in Europe. This is huge for them, and they'll all want to be boarding their flights tomorrow, Tuesday, this week, with smiles on their faces. But only 4 of them can do that.
I know, gosh, really tough, isn't it, Mike? What are your thoughts on that lower bracket? I'm sure as a former pro yourself, you know, that was kind of a second chance, wasn't it, for you?
I've been in both positions. I'm happy to have it, especially if you start slow. That was always one of the issues I had competing, and a lot of these guys as well. You get your first game, maybe it doesn't go the way you thought it would, and then you can start to regain some of that confidence or build towards a new day. That's another big thing, is you have a reset. If you made it to day 2, anything that happened yesterday, it's done and dusted. Short-term memory.
Well, we hope some of the players do have short-term memory, of course, and we actually spoke to them about progressing through that lower bracket.
If you are going to the lower bracket, it's only, for me, it's only the mental side.
I know it's still possible when you lose the first round.
The important thing is like to not think too far ahead.
It's all a case of just completely resetting your mentals.
Because if not, you're just gonna lose, not because you're not good enough, only because your mindset is not clean.
Something that's really bad is when you lose a game, you go on the phone and you see everyone else who has won. It doesn't get you mad, but it's like that could have been me.
If I need to wait to play my last match, I think it can be good because maybe they can be tired and I'm fresh.
I think somehow it's good because you can clear your mind to think better at what you have to do.
Long waits between games is actually a thing that will affect a lot of competitors.
Keeping your confidence is key in that scenario.
If I only played on the last game of the next day, what I'll do is hopefully I'll lose to Tex in the last match. He would just come in on day 2 and he would practice with me so to make sure that I stay fresh.
Of course, anything to help Diogo. He's my teammate. I can keep my teammate happy. It's all good. So if he wants me to go to the shop and get him something to eat, I'll go to the shop and get him something to eat.
Well, we know Tex is going to be Diogo's runner then today, popping back and forth to the shops, getting him some food just to make sure he is ready to go versus Snakes there in the loser bracket round 2. Mike, I'll come to you first. Which match is catching your attention?
There's a couple of them, but I think we got to talk elephant in the room. You've got Maestro squad and you got Levy. Everybody wants that as the opener. 2 guys that we didn't expect to necessarily see in this position.
No, it's a massive matchup and we're coming your way shortly. Kyle, which match stands out to you?
I mean, you've got to look at all of them and think, well, they've all got to show up. As we've said, one person that could do that, Optole taking on K. Karai. Very interesting. One Swede left. There's one person from this country. He will want to make sure he does so well this weekend and make sure he's back here as well. But he's got a difficult matchup because K. Karai yesterday was scoring plenty of goals.
Yeah, well, there's 16 players there. They'll be halved. 8 will go home, 8 will go through. But let's just take a pause and go have a look at our player spotlight presented by Just Eat for day 2. I love that sound. Michael, come to you first because yours is already through. Nicholas from yesterday. So I'm going, who are you picking on day 2?
We're looking good from yesterday. Kyle and I are looking good. And
Okay,
I've got Optole. He got the home field advantage. I know there's some pressure there, but I think that he's going to live and really take that pressure in and be able to perform and have that additional edge. So that's my player to watch. Back at home, going to get the job done.
Okay, I like that. Well, I'm going to go next, and I'm going to stick with my man from yesterday, Pashotto. Remember, he was undefeated on the group stages back in February. He's up against London United Michael first up, and I think he's going to get the job done. I just have that feeling. I've backed him throughout the competition and the last competition. He's my man for the job. Kyle, Tex went through. He was your man from yesterday. Who's your new man?
Well, today you've got to look at one competitor, Levy David, what he's managed to do already this year, what he hopes to do. All of the other pros that we've been speaking to, especially ones that we're working with on this broadcast, they have said he is terrifying what he can actually do with that
agree
controller.
with that. I don't want to play him.
So I'm putting him as my player spotlight. I think he's got a difficult matchup first, but I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Didn't you say he was the new Tex, and maybe he's cooking up something as well, like Tex is?
He has that type of potential. I'll go on record with that. You do not want to meet a motivated Levy.
Well, we might be meeting him shortly because he's on the big stage behind us next. He's taking on Maestro. This is going to be an epic matchup, guys. Mike, tell us a bit about Maestro.
When we're looking at a player, we got Levy actually approaching. So Levy is kind of next up in terms of the competitors. A lot of people have potential or put Levy as someone who's going to win multiple tournaments. Doesn't have necessarily a ton of LAN experience, and this is our first time seeing him on the big stage.
Someone that's opposite to that, though, Maestro squad, plenty of LAN experience. We've seen him traveling all over the place with FIFA, the competitive FIFA scene. He has been there for a very long time. He knows he's got a big job to do. He knows it's going to be difficult, but if there's one man that can step up to that, his name is Maestro squad.
Well, this is the first matchup on day 2 then. It's Maestro taking on Levy. France taking on the Netherlands. Come back and join us to watch this one.
Well, welcome to the eChampions League live here from Stockholm, Sweden, which has played host to the knockout stages and also will be playing host to the grand finals in just over 4 weeks' time. You join us here for day 2 of this competition. We know 4 names that will be coming back to Stockholm for the finals. Today, we'll crown 4 more grand finalists. And I'm lucky to be joined again in the commentary booth for day 2 by Jaime Alvarez, mainly known as Gravison. He'll also be in the Team of the Season Cup next weekend, representing Ducks Gaming. But this weekend, we've been speaking a lot about the Champions League. He's been guiding us through with his expert analysis, as always. What a game we've got here today, by the way. We've been previewing this, we've been talking behind the scenes about this game. I know you've spoken to Levy and Maestro today. What is the general consensus going on down in that player area this morning?
They are both confident, or at least that's what they just told me. Like, they're both confident coming into this game because they've trained pretty good this morning. Maestro's playing the 4-3-2-1 and Levy's playing a 4-4-2, so it's going to be kind of like a tactical matchup. But I mean, they can talk and they can say that they are confident, but that's not what they showed yesterday, because at least for me, I expect a lot more from them.
There's 2 narratives to this story. You've got Levy David, who's playing in his first ever international LAN event. Yes, he's played in the Eredivisie, and yes, he's been incredible online. In the group stage to qualify for this tournament, he beat Matthias Bonano 7-0 in the Swiss rounds. But at LAN, he doesn't seem all there at the moment. Is it fair to say, Gravison, that there are a few nerves?
Yeah, obviously. Like, we cannot expect the same from Levy when he's playing at the biggest stage, because he just played 2 matches. Like, it's still so soon to tell, obviously. And he played a difficult match in that bracket in the first leg against Jubal, who's obviously a really good player. And then he bet his opponent, who's also really good, RBP legend. So this is like a really good chance for Levy to show that he's ready for the biggest stage.
Yeah, and on the flip side for Maestro, he had quite a weird day yesterday, didn't he? He won in his first matchup against Ditmir, 6-4. Then in the nicest way, he got humbled by Tex. He lost 7-1 to Tex. And for the rest of the day yesterday, we went down to the players' area in between rounds. Naturally, he was disappointed. Naturally, he was frustrated. But it sort of felt like that mood carried over to this morning. He lacked confidence when we spoke to him earlier today. He said that I wasn't all there. And then an hour before we go live on broadcast, Gravison, you speak to him, he says he's full of confidence.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't think it's fake confidence, because we obviously know Maestro and he's not kind of a liar player, but I don't know. We kind of see a switch for Maestro. If we talk about Maestro in FIFA 19 and 20, he was obviously so full of confidence every single time. You could speak to him, he could make jokes. And now, every time you speak to him, he just says he's pretty bad at the game, which is obviously not true. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this match, because, to be honest, like, I don't know what to expect. I think both of them could take it home pretty easily. They're both amazing players.
The one thing that we have to keep in mind here, Gravison, is that Maestro's been playing competitive FIFA since FIFA 18. He's had quite a few years of competitive FIFA experience. And also, I see this time of the year being his best time. I look back a few years to a FUT Champions Cup in London, where sort of April time, April, March, springtime onwards, playoffs around the corner, E-World Cup, E-Champions League finals, he sort of comes into his own. It sort of feels like that. You look at what he's doing at the moment, E-La Liga, he's in the finals there, he's got Team of the Season Cup next week with Levante and Papsity. Looks to try and build his first attack of this game, defended well by Levy David. He is in a really good patch at the moment, and it sort of feels like, why is he not confident? Or how he was telling us earlier, he should be confident. He's a fantastic FIFA player.
Yeah, he obviously is a fantastic FIFA player. As you said, in FIFA 19, around this time of the year, he was the PS4 champion in FUT Champions Cup 6. Obviously, he lost against Dossary, but Dossary is another thing. And then he was the World Cup winner in the Nations. So he obviously was confident at that time. And right now, he's alive in the eChampions League, in the Team of the Season Cup, and obviously as well in the eChampions League. So I don't know. I think he should be more confident, because he has 3 tournaments coming up. This one, then I think it's in a week, the E-La Liga finals, and no, the Tots Cup next week, and E-La Liga finals in 2 weeks. So he should be confident, because that's what you want to see. You want to be alive in every single tournament, and now, right now, Maestro is.
And just on that for Maestro, he has got history with this tournament. Back in 2019, he was one of the players that lost in the final game to qualify for the first ever Champions League final. He lost to Rafsu, fellow Frenchman, 7-0. that will be in the back of his mind, Gravison, coming into today, that he wants to put that record right. He wants to qualify for the Champions League final. Unfortunately, this is a knockout game. This is lower bracket, loser bracket, round 2, and it's against Levy David, a player you do not want to play. Swiss knockout final. You want to avoid this man with all costs.
Yeah, I spoke to Maestro last year at the La Liga finals, and he told me that his loss against Rafsu was the hardest loss of his career. So, yeah, probably he just wants to make it up. But I think when you talk about confidence and you talk about eChampions League FIFA 19, if you lose against Tech 6-1, it kind of brings the nightmares back, you know? I don't know what you think about that, but maybe if you lost against Rafsu 7-0 and then you lose against Tech 6-1, it just kind of brings the memory back, you know?
Well, we are highlighting that game yesterday that took place in the winners bracket round 2, where Tex did beat Maestro 7-1. The funny story about that, Maestro, although it went down early, did bounce back pretty instantly, and it was a 1-1 scoreline for a little period in that game, and then Tex just showed his class, put him to bed in the nicest way. He humbled Maestro yesterday. If you didn't know, Tex did book a spot in the eChampions League Grand Final. The 2020 Invitational winner will be back here again in Stockholm next month to go one step further and to crown himself as the eChampions League winner. Here's Maestro now with R9. Lovely! That's not so lovely. Ronaldo Nazario needs to have a look in the mirror there. How is he not even put that on target?
That's weird because I mean, it was such a good chance. He did well in the 1v1 situation. The ball roll into a scoop turn was amazing. But I don't know. Did he red? No, he didn't red shot it. I don't know. He just.
It wasn't timed.
Yeah, it wasn't. So yeah, he just basically. I mean, I think it was R9's fault, not Maestro's.
Oh, absolutely. He couldn't do anything more. It was R9 that should be doing better. Mahrez on the build-up. This is the first real chance we'll see from Levy David in this team. We'll have a look at his lineup. Renato Sanchez and Hullet alongside the midfield trio. Reverse elastico. The animation's a bit odd from R9. Just about kept possession. And defensively, there was a block. A third of this match-up gone so far. 0-0 the scoreline in this loser bracket. As this match is currently taking place, so are plenty of other games. Our very own Richard Buckley will be giving us updates in between the two legs of those games. Some of the games in that will be taking place, of course, do include the likes of London United's Michael Fisher against Diogo Peixoto. You've got FC heading against fellow Spaniard, Gontu, one of the only Spanish players left in the competition. So many big games currently taking place here at the eChampions League.
Yeah, I think Maestro is playing it right at the moment, because if you just give possession to Levy, he will completely obliterate you with runs every single time. So I think Maestro is doing it right. He obviously wants to keep the ball, attack on the wings, and maybe create some chances.
Mahrez tries his best to punch into the feet of R9, defensively sound again. He's been very patient though, Maestro, in these build-ups.
That's weird. I think that's the first time we're commentating a game with Thiago Diallo as a centre back. I think it's the first time. That's interesting. Maybe he doesn't trust Kimpembe as much as he should, but I think we saw Kimpembe and Marquinhos in pretty much every single game.
I think they were the staple sort of 9 players, didn't the team? And there's sort of 8-9 players that have featured in the Champions League format, which does include 3 icons, outfield, a goalkeeper of any choice, icon or not. It won't count towards that final restriction. And Champions League Champions League items, road to the final or not, can feature in these teams. Here's Hullet. That would be a storyline if Hullet was to score for Team Hullet's very own Levy David. Half-time here, it's 0-0 between the two players. We were speaking yesterday quite a lot about Team Hullet, and that man on your screen, Renzo, former pro player, he's played for Vitesse, he's played a lot of FIFA esports, especially out in the Netherlands. What does he bring to Levy as a FIFA player? Because the one thing they do have is they've been teammates. He's a player that you can trust because he competed with him, and they finished second in the Eredivisie, I believe it was just 2 years ago. What does that relationship do for him?
I think it's just give him confidence, because they not only played in the Eredivisie, they also played in the E-Club World Cup, and I think they made it into the final week. So I think it just gives him confidence. I know Renzo really understands the way Levy plays, so it just gives like the final tickles, to finishing, for build up, for tactics, and I think at least online is working perfectly for him.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Gravison, I know you and Daniel Aguilar, teammates at Ducks, have been playing a lot of friendlies with Team Hullet in Ninjas in Pyjamas, Olilito and Levy David. When you play in that 2v2 format, is it obvious when Levy's in control?
Yeah, obvious, because Olilito really likes to play that through ball from the right back to the striker, and you know every single time that passes from Olilito. But when you see Levy just control the ball at the wing, you know it's him.
Building nicely, Mahrez will try his best to scoop turn away from the defender, defended well eventually by Ruud Hullet. Looking at the side of Maestro, it's quite a familiar team in the eChampions League with Marquinhos and Kimpembe along the back line. Mane does get the nod. Llorente features in this team compared to on the flip side for Levy. It's Renato Sanchez that comes into the fold. No player back in Ronaldinho. Only seemed like the only two people that were doing that yesterday were #Stokes and Tex, as we saw earlier in the tournament.
This is nice build-up from Maestro. Something's coming. Oh, I jinxed it. But yeah, we're seeing a mirror match with 4-3-2-1 against 4-3-2-1. I think this is better for Levy because I think he's a better player using this formation. He's used it in the FGS 2 and 3, and obviously in FGS 3 he was amazing. I think he won 7-0 in the first day. So obviously it's good for him, but Maestro with no headset on, that's kind of curious. I don't know, I would like to hear the game in this situation, but he obviously doesn't.
Renato Sanchez building out. This is Levy David, who's playing in his first ever international land tournament, a player that won back-to-back European titles last year online in an online era. At just 16 years of age, has competed at LAN in the Netherlands for Vitesse, and also only at 17 Gravison is representing his country for the Netherlands, the Orange as they call them. They're on their way towards that E-Nations Cup. It will still be a long way in qualification. Is he onside? Oh no, every touch defended well by... Oh, it's a give back inside! No! It's heartbreak for Levy, but it's an absolute gift for Maestro. He had to remain composed still, laid it on the plate to Sadio Mane. He was never missing from there.
This is not a mistake you can't afford in the biggest stage, and this is not Levy-like. Like, if I swear to God, Levy doesn't lose a ball in his half. No time, like never, he never misses the ball there. So I don't know, I find it kind of confusing. Maybe he's playing here at the biggest stage and a LAN event. I don't know, but that's not something you would expect from Levy.
Well, let's have a look at it back again, Gravison. Talk me through it. What went wrong in this attack? It's a chip ball over the top from R9, and then Diogo, the Jarlo.
Oh, no, it was up. R9 was there. Obviously, you had to have the patience to just cross the ball to, I don't know, pass the ball to the right back, maybe pass it to the keeper. What you always shouldn't be doing is just panic passing with X.
Pele, back to Mane! Instant reply from the Dutch wonder kids. Maestro, head in hands. He was not alert or awake from that one. It's from the get-go, and it's taken him just minutes. I mean, Van der Sar, he got two hands on it.
Yeah, I mean, he green timed it. Obviously, if it was white timed or something, it would not have gone in. But yeah, obviously a really good response from Levy, what you would expect from Levy in these kind of situations. And he can breathe again, because, I mean, that mistake, I don't know, I'm just speechless, because that's just something you would not expect from Levy anytime.
Change has been made here for Levy David. It's Vinicius Junior that comes into the midfield three in the 4-3-2-1. I mean, it was Mahrez before. What do you make of that? A winger coming into the three. Did they offer you what you want in the three there?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of weird. But Levy's turning it up right now.
Pele, building, Mane. Oh no, oh no, offside. Just offside. Lovely little La Croqueta from Mane to open up the space. But you're right, that goal is woken up the inner beast of Levy David. He's so close to breaking the deadlock and making it 2-1 there. Final 17 minutes left to play.
Yeah, they paused the game, so I don't know if they made some adjustments on the tactical side, because I know Renzo like to make a lot of tactical adjustments, but we're seeing another Levy. These last 10 minutes has been amazing. We can expect maybe another goal before the first leg ends, because Levy's playing like you would expect from Levy, and like we have seen in the online phase. He's just been dominant at the moment.
Well, it was only 7 days ago, Gravison, in the FGS3 online qualifier. We went 7-0 in the Swiss rounds. Yes, he might have had a bit of a hiccup when he made it through to knockout play, but regardless, 7-0 in Swiss. That's 7 games back to back to back to back against some of the best players in Europe without dropping a single game. That's the best preparation you could get coming to a tournament like this.
And not only that, he's just been consistent in that Swiss format. In the first tournament, second tournament, third tournament, he's just been consistent every single time, and that's the hardest thing you can do at FIFA. Not picking in one tournament, but every single one.
Mahrez tries his best, wins it back again. Algerian Mahrez! That's cheeky from Maestro! And that's a bit more like him, isn't it?
Yeah, lucky rebound with Mahrez, to be honest. I don't think it was Levy's mistake this time. I just think Maestro was electric inside the box, and he just doubled Elastico. And yeah, nice goal from Maestro. We definitely didn't expect this.
It's a cheeky reverse Elastico. And for the first time of all, we saw a little bit of emotion from the Frenchman. A player who was very emotional, Maestro. Whether he's over the moon, he's bringing out a Kylian Mbappe celebration, which is his unique trademark. Alternative, we saw yesterday a 7-1 defeat against Tex. It was a very different Maestro. We saw Hullet. Instant reply again. Oh no! Levy! You score, I score!
Second kickoff from Levy, so he's obviously using it right. Yeah, the quick passes inside the box are just amazing, and I think last time it was a green time, this time it was white timed, but I think it's just the right response to do, obviously, because you're not giving your opponent any chance to enjoy that lead.
Just a quick one on Levy, David. We'll talk more about it, I'm sure, after the second leg. For a 17-year-old, the way he carries himself, I think it's the first time I've ever met him in person this weekend. You wouldn't think he's 17, would he? First ever proper international LAN event. Whatever's been happening behind the scenes at Team Hull, however they fostered him around media and online tournaments. It sounds crazy to say, but as a FIFA player, you can go the opposite way, can't you?
The thing is, when you meet some of these big players like Tex, like Dosari, you can see like a big aura around them. Like they're interesting person, like they're kind of attractive person, like you want to be around them. And I think Levy has that same aura. Like it's just, he's an interesting person, like he's a special person, and you can see it just when you're talking with him. You can see he's a special person, and I think that's what you see from geniuses.
Wow, he's replied on 2 occasions. He's just showcased a hint of genius. Once with R9, once with Sadio Mane. I mean, this is the perfect way to end the first leg. If it does stay at 2-2, it'll be all to play for in the knockout game of FIFA that this is in the loser bracket round 2. One of these two players will leave the Champions League knockout stages here in Stockholm, and one will book a spot in the next round, round 3. They have to win that one before they even get to the qualification matchup, where 4 players will be awaiting them for that game. R9 into Vinicius Junior. Maestro is on his feet, because he knows what a big goal that one could be.
That was a really good run from Vinicius. The timing from Maestro was impeccable with R9. Just created enough space for the run from Vinicius. Green time shot to the back of the net. And I think Maestro deserves this win in the first leg.
He's been loving that angle of the pitch, isn't he? Getting the ball around that area of the box, Gravison, and timing it green, as you said. 3-2 at the halfway point. What a game of FIFA this is.
Yeah, I think Maestro is a deserving winner at the moment. I don't think Levy has been playing that well, at least for what we expect from Levy. And obviously, I just can't get around of that first mistake of Levy in the first goal.
Absolutely. Well, what a game it's been here to open up day 2 in the Champions League knockout stages. Maestro 3, Levy David 2. We're off for a quick break now. When we return, we'll have that second leg for you live here from Stockholm.
welcome back to the eChampions League knockout stages live in Stockholm, Sweden. My name is Richard Buckley. I'll be in the commentary booth very shortly indeed, but for right now, with so many games taking place, it's only right to show you some of the best moments from around the grounds. Knockout FIFA is upon us. On this stage right now, we've got an incredible game. We'll be getting back into that very shortly indeed, but Tex has already made his way from Fnatic. We're looking at his teammate in Diogo, and it's not been good so far for the Portuguese FIFA player. He went 1-0 down against VFL Snakes from Bochum early doors there. A little bit of an upset, you would say, with Snakes leading. He did double his lead just before the 30th minute. Great play inside the box. Slotted it into the path of R9 Ronaldo. Who else would it be? Diogo did reply just after half-time, 49 minutes on the clock. Maybe a big team talk coming in from Tex was necessary for this game to slide back into Diogo's favour. Smashed it in at the near post, and that is how the first leg did wrap up. It was Ronaldinho who did score it. There was a chance late on here for Diogo. Look back at that, you probably think you have to score an incredible double save. They're the opportunities, the small margins in FIFA esports that if don't go with you, you will be out of the tournament. Well, on the stage, Maestro, Levy, just about ready to go. Brandon, Gravison, take it away.
Cheers, Rich. Yes, second leg here in this massive losers bracket round 2 game. Maestro did take the lead late on into the tie, 3-2, but it was the third time that he's led in this game, Gravison. He's never been able to build upon the lead, has he? It's always been a case that Levy has been able to reply. Obviously, Levy wasn't able to reply because the time did run out in the game and the first leg did conclude. But do you expect more of the same in the second leg? 5 goals in the first?
It's interesting because, like, we have a new match. Because obviously, as you just said, Maestro couldn't keep the lead because Levy scored back-to-back kickoff goals. But I think we're going to see a lot of control from Maestro at the moment. But this is a good chance.
Could be an unbelievable chance to make it a 2-goal cushion. Marquinhos there, but an important right boot. Keep in mind, the winner of this game will play that featured match that Richard just spoke through, which at the moment looks to be on its way to VFL Snakes of VFL Bochum, who did get a late call-up for this eChampions League tournament. He certainly hasn't had a second glance at that opportunity. He's on his way to maybe knock out one of the big favourites in the competition. He'll be playing the winner of this game here. Levy looking to find a way back in the game as soon as he can. R9 was a bit too predictable there. The extra pass into Sadio Mane.
VFL Snakes has Bene as his coach, and that's probably the reason why he's attacking so well at the moment. Like, he can score some nice goals. And I mean, who wouldn't like to have Bene as his coach? Coaching you the book Bene every single time.
Yeah, Bene, CR7, a World Cup grand finalist of last year, was previously at VFL Wolfsburg for a period of his career. Mahrez from distance, into the hands of Van der Sar. Just a teaser of what's to come from Levy. It sort of feels harsh, doesn't it, Gravison, that we stand here and we come to the realisation that one of these two players will be knocked out of the competition after this game, but that is just how the cookie crumbles.
Obviously, I mean, I would love to see Levy play every single match if I could, but this is how competition works. He's been active with the centre-backs every single time. Some mistakes from both sides of the pitch right now, and obviously Maestro would like to keep the ball for a bit, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do that because the second man press from Levy is really intense at the moment.
Maestro on the hunt for another goal. It'll be the first ever time he's led by 2 goals in the tie. Can find a way through. It does well. Finds Sadio Mane, the highest in-game item of a Champions League road to the final item. 95 he stands.
Oh.
What a ball, it's a gift. Pele, surely goalkeeper movement was teased, but Van der Sar still gets there for Levy.
Oh, this is a big chance. Another one.
Box, it will go towards the back post, headed away. It was a red time header regardless from Pele, and a chance to have a breather. But there's been a few of those mistakes that have just slipped into Levy's game.
And you obviously cannot afford to do that here because Maestro might not be the best online player, but when he reaches these stages, he just performs every single time. And as you just said before, it's kind of April, May, so in this kind of months in the season, it's just going upwards for him every single year.
He often finds a way to peak through this period of the year, doesn't he? In Maestro, he's been competing since FIFA 18, 24 years of age. A two-time FIFA E World Cup Grand Finalist is Maestro. One of the most experienced players in the 32 that arrived yesterday in Stockholm. He's had an unbelievable last few years since signing up with Levante, that have been his parent club in the La Liga. Played short, Mahrez, this is Levy, is there an option at the back post? He looked for it, the ball's bouncing around still, Hullet finds Mahrez, he's recycled well between the three midfielders that sit in this 4-3-2-1 ever so comfortably. La Croqueta, maybe a bit too much.
Yeah.
Rense back to defend it. Maestro's done well at just sort of weathering these storms that Levy is throwing at him. Here comes another chance now. Mahrez back to Hullet, will drive forward. No way past Marquinhos that time either.
Good defense from Maestro this time. Levy's pressing so high up at the pitch at the moment. So I think we're going to see exactly this, love through pass.
He's been loving getting the ball in this area. It's the fullback. If you can beat the fullback, you're in dreamland, really, because your centre-backs have got to pull over. There's another example, Kyle Walker out of position. Now it's Marquinhos against R9. Little reversal has to go. That's tidy from Maestro. Well recovered by Kyle Walker in the end. But you can see those little periods of play.
We're seeing some quality FIFA at the moment. Like, the press from both players has been insane right now. And the timing from the skills has been good as well. So I don't know what's going to happen, but the level of FIFA right now is going up.
To just breathe for Levy. Takes from right to left, R9 drops back into a false 9 position. All honesty, little ball roll for Mahrez. Hullet will also do the same. Elastico, see you later, says Pele! Put it on a plate for R9, but the finish was a bit awkward, to be completely honest. Corner played short. Given back to Diogo. And again, Hullet will stand strong. It seems like every single time Maestro's done well enough at getting Hullet back, getting Marcus Llorente back, just sitting in front of the back line and saying, no, you're not coming through, you're not going to break down these lines in midfield, then defence.
I mean, the press from Levy is intense at the moment. I think it reminds me of the Thomas Lees and Tex press, which I think is best in FIFA at the moment. This might be the last chance of the game, but Maestro's defending really good at the moment.
Well, he survived another 45 minutes of pressure from one of the newest kids on the block, Levy David. And he's 45 minutes away from knocking him out, and to be honest, the confidence that would give Maestro going into that game, whether he plays Diogo or Bochum Snakes, he wins that, he'll be on his way towards that big and final matchup that will qualify him for the eChampions League. But there's still a lot more to unfold here, we can assure you of that, can't we, Gravison? 45 minutes left to play in the second leg.
I think Levy's playing the right game at the moment. His press is been really good, so Maestro's not comfortable when he has the ball with the fullbacks and centre-backs. And then, obviously, the build-up. In my opinion, Levy is the best player in Europe, building up the play, so he just needs a bit of patience, a bit of something, a bit of skills, a little bit of 1v1s inside the box. And if he can find that intelligence that he obviously has, I think he's gonna do great, because I think the hardest thing you can do in FIFA is press your opponent on their pitch, on their half of the pitch, and he's doing it correctly at the moment.
Well. I'm sure Richard will keep it today, but there is drama going on in that VFL Snakes game against Diogo Mendes. That will come to you after this one has concluded. Extra time needed there. Pele. Looking to Elastico his way forward. Kyle Walker. Look at he's out of position now for Maestro. This is where Levy can try and pick him off. If he can be quick enough to get numbers forward on this left-hand side, we'll look to actually recycle play and go out the other way. In this 4-3-2-1 that he does sit in, Mahrez comes into the 3. Alongside Renato Sanchez and Ruud Hullet. Fullbacks looking to bomb on for Levy to cause more problems for Maestro. Does well to break down the midfield line. Mahrez, is he onside? Sadio Mane, little ball roll. Can't quite find the La Croqueta exit that he was looking for, and the pass.
He just needs something else inside the box, because the runs he's creating with every single player on the pitch, they're amazing. He's obviously breaking down the defense, but he just needs something else in that 1v1 situation. And obviously, calm build-up from Maestro.
It's been a professional performance from Maestro in this second leg. If he gets one more goal, he'll certainly be on his way to the round 3 of the losers bracket. Could we be saying goodbye to Levy? At this stage in the tournament, for me, he was in my top 8. Both of these two players were in my top 8 to qualify. I'm sure yours as well, Gravison. Yeah. Of how the bracket did play out and the matchups that both of these two had, it was always going to be sort of inevitable that was going to be a moment where two big names would have to face against each other. We saw Matthias against Nicholas yesterday. That's a prime example of it. Tex against Maestro, another example of these big matchups that naturally are happening here at the Champions League. Ball's coming in from Levy. We'll get time to make it. 25 minutes left to play. Maestro on the hump for that all-important goal that would be the sucker punch. Would certainly send him on his way to another knockout round here.
I think the key from Maestro's defense at the moment, he's timing the offside traps perfectly, and that's so hard to do against Levy because he's obviously creating runs with every single player on the pitch, but the timing from Maestro with those offside traps is just been out of this world. And you obviously know manually offside trapping is really hard. Like, I always mess it up playing foot champs.
Well, it's a high-risk, high-reward strategy, isn't it, Gravison? If you get it all wrong, next thing you know, Levy's through and he scored a goal. Has to be timed well. Lucky enough for Levante's Maestro, it all has been well so far. 20 minutes left to play. There is that pause cued by Levy. You know what's coming if that pause is going to be. As a pro player, when you see that pause come in, 25 minutes left to play, in the nicest way, you're thinking, do not let that ball go out of play, right?
I mean, you're thinking what Stokes defined perfectly yesterday on Twitter. Constant pressure is coming up, and I mean, the nerves are coming up as well, because you do not want to play against constant pressure, and obviously, if Levy's using the constant pressure, it might be your biggest nightmare.
Mane. What a chance this going to be for Maestro, bundled off the ball by Marquinhos.
Whoa.
Another big tackle and another big block from Ruud Gullit. More minutes out of the game. Maestro working his way towards the next round here in the Champions League. He came so close in 2019, losing in the all-important game that would have qualified him for Madrid. Losing to Rafsu 7-0. It'll be in his mind when he travelled here to Stockholm.
Team press from Levy.
Tell you what, Pele could be off here. No, Sadio Mane, sorry. Sadio Mane, keepers off his line. It was brave from Van der Sar. Fortunate enough, it was the right decision that he made.
That's unfortunate.
Unfortunately, there is just a small technical difficulty there that will get resolved as soon as we can between those two players. There was about 7 minutes, or maybe just under that, left of the game. But we've got to talk about it very briefly, Gravison, that Van der Sar chance when he came out. It's one of those, you have to make the call. You have to make the call. You're not too sure if the pace boost is going to be there from Mane, if there's going to be a double-tap sprint pass, there's going to be a chip. There's loads of stuff that could be coming through in those exact moments. But for Maestro, he's managed all of those situations quite well, I'd say.
I mean, you got to be brave, because obviously if Levy's composed enough to just go with the ball and ball roll, that's an easy goal. But I think it's a high-risk, high-reward situation. I think Maestro did it perfectly, but I'm telling you, if you're 3-2 in this situation, you got to be brave to keep up the keeper just outside the box. But, man, Maestro's playing he's been aggressive with the offside traps and with the keeper, but it's been paying off.
Let's talk about this now. We're going to jump back into this game when it restarts. Roughly, I think it might be in the 83rd minute or so.
I think it's the 83rd, yeah.
What's happening here then? Talk us through it, especially on the side of Levy and Maestro, to be honest. Is Maestro into a 5 at the back? Is he dropped back? Is he looking just to see this game out? Obviously, that goes without saying. But more importantly, what's Levy doing? If you're in control now of this team, you're down by a goal, 7 minutes or so to play, what are you doing?
I think there's two options. You either are using the 4-2-4 formation, so you can play it like direct passing and just play with your 4 strikers. And I think that's a really good formation to pressure when you lose the ball. So every time you lose the possession, you have 6 players on your opponent's box, and it's kind of easy to force your opponent to make a mistake. Either that or using the 3-5-2. Obviously, a really good formation, but I think it's a little bit more defensive because you have the 3 defenders at the back, and in the 4-2-4 you have obviously your fullbacks going all the way forward. So I think the 4-2-4 formation is a little bit riskier, but I think it pays off. And obviously, constant pressure. And if you are in Maestro's half, I think you should be putting 5 defenders at the back. You have 2 options. You can either use the 5-2-1-2, and obviously you could create a lot of chances, or you could just go with the 5-4-1 and just not play any more of the game in the last 10 minutes. And obviously, we're not gonna say much, but that Diego Snakes match, I could like
I can see Richard down there probably grinning at this. He's going to be telling us a bit more about it very shortly. But I mean, what a game that is, Diogo against Snakes. We'll talk more about that one. We can give you an update in extra time. That one, just on the back of that, 7 minutes left to play. Realistically, 2 chances or 1?
2 chances, yeah, definitely. Like if you keep the ball with, I don't think you are gonna be able to keep the ball for that long. I think that it's at least 2 chances, and I was obviously be forcing like a big chance, but also the situation of forcing your opponent to carry the ball into his half and trying to force him to make a mistake. Because I think Maestro right now, obviously if you're thinking about the Rafsu game in FIFA 19, I think he has to be a little bit nervous. Because when you're a player and you are in this situation, you could think that you could possibly bottle it up again.
I'm just seeing now, it's the 81st minute we were actually in Gravesend. There's 9 minutes left to play, plus additional time. No doubt it's probably going to be 1 minute, maybe 2, or 3 if the players are extremely, extremely lucky, or maybe unfortunate on the side of Maestro, who's got a 1-goal lead to survive. It's been 0-0 for 81 minutes in this game. Yes, there's been a few big chances, but would you say Maestro's managed the game well?
I think so, yeah. I think he could have been a little bit more confident in his attack. I think he lobbed through past the ball a bit too early every single time. But, I mean, if we talk about defense and with the offside traps and with the tackles and with the goalkeeper movement, he's just been amazing. You know how hard it is for Levy to not score a goal with the amount of runs he creates every single time. I think, obviously, we know Maestro's a really good attacking player, but he's defending amazing.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that in a split second. There's more news to go to at the moment. Richard Buckley, take it away. Diogo Mendes against VFL Snakes. What is happening there?
Incredible in this second leg between Diogo and Snakes. It ended 2-1 in the first leg, and, I mean, the highlights are going to do the talking for you. Snakes did not go to plan for him at all. This is what happened in the second leg. He got a goal early doors, did Snakes, and look, he's 2-1 up. He's flying. This was from the first leg, I believe. These highlights right here. He went 1-0 up early doors. 30 minutes on the clock, he doubled his lead with a finish from R9 Ronaldo. Diogo did answer back in the second leg. These are the first leg highlights, I have to say. 49 minutes on the clock. Renato Sanchez fired the ball into Lorente, and then build-up play through Ronaldinho. Seems to be Fnatic's magic man at the moment, does R10, who slotted into the bottom left corner. Have a little look at this. If you want to see a double save, this is what you're looking for. Straight back on his feet, and a cracking save to get down at the near post. This was in the second leg, as I alluded to. It's mind-blowing, really, what you're about to watch right here. Snakes finds himself 3-1 up. Everything is going his way. Diogo looks dejected. He does get a goal back just after half-time. A couple of formation tactical changes for Diogo. He then went for 3. Ronaldinho stuck it into the back of the net, and just have a look at this. This is blasphemous. You cannot do that if you want to try and get to the Champions League final. Passes the ball straight back to Diogo. He wheels away in celebration. Diogo goes up in extra time, 110 minutes on the clock with 10 minutes left to play. What happened? Snakes went down the other end and stuck it in the back of the net with Gareth Bale. That is how the game did wrap up. It went into penalty shootout, and we're joining it right now with Brandon Smith in the PKs.
Yeah, well, here we go then. Penalty shootout, loser bracket round 2. Thank you very much, Richard Buckley. No time to waste. Up steps Snakes first. Cheeky Panenka to kick off this penalty shootout. What a game this one has been in the losers bracket. Up steps Ronaldinho. It's 1-from-1 here, Gravison.
I mean, Snakes with Hullet. He might go to the back of the... Oh, cheeky Panenka. That was so good from Snakes. And obviously Diogo. First penalty from the middle, second one left.
Perfect penalties, Gravison. Perfect penalties in the pressure cooker, both of these two. Up steps Alex Telles of Manchester United. Slots it in, no Panenka this time. R9, Mr. Reliable for Fnatic. Diogo down the middle, 3 from 3.
We saw a Panenka from Snakes last time, and this time, no! No me lo creo, I cannot believe it. He missed the 4th penalty. Thiago, what's he gonna do? Back of the net.
Advantage in the hands of Fnatic. Diogo. Sadio Mane to step up, scores left. Need to save it to even out the stakes. Does Snakes. Up steps Gareth Bale. It's saved down the middle. We're all square again.
I mean, 4 penalties at the middle. Are we gonna see any more from Renato? No. To back of the net, and if he misses, he goes home. Mane, Diogo, Fnatic, back of the net.
Here we go, round 7. We're in sudden death. Vinicius Jr. off the bench, cheeky chip. It's his 3rd Panenka in the shootout. Diogo of Marcus Llorente to bring us all square will score. Round 8 of penalties, sudden death continues. Up steps Carl Walker from fullback, he scores. Diogo must score or he is out. It's Kimpembe of all people. The steps up, it's saved by VFL Snakes. The player that got a last-minute invite into this tournament is on his way to an eChampions League Grand Final if he can keep this up. 7-6 winner, 5-5 after a penalty shootout. Wow. We'll talk more about that later. Let's jump back to this one because these gents have been waiting to jump into this game now. We've had about 5 minutes, Gravison, to look at what is going on tactically. We guessed it right. Maestro, 5 at the back, so it seems. Levy David, all-out attack. 9 minutes left to play in this game. Maestro 3-2 up at this moment in time.
And I gotta tell you, Maestro's formation, 5-4-1, is compact. You cannot get inside of that. Like, it's obviously you have the 2 wings. You have the 5 defenders at the back. You have the 2 midfielders. It's gonna be really, really, really hard for Levy to create a chance because there's just so many players inside your box. Something's clearly happening, but I think it has to be with the possession of the ball.
I think that's what they're arguing about, aren't they? Who had possession last time before the ball went out of play? Maestro.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's gotta be
not happening. I mean, you've been in this situation before.
You gotta do what you gotta do every single time. So I mean, you gotta stand your ground, but that's the referee's job, you know. Like the referees with the final job and the final word is always the referee. So whatever the referee decides, that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, we're gonna jump back off the game. Let's talk about this final a bit more. Before we jump into it, again, we'll get that sorted out in terms of who kicks off possession in the game. Maestro, very obvious, not happy. He does not want to start as he did in that game. There's 9 minutes left to play. We spoke about Maestro's approach. You said it's a 5 at the back that's going to be compact, that's going to be difficult to break down. For 81 minutes in this game, he's done really well to keep Levy at bay. For Levy, what are we expecting?
Just going straight forward. And the thing is, Levy is kind of a patient for a player, so he's creating a lot of runs. So maybe how can you stop the runs from now having 4 midfielders and 3 attackers? Like, it's really hard for Maestro. So I think there's going to be two chances.
Stamina as well.
Yeah, stamina wise as well. It's hard for him. But I think if Maestro keeps timing well his offside traps, the match is gonna end up like this because his formation is so compact. But the thing is, he gotta be really, really, really good with the timing, because if he messes it up, it's gonna be an easy goal for Levy.
Yeah, well, he's got 9 minutes to try and turn this one around, or he's out of the tournament. Let's catch up with the highlights of this game to see what you might have missed at home. It's a losers bracket round 2, and it's as simple as this. Whoever loses is out the tournament. This is how the game did start in the first leg. It was a mistake at the back, an easy finish for Mane. But then Levy just replied instantly, as he does now, Gravison, and he'll do it again in a second.
Yeah, it was a fantastic job from Mane with the green time. Obviously, Van der Sar couldn't do anything. And this, I don't think Levy did anything wrong. Maestro was just lucky with the rebound and with the reverse elastico. And obviously, another great goal by Levy. And this was a really good chance with Vinicius. Green timed it, 3-2, and this is the chance.
That was it, first leg, all the goals.
And this was the first time that we saw Maestro leading the game and keeping that lead. So obviously, we kind of keep that momentum in the second leg, you know, because obviously it's really hard mentally when you like grind your game to score a goal and then you just get kicked off. It's kind of brutally mentally talking about.
Yeah, well, let's conclude this game, Gravison, to find out who will be on their way to a loser bracket round 3. We hear the game is ready to play now. It's Maestro's squad up against Levy David. Currently 3 goals to 2. 9 minutes left to play here. Can he crack the 5 at the back? That is the story that might unfold and will unfold over the last 9 minutes or so. For that man on your screen, has he got an action plan? Has he got a plan B, a plan C? We can see just a little snippet of the formation that he is going to be starting in.
3 at the back. 3 at the back. 3-4-2-1, I think it is. And yeah, I mean, it's gonna be mental.
Is it a shock if Levy gets knocked out?
It is. It definitely is.
Out of the 32 players, he was in the top 8.
It definitely is, because he's just the best player in Europe if you talk online-wise, I think. So yeah, it would be a shock, at least for me.
For Maestro, we know exactly how experienced, how good this man is. A 2-time E-World Cup Grand Finalist with unfinished business in the Champions League. Here comes Levy, one of his first and last chances of this game. 6 minutes left on the clock. Hullet finds Mane. Hullet, oh 9! Went for the reverse elastico, so close!
Yeah, it was
one pick in the back 5.
And this might be it. This might be it.
Is he onside? No, he's not. He's off.
Oh, another chance for Levy. That was really good build-up. Let's see if he can kick a beat up again.
Final 3 minutes, Levy David. His last chance here in Stockholm to save his tournament status in the eChampions League. A plan C, a plan D, any plan he's got to try and unpick and unravel Maestro's back 5. The 2 banks of Levante shirts in the way. Hullet stands strong. That should be job done. But look at the press, look at the white shirts hustling away. They'll win the ball back.
Offside.
Just offside, he knows it, that's game over.
Yeah, that's
20 seconds left to play, 1 minute of additional time. Maestro in round 3 of the loser bracket. And Levy David is out of the eChampions League. His first time on main stage. Unfortunately, it's back to the drawing board. We'll see him next week in London for the Team of the Season Cup. Maestro, he might have had a bit of a difficult day yesterday, and rightly said he got humbled by Tex. He lost 7 goals to 1. That is the reply that the Frenchman needed. He's on his way to the loser bracket round 3, but he's still not just that at the Champions League.
Oh, what a match. Like, it was so intense. I think Maestro just showed the world that he's still a top player. That, like, he's still championship material. Obviously, he lost his confidence yesterday after losing to Tex. Not only losing to Tex, losing 7-1 to Tex, but he's just one of the best players in the world. And we just saw that because he just eliminated Levy. I mean, it's just mental. The scenes, the emotion, that last chance with R9 with the reverse elastico. I don't know what we can expect, but it's just really good FIFA quality games.
It has to be a learning experience as well for Levy David. His first ever sort of international LAN event. We'll talk more about that across the rest of today and probably next weekend in London for the Team of the Season Cup. But for now, let's head down to Carl Walker, who's joined by a very happy Maestro, I can assure you of that.
Brandon, Grav, thank you so much. Yes, I am joined by Maestro squad. What a game, what a performance. First off, let's talk about it. You're going through to the next round. I'm sure you would have wanted to have got it all done yesterday, but you're continuing to get the job done today.
am sweating.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Yeah, yesterday I lost to Prime Tex. He plays so good. I cannot do anything against him yesterday. But today is new day, and sometime I lose my confidence and I say, yeah, I'm Maestro. I make crazy thing. In FIFA, I won many tournaments, and my confidence is back. And today in the scene, I play so good, so I'm very happy and I'm confident for the next.
Coming up against Levy, you get the lead in that, and then 81st minute, we have that disconnect, and then it comes back just there. We could see you were frustrated.
Yeah,
there was a slight delay as well. Talk us through that, because you then have to restart the game. How did that affect you emotionally? What were you thinking?
Yeah, you know, when you got disconnected in 80 minutes, especially because the player have the stamina down, when you restart the game, the stamina is full. So the opponent can make a full pressing with stamina very high, and it's very difficult to take the ball out from your defense. So yeah, I was like very kid, because I know Levy is top player, and I know with one chance he could score. But I managed to defense good. I put other formation for keep the score, and I won. I'm very happy.
But we'll remain on the positives of it all. You are going through, you're one step closer. How would it feel to make your way back here, May 27th, to be at the eChampions League finals?
Yeah, you know, the last eChampions League event I lost in the last round against Rafsu, and now I want to qualify. This is my goal for my club. This is crazy for us to be here. Represent Levante in big stage like this is crazy, so I want to give my best.
Well, good luck for the rest of the day. I'm sure you'll show up and you'll show out as well. One man that's breaking down all of the other games, his name is Richard Buckley. Let's see what else has been happening.
Thank you very much, Kyle and Maestro. Great interview as always, and a fantastic result, knocking out Levy. That wasn't the only shock, however, in the first round of losers here on Championship Sunday. Optole against K. Karai. Big game, this one. And it all happened, believe it or not, in the second leg. It was 0-0 after the first leg. Quick goal there from Optole. Karai equalised very shortly afterwards, 1-1 going into the 60th minute. Back post cross, postage stamp, Ruud Hully always going to be successful on that one. Gareth Bale launched it over the top, simple finish into the back of the net for Optole. He went 3-1 up, and that is how the game did finish. Michael Fisher from London United, take a bow. Taking on Diogo Peixoto. It was 2-2 going into the second leg. Michael Fisher found himself 3-2 up inside the first 15 minutes. Peixoto equalised in the second half just before the 60th. Great finish here into R9 Ronaldo. He volleyed it in. 3-3 tied game. What was going to give, I can tell you, going into the last 10 minutes. Michael Fisher found R9, found the top left corner, and that is how it wrapped up. 5-0 in the group standings. Peixoto is out. Incredible right there. That is what they're playing for, the eChampions League trophy. Tell you what, shocks are already happening. We've only played one round. Kyle, Mike, Rachel, take it away.
Yeah, some shock exits in that round for sure. Thanks for that, Richard. I mean, 8 players we lost yesterday, 8 more just went home there. So 16 have gone with halved the pool that we started day one with yesterday. 16 still left in it at the moment. How many spots do we have, guys? 4 left. I mean, Mike, I'll come to you first. Some shock exits, like we said there. My guy has now gone out, Peixoto, which we didn't expect. And Kyle, yours as well, Levy. Mike, your thoughts on that firstly?
We're still looking good with Optole. I'm just saying, just throwing that out there.
Well, let's have a quick look then. Mike, just talk us through
the Peixoto matchup. I don't think people saw Michael getting that result. It's also difficult to have predicted the Diogo and Stakes game, and if you saw the highlights that Rich was going over, that was one of the craziest fall aparts, and then a comeback, and then penalty kicks. Even the penalty kicks were out of here. And then Maestro and Levy that we just saw, I would even consider Maestro getting that win maybe an upset based on the community a little bit.
I mean, obviously Tex helping with the snacks. Diogo didn't work, did it, Kyle?
It didn't indeed. Unfortunate. I'm sure that Diogo will go back, he'll reset, he'll look at what he can do. He's got a very, very bright future. But looking at the next round, looking at what's to come, VFL Snakes there, taking on Maestro Squad. Obviously, I've just spoken to him. I'm sure for Maestro Squad, he's not going to want to let anybody come in his way, and he'll be looking at what matchups will outcome. He wants to be here May 27th.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Giovi-Yuval matchup as well is pretty special. They both scored 7 goals, actually, in that one. Giovi 7-0 over Blazek there. And Giovi, remember, what was he? Undefeated in the group stages. Okay, he got a loss yesterday, but he's kind of doing the business. I thought that was Peixoto. Maybe it's going to be Giovi now, Mike.
Well, and that matchup in particular, I think, is going under the radar as a future matchup that we want to watch, and that I think will be really competitive between both of these players. And neither of them really have gotten the exposure. We've had a lot of the big names. I mean, even if you think of Maestro, he's gotten the reward of playing Tex and now also having to play Levy, and we'll see how that plays out. But I guess that's the name of the game, kind of a reminder of the competition that's here.
I mean, Carl, a quick word on the matchup we were going to go to next, actually. But Cosmin, we haven't really spoken about him that much. The Romanian player, he did the business in FGS 3 just last week, and he said that's down to himself getting a new coach. He's never had a coach before. He's now had a coach for the last 2 weeks, and he said he can't stop winning.
Yeah, and you see that having that coach, having the extra pair of eyes on the pitch, having somebody that can be in your ear and just say, maybe you need to try this, maybe you need to do this. I can see your opponent is trying to do this, and they can see that just before you, and he can't stop winning. He will want to continue that, and if he can get through, if he can make it to May 27th, what a story that would be.
Can he beat Optole?
It's possible.
With a coach now in his corner, he thinks it's possible.
Even without a coach, I feel Cosmin's a very confident player. If you see in social media, you talk to the community and so forth and so on. But if anything, you can kind of expect the unexpected. I'm not trying to take cliches, but from what's happened, how things have unfolded.
I'm talking probably about that he's super confident. He's put that out there on social media to the world by saying, you know, look what I did last week in that qualifier in FGS 3. You know, I'm going to continue that run of form. And we always talk about that, Carl, don't we? Momentum. If you've done the business last week, you've beaten so many players in Europe, you're ready. You're going to come out here and you're expecting to do well.
100%. Having that confidence. As we said, with some of the players we've seen already gone through, they are here saying, I can do this. They believe in themselves because they get to LAN. They've got the adrenaline pumping. They need that belief in themselves, because how many times over the years have we seen players crumble? Let's be completely honest, because they don't have that belief. It doesn't go their way. If it's not going your way, but you believe, I can pull this back, even in the dying moments of a game, we've seen it happen plenty of times.
Yeah, and Cosmin, Mike, we saw him at the E-Premier League finals just a couple of weeks ago as well, doing 2v2. So again, he's showing he got to those finals. He can kind of really translate into 2v2, 1v1. He's building as a player.
That's what you took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say he's on an upward trajectory, and that's exactly where you want to be. And as stated previously, he's already a confident guy. So when you're bringing in a coach, it's just going to allow you to kind of double down on that to a certain degree. Yes,
Yeah,
tell me.
We're both laughing. We both had the same line of thought there when we saw the second guy. Carl, I'll let you take why we went, Dammy. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we literally saw that name, and we saw at the E-Premier League how incredible Dammy was. For Cosmin to get that result, 4-0 against a player who is hot. His fingers are incredible right now on the game. He's coming into it very, very warm. Cosmin will be full of confidence. Why? Because he's beating players who are great. He's beating players who are experienced, and he's bringing that here.
Well, we alluded to the main matchup, didn't we? Optole taking on Cosmin. Optole, though, is the only Swede in the competition. He's here at home. Does that have the advantage, Mike?
It depends how he sees that from an internal side, but I believe in Optole being able to kind of take some of that momentum, being at home and looking for those results.
Well, we can see that Cosmin's making his way to the stage just now. We've been waxing lyrical about the Romanian. He's got a smile on his face. He looks out to the audience. He looks out to the seats, and he sits down with confidence. He is going to be ready for this matchup.
And speaking of the Swede, Optole walking to the stage. Maybe not quite as animated, but also perks a little bit of a grin. And there's a certain expectation here. Being the only Swedish representative, being at home, you've kind of got to put on for the culture.
Well, we're excited for this, and we've bigged it up quite a lot. It's Mike's one to watch. Swedish Optole taking on the Romanian, the man in form. Cosmin is coming your way after the break.
Well, welcome back to Stockholm for the Champions League knockout stage. You join us in the loser bracket again, myself, Brandon Smith, and Manchester City's FIFA Pro player Ryan Pessoa that will be guiding you through the action of this round. We're back elimination FIFA, Ryan.
Yep.
Back from day one that provided loads of shocks and upsets. This is a game that will, I would say, take you through to the next round, but the next round is against Matthias Bonanno. But it's the game that will qualify you for the Champions League final.
Yep, of course. Great to be alongside you again today for day 2, but the stakes are high, as you mentioned, and Matthias Bonanno is waiting to see who he's playing out of these two fantastic opponents. They both have the credibility and experience despite their young age, so yeah, we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be Optole against Cosmin. Coming into this, Cosmin mentioned about being in the lower bracket and how he'd approach being in that situation. This is what he had to say.
If I drop in the lower bracket in the first round, I'll just continue to play calm, take game by game, and trying to win every single game. That's why I'm here.
And I'll be honest, Ryan, I'm happy that he's had an opportunity to be back on the main stage, Cosmin, because he talks a lot on social media. We'll give him that. He's got this attitude towards FIFA esports that he'll call out anyone, they'll have a bit of fun with it. In person, he's, of course, a completely different person. But I like that about him. He's confident.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to back it up with results, obviously. But he said, if I'm in the loser bracket, look, I'll take a break. I'll come back to day 2, which he has done today. He beat Skifter in the loser bracket to get to this stage with quite a comfortable scoreline. Now he's got this opportunity on the live stage, on an international broadcast, to really show what he's about, Ryan.
I'm excited to watch him play now. Of course, he's coming in on great form. It's key to mention that he's just won the European West FIFA qualifier, well, Cup 3 anyway, a couple of weeks ago. And again, he always has a chip on his shoulder in terms of social media. He backs himself to the fullest, and he'll be hoping he can show that in this game.
His FIFA team, literally, I've just looked to the left of him, he says, I'm the best in the world. Which what he's tried to title as. The question mark I've got, though, is over Makers Optole. 17, the Swede. This is his first ever time on this main stage. This is his first ever time at an international LAN event. Yes, he's played in the Nordic Masters last year. Yes, he's played in the Allsvenskan. He's got experience at a national level for the Swedish national team with the likes of Boras, Ollie Bolly, who's sitting right behind him. Ollie Lito have been supporting them. And also, he's the only Swedish player in this tournament, Ryan. He has got a story there for himself. He's the only Swedish player here. If he can come back next month in Stockholm and be a winner in Sweden, how nice would that sound for him?
I think it's what dreams are made of, especially for somebody so young, so fresh, and so new into the scene. Of course, last year, he even qualified for the World Cup. So he's a player that has the know-how to reach the later stages of tournaments, to do really, really well. And being in a loser bracket, again, performing when the pressure is high is very, very important in FIFA esports, and he's got that.
He's a player that loves a 3-2 as well, Ryan.
Yeah.
Throughout the tournament, all his games have been 3-2. He beat Stefano Pina 3-2 at the start of play today. He beat, and then lost, in the winners bracket 3-2 against Predator FIFA, who is in the Champions League final. You saw that yesterday. And then just won 3-2 against KKA. Lovely little cancel of a skill move there from Cosmin. His first real chance to showcase what he is all about as a FIFA pro. Speaking of that, just a few weeks ago in the Premier League, he was in your group.
Yes. I wouldn't say he performed up to the expectations that he would hold himself to, but he backed that up in FGS3. Last week, a couple of weeks ago, he won against Dami, who of course was the Premier League champion in that event. So he's proven he can do it. He's proven he can do it at home. So now he's at the big stage, one of the biggest competitions, if not the biggest competition in FIFA esports, the eChampions League. Now he has to perform.
It's been Cosmin on the front foot for these first 15 minutes so far, looking to build in with João Cancelo, who finds himself in an unfamiliar left-back position for his Champions League in-game item. Yes, his Team of the Year item might be a left-back. His road to the final is not quite that. On the flip side for Optole, looks like the standard team here, Ryan. It's a midfield partnership of Marcus Llorente and Ruud Gullit. No Renato Sanchez in sight. Saying that, it's the same for both teams. Neither player wants to back the lost little Portuguese midfielder, as other players have in this tournament.
I think Optole is using a 3-5-2 formation. I spoke to Cosmin coming into this. We were on the same flight, funnily enough, and he spoke about how confident he is coming into this. He backs himself to go, not even into the top 8, to win the finals. He thinks he can do it, and he has the ability to do so, but he spoke about the 3-5-2. It's not his go-to formation, but if someone uses it...
Oh, wow, what a ball. Pele! Speak about confidence, Ryan Pessoa. I'll steal the words out your mouth. The only Romanian player left in this tournament who's got a huge backing, I can assure you, from all around the world, leads by a goal to nil. What a ball that is, by the way. Pull it into Pele. Thank you very much. That's 1 goal to Cosmin.
It's a great ball over the top there. And when Pele's in behind 1-on-1 against the goalkeeper, you only back him to score. And score is what he does. You can see the smile on Cosmin's face as the ball went in. He's 1-0 up now, early on. There haven't been too many chances between either player this early on, but it's great to have an important start here, scoring this early for Cosmin within the first 20 minutes. But in terms of formations I was speaking on, he says he uses the 3-5-2, especially against opponents, to mirror their formation, especially if he feels as if he's losing out in the midfield battle. But his primary formations, he uses the 4-3-2-1 and also the 4-4-2. So it'll be interesting to see what he goes for.
One thing that I find quite interesting, sitting behind Optole, is Ollie Bolly, someone who's had a bit of a quiet FGS season in the nicest way, but in a 2v2 environment, they are teammates at Team Makers. They went the long way round to qualify for the Team of the Season Cup, which is taking place next weekend. And they're the only team there, Team Makers, that have got 2 teams in that tournament.
Funny enough, they're also in in my group for the Club World Cup tournament. They're a fantastic duo, as Optole tries to get a response.
Pele still. Called in Sadio Mane. Here's Optole, his first real sniff in the box of Cosmin, off the post with a time green finish. Keep an eye out for that.
Thought we're going to hit the back of the net there with an instant reply from Optole. Almost a mistake there, in fairness, on Cosmin when he tried to play out the back. That will sort of show his confidence. He backs himself to play out of trouble in those situations.
Cosmin, maybe for 2, looks to poke the one across the box. No chance for Pele on that occasion. As you're alluding to, E-Club World Cup, you might be facing against Optole. Nervous about that, or?
No, not at all. It's always great to play the players that are performing at the highest level, just to show yourself up against them. But again, every player here today has had a great season. Just to reach here, despite anything, they might not be having the greatest season in terms of the FGS qualifiers or anything, but to reach the eChampions League finals, the last 32 in itself is incredible. So to make it even into the top 8 is unbelievable, even though we've already seen the first 4 players and we'll see the last 4 players later today.
Well, currently there are 4 games taking place right now in this round. Michael Fisher of London United taking on Henning of Hansa eFootball. Yuval Belli of Nom Esports against Diogo, the only Italian player in here from Nest Esports. Snakes against Maestro. We saw Maestro just knock out Levy in the last round on broadcast. And in this game that we'll bring into you live right now, Optole Cosmin. Winner of this plays Matthias Bonanno, who I can tell you right now will be annoyed from yesterday, but more importantly, will want to put a statement out there today to say, yes, I lost to my fellow Argentine, yes, I lost to Nicholas, but I will be in that eChampions League final looking for revenge. Building now, Hullet. Back to Arnai, Marcus Llorente, can he tee up to Sadio Mane? This is Optole, who just came so close minutes before. It's liquid football from the Swede. It's a fantastic save from Edwin van der Sar.
That was unbelievable. From the build-up play, the skill moves there, the drag back cancels into the quick, snappy passes for the extra pass across goal. You could almost say he deserved the goal there. It was fantastic, a build-up play. But speaking about Matthias, there's 2 sides to look at it. So for him, he would have had the time now to watch these games, watch over his potential opponents now. But then again, these players that are in the loser bracket, they'll be on a hot streak. You'd have to win multiple games in a row, so it's hard to say who has the advantage.
And that game coming up will be our last game of today. Whoever wins this will play Matthias Bonanno in the game to qualify for the eChampions League final. Joining Predator FIFA Umit Tex and Nicholas back here in Stockholm in just over 4 weeks' time. It's the first half of 4, Ryan. What's your first take on the game so far? Cosmin started so well, maybe took Optole a little bit of time to get into the game, but I'd say Optole did end that first half, maybe the stronger of the 2.
Absolutely, I have to echo what you just said there. I felt as if Cosmin was in control up until he scored his goal, but after that, I feel like it's been all Optole. I feel as if he's getting to grips of playing on the main stage and trying to fight his way back in to get an equaliser, because he knows the way Cosmin plays, he's very ruthless. So if you're given up an opportunity to get another goal, you back him to take it.
He was sort of another of those sort of wonder kids that came through in the online era last year, wasn't it? Optole,
yep.
Qualifiers, he had good placements, top 3s, obviously went and made headway, got himself a great move in the end from Gothenburg on to Team Makers. I think it was a top 2 finish in the Allsvenskan, the Swedish National League over there. Got national plaudits, is in that E-Nations team this year. Just overall, you couldn't ask for a better first season in competitive FIFA, could you?
Absolutely. I feel like he's been phenomenal ever since he's come onto it. And you have to remember, he's only 17 years old. He's been spectacular with the way he's come into the scene. He's hit the ground running, and he's shown how good he is and the experience he already has at such a young age.
He's probably a bit annoyed. First international tournament, he's only had to jump on a train.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Board a flight and maybe go somewhere else. Regardless of that, performance here would be one to add to his CV. The grand final spot, $10,000 guaranteed alongside a top 8 finish in this competition. He went 4-1 in the Swiss rounds back in February to get to this stage. Cosmin was able to climb through 3-2. He's currently in the lead, is the Romanian. Mares just dispossessed there, back in possession is R9. Carl Walker, a recent addition, the recent upgrade alongside a handful of those English clubs in the Champions League, has come at the right time with this competition. I can assure you there'll be even more better timings as we get closer towards the Champions League final, which is literally next door to the eChampions League final. Those semi-final games could certainly add something else into these teams. It's R9 on his own. Cosmin looks to just try and simplify the chance into the ongoing run-up of Mares. Picks it up again. He's been so good at this, just pickpocketing possession off the midfield. Great turn from Mane. Now, can he get that ball in the box? He can, or not! Just get hands on that Van der Sar and calm it down.
It's a sequence of mistakes there, giving away possession very easy. I think that's 2 or 3 times that he's done that in his own half. Basically his own box more often than not, but he's lucky to get away with it. I don't know if it's maybe some nerves. He's cued a pause. Maybe he wants to change some personnel or formation, because I believe Cosmin, it looks as if he's gone into a back 3 as well to match Optole.
At the moment, solid though, is Cosmin in all areas of the pitch, Ryan. Looks in control, looks like he's played on this main stage before. Optole hoping to get that pause at some point in this second half. Poor touch from Riyad Mahrez. Building for Optole. Pele, twisting, turning, double tap pass, finds Sadio Mane. There's a shot. It might not be a clean one, but regardless, it's a confidence booster, and it's into a pause menu. Will go again. 25 minutes on the clock here. What do you think Optole might be looking to change?
I feel as if he doesn't want to rush anything, to put too many players forward. You can see the way Cosmin is playing. He's playing calm, concise. He's keeping possession well, not pulling out any defenders. But for Optole, I believe he's changed formations coming into this second half, different to what he started in. He's gone to a back 4 instead of a back 3. Maybe that's something to go slightly more offensive, you could say. It depends, of course, on the instructions and tactics of the players he set out. But I don't know, for him, I would say just keep doing his own thing. I wouldn't rush anything. He doesn't need to throw bodies forward. It's only 1-0. We're still in the first leg, and there's a little while to go until he'd have to force his way to try and get an equaliser.
I was going to ask a question I asked Graverson yesterday is, how many people do you think came in out the 32 of the Champions League and played the 3-5-2?
Ooh.
He said more than half.
I'd say more than half, yeah. I think it's something, as we say, that's come into effect or popularity very recently. I don't think it's it depends how you play it, of course. It's the most solid defensively, I'd say, because, of course, you've got the extra defender, but I'd say more than half for sure.
Here comes Optole with a corner. Last third of the first leg. Here he just brought on Gareth Bale in that 3-5-2. He'll slot in nicely alongside the 5 in midfield. Finesse from distance. We've seen those go in before from that sort of angle. That one was pretty easy, though, for Van der Sar to get 2 hands on.
Felt as if Cosmin set him up for that. Like, maybe he let him take that. He sort of backed away from him, was moving the goalkeeper from early, anticipating the green time finesse, and that's what happened. It's like he sort of defended for it.
If you get your goalkeeper movement right, Ryan, it's sort of, you can match it up, can't you?
Yeah, exactly.
How many times we've seen Lionel Messi do that in normal qualifiers and competitions outside of the Champions League? A little double tap pass finds Hullet. Final 18 minutes to play. It's a pause that comes in from Cosmin. Maybe he's realising the pressure that he might be under. Just opportunity for some fresh legs. Interesting touch from João Cancelo. Keeps him in possession. Look at the space that Llorente's got to exploit that. As his sort of back five looks to sit in and looks to be hard to beat. Can't back available. You're going to get so much space around this area of the pitch. Nicely won. Pele cut back inside. Still Pele again. It's a give. Ball roll. Optole just about survives.
It's a lot of space there. He didn't press him at all on the edge of the box. He let him play the pass inwards, and that's dangerous to do on FIFA 22. You don't want to make those mistakes, but he's turned into an attack already.
Gareth Bale, fresh on the right-hand side. Reverse elastico falls into Carl Walker. I mean, it's good that you can sit back in that back five. You're going to invite pressure to the edge of the box, which could, I guess, invite the finesse.
Yep.
Final 10 minutes to play here. Leg one. This is loser bracket round 3. Winner plays Matthias Bonanno in the qualification game, one of 4 of them. As we look for 4 more eChampions League finalists today coming together. With Pele and...
I wouldn't be shocked if Cosmin just continues to slow the game down towards the final minutes. Play for the last attack. There's still 7 minutes to go, but he doesn't want to make a mistake. I know Cosmin is a player, if he does make mistakes, he's very harsh on himself. But again, he will know the stakes of this game. Keeping possession, he knows Optole isn't going to press him high up the pitch. He has no need to force bodies forward unless a gap is clearly there for him to exploit.
He's onside. I believe he might just not be. There you go. Sadio Mane into the pause. We've seen so many pauses in this game, Ryan. It's the tactical edge that we've seen. 63% possession Cosmin's had at this moment in time to the 73. But look, 1 shot, 1 goal. We speak about being clinical, and that this level of competitive FIFA we're seeing where people cannot make mistakes and they have to be clinical. Cosmin's done that, and he's managed this game so it feels perfectly well.
Yeah, all it takes is a goal in this this situation where the stakes are this high, and then your opponent just panics, struggles to go forward. They don't play as smooth, and they're not in their rhythm going forward. And that's it for Cosmin. He'll be happy to sit on the 1 goal lead. He's very, very assured defensively, and he backs himself going forward. And for Optole, he knows as well. If you look at the statistic, he's had a higher XG. He's had more shots, as you said, compared to Cosmin. So we'll be thinking, if he continues doing the same, surely something will fall in his favour.
Well, they're both matched up in the same 3-5-2 formation, which has probably been partly why the game has been so tight in parts. Both have pretty much got identical teams. 1 minute left to play, plus additional time here. Here's the Romanian Cosmin that has got a 1-goal cushion. It's back to the drawing board for Optole. His first international land event. And that will do us for the halfway point here. There's still so much to come from this game though, Ryan.
A lot. There's a lot to come from it. All to play for.
All to play for indeed. Loser bracket round 3 is concluded at the halfway point. Cosmin leads by 1-0 against the only Swede playing here in Stockholm. We're off for a break now. When we get back, we'll find out if he can hold on to this lead or if the only Swede can turn this one around.
Welcome back to the eChampions League knockout stages. My name is Richard Buck and I'm going to be keeping you up to date with our 4 pivotal matchups here in losers round 3. We're moving over to the Italian Diogo. He was 5-0 in the group standings in Swiss a couple of weeks ago. However, he did find himself 1-0 down to Yuval Belli, the Israeli. Great finish there. Have a look at this. Whipped into the box. The German cross, it's called. Great save from Schmeichel. Pele, lovely bit of goalkeeper movement from Schmeichel, again keeping Giovi at bay. He was surprised that one didn't go in. Quick fire highlights. We're going to back up to Brandon Smith and Ryan Pessoa for the call of the game.
Cheers, Rich. And yes, incredible to see another one of those Israeli players do superbly well in the eChampions League. You join us here for this second leg of the loser bracket round 3 game. There's so much to talk about. There's so much still at stake here. And we'll be right to say, Ryan, this isn't going to finish 1-0.
I'd be shocked if it does. Again, we've seen low-scoring games, but you spoke about Optole. All of his games have ended 3-2. So maybe we might see another one. If it does, it might be in his favour for his sake anyway. But for Cosmin, I don't know. He seemed very assured defensively. I know he gave up a few chances, and we spoke about the XG being in the favour of Optole. But Cosmin felt in control. It felt as if Optole was giving the ball away more often than not.
We'll talk about career highlights and achievements. This will certainly be up there for Cosmin as the best ever achievement he has had in his FIFA esports career. We're back on the way. He did take a lead, and what a goal it was. We have to talk about it. A brilliant ball over the top from Ullit. Found Pele. It's a gorgeous little dink pass around the corner. That's the only goal we've had to talk about so far.
Yeah, I think that's the key in terms of build-up. We speak about the extra pass, but also we have to remember the balls over the top, the first-time passes, whether it's an L1, R1 through ball over the top, or just a simple L1 triangle pass over the top. And that's what he done. Pele threaded through, in on goal. He's got the pace, he's got the finishing. And they put him 1-0 up coming into this second leg.
It's the 3-5-2 against the 3-5-2, hence why you see a back three of Marquinhos, Kimpembe and Kyle Walker, stretched as can be. Kyle Walker, as we know, can come into sort of that centre-back role. He offers you the pace as a full-back and the body type and frame to really be able to do that job there. And for Optole, it has to be him that scores first, because if not, I could just see Cosmin really manage this game.
Yep, I 100% agree. I think Cosmin doesn't seem to be crumbling under the lights or on the big stage. He seems very calm. I know he speaks about him being calm, composed and backing himself. There's one thing about saying it, but doing it is a completely different thing, and he's been doing it so far.
Well, look, we know that the mental side, Ryan, of competitive FIFA is massive. How important is it as a pro to have that mental belief that you are good enough?
It's very important. Of course, you have to back yourself in many facets of life, but being able to compete at the highest level, there are situations where doubt may creep in, whether that's down to performance or you see other players doing better than you'd be doing, as we see a player look there.
Little chip finds Pele. Can't quite find R9 though. It's a good first warning sign though from Optole. A player that we rightly said, yeah, every game as he's played, he's finished 3 goals too. He hasn't been a massively high goal scorer across the Champions League format as of yet. As we said, a really strong Swiss format. He went 4-1 and he dropped 1 game in the end. He's a player that, in the online era, has provided some incredible results for himself and has had an unbelievable breakout year. He made the E-World Cup in his first competitive season, which says all you need to know about the player that recently signed for Team Makers at the start of the FIFA 22 year, and also was good enough in a 2v2 environment with his coach that sits behind him, Ollie Bolly, fellow teammate and pro at Team Makers. They'll be in action next week in London for the Team of the Season Cup.
Saw that attempted a ball over the top there from Optole. I think Cosmin will be very, very satisfied to be defending those, because Optole is not utilising any other aspects going forward in the first stages of this game. He's just trying to look for the extra or the pass over the top.
Can't back Llorente. Pele, half a drag back there. It was clever from Cosmin. Couldn't quite find the conviction he was looking for. One thing that we saw, and we did point out in that first leg, Ryan, was just how much space Optole was giving Cosmin, just on the edge of the box.
Yeah, didn't dive in at all. He sort of just jockeyed backwards, waiting for Cosmin to make the move first, and I think it's a dangerous way to defend, but clearly it's been working for him.
What a ball. Maybe slightly rushed. Mane inside. Brilliant block from Kyle Walker. Makeshift centre-back. He's not looked out of place ever since he's been there in this 3-5-2.
Oh, that was huge, man. And of course, a slice of luck for it to fall back to him, but the pass across there, you thought it would hit the back of the net. But it was a great block there from Kyle Walker.
Just looks so in control, does Cosmin. A player that Riley has been on social media, has spoken a lot about just how good he is, but I think many people questioned how good can you be when we haven't seen you at LAN events, we haven't seen you do so much coming into this. He has been a back-to-back Premier League Grand finalist. Now this is his time on the world stage. Chance, Optole, it's coming together! Oh, it's just inches wide! And defensively, that was a block or an interception off the goalkeeper. That is sent that one out for a corner for Optole. He takes it quickly, Mahrez does what he can to try and cut the ball back inside, but that was a lifeline for Cosmin. That could have went completely anywhere.
I thought we were about to see a mirror image of the goal that Cosmin scored. The ball over the top there, the keeper rushing out. I'm not quite sure whether it was a touch from the goalkeeper, maybe a defensive header which led it past the post, the opposite side of the post for Optole, but I think that would definitely be the closest he's come across these two legs.
Yeah, it looked like it was trickling towards the goal. Just went to the side of it though, out for a corner. Cosmin 8 minutes away from half-time. He still does lead by a goal to 0 against Optole. No doubt the only Swedish player who has got some pressure on him. Reverse elastico, nicely done by R9. Mane back inside, won it back kindly. This is the chance for Optole to break now. He's got R9 on the right-hand side. There's bodies teaming up on the other hand side of the pitch. Pele, he's one of them. But again, it's just so managed. Every single attack, Ryan Passar, is seamlessly defended well by Cosmin.
It really is. I felt as if he rushed that. Again, how we speak about playing for the last attack, because if he goes on and concedes here, that could be game over. So you want to wait and keep possession, as you can see Cosmin doing, just to make sure if you do give away possession, which he's done.
This is a gift, maybe, just maybe, Pele from distance. If you can make your opponent only have chances like that, Ryan, yes, we know the time green finesses from that far out can be deadly. Got a bit of goalkeeper movement, they're not really so deadly, are they? But if you can limit your opponent so that is your best chance of the 45 minutes, what a game you're having.
Exactly. Again, you speak about limiting chances. They're the ones where you're in control of it. You know a finesse shot is going to be coming, so you can just move the goalkeeper to the opposite side of the goal. If they do shoot near post, fair enough, but then there's more of a chance for it to be blocked because of the defensive positioning from the defenders. So it kind of forces you to take the finesse, but then the goalkeeper's already there.
Again, look, we sit here at half-time. 76% possession Cosmin has had in that 45 minutes.
0 shots.
But 2 shots for Optole, 0 of Cosmin. You're right in the first leg, Ryan. You said that Optole will get chances. He will get chances. The best 2 he's had were 2 finesse shots from far out. That is it so far. Other than that, 76% possession is a frightening stat at half-time.
I'll tell you what is, as a competitor, one of the scariest things, right? When I speak about Matthias, obviously he's going to be playing one of these 2 players, is seeing an opponent that potentially is winning a game 1-0 across 2 legs. I promise you it's frightening, because of being able to defend or be this consistent in defending and nullifying your opponent to barely any chances is frightening, I'll be honest.
This is the first time, as we said, we've seen Optole come out onto LAN in an international tournament. And if there was a game plan that was to follow for Cosmin, he's followed it along every single word by word. Defensively sound. He got the goal and in the nicest way packed up and sat back and said, you know what, let's control possession. Like he has 76% at the halfway point.
It's just telling him, come and break me down. He doesn't have to score again. There's no need for, technically there's no need for him to go forward if he doesn't want to. Unless the space opens up where it's a glaringly obvious pass forward, there is no need for him to attack. And of course, it's not the best to play against, but we know what's up for grabs for the winner here.
Let's not forget, also, there's been a bit of time for both of these 2 players to prepare for this game. You'll know just how good of a player Optole is Possession given away to him. When do we have to see a tactical change from him, Ryan? It's got to come pretty soon if there's no way he can break it down. Because he's lucky to even have possession at this moment in time. What a ball that could be. Is he onside? No, he won't be.
For me, I'd say from the 65th minute, I'd probably change, go a bit slightly more advanced, maybe press after possession loss, and maybe get my fullbacks, or he's playing with 3 at the back, so I'll maybe contribute maybe a centre midfielder to the attack as a ball is whipped in, but comfortable for Van der Sar. But other than that, there isn't too much you want to do too early on, because, again,
there it is.
You make that mistake, though, and you can see this over. But for Optole, he knows that he has to do something coming up to around the 60th or 65th minute, and he'll be hoping it's the change that can lead to a goal.
Well, this is that chance. 57, what a touch from Sadio Mane. It's rushed again ever so slightly. Back inside, no! Yes!
Wow.
He's back to goal somehow. He doesn't know what to do to celebrate. He looks to his coach, and that's the expression all you need to see. We didn't know what was going on. R9 was through. It was a very fortunate bounce, but he has broken him down. We said he'd get chances. We said he would get a sniff at goal. R9 looked scared to score. He has all game, to be honest, and then Pele will tap it in to say, right, let's calm it down. That's going to change his pause now.
Yep, it really is. It's a strange one. I don't think he anticipated the goalkeeper to miss the ball as we go to watch the replay. Mane, he rushed that pass. The touch went straight back to him, and he passed it back to Pele for an open goal. Wow, that could have gone a completely different way if he missed that.
I was just worrying that somehow, I know it wouldn't have been, but somehow there would have been in there somewhere. I was just panicking just a little bit for him. Hence the reaction. 1-1 the scoreline. Optole finally has broken down Cosmin after he's been so good at keeping possession, defending everything that's come his way from Optole. 30 minutes to play now. Cosmin's got to come out and play, Ryan.
Yes, and I think that's the... Ooh.
Speaking of that chance, Pele, R9, blocked well by Marquinhos.
I think that's a troubling thing for Cosmin here, because you've played a game. The game plan between him and his coach would definitely be, I'm going to shut up shop, I'm going to be defensive, I'm going to lock up and make sure I nullify my opponent. But I've conceded. I've conceded a goal now, so what happens? Does the game plan stay the same? Do I still keep possession and try and die the clock down to make this game a one-chance game and whoever takes it scores? Or do I push forward? Do I change formation, tactical setup, personnel to try and get another goal? It's tricky, but for me, you'd say the momentum definitely will be with Optole.
Perfect time to score, no matter how it did go in on the 58th minute. 23 minutes away from potentially extra time here. Winner plays Matthias Bernardo in a match that will qualify you for the eChampions League Grand Final. Back here again in Stockholm, 27th of May. Get it in your diary, as players will battle out for $75,000 and that all-important trophy. Mane, heavy touch, is it too heavy? No, we're back inside, a panic finish from Hullet, still just about in possession. Chance to get the ball down and just slow it down again for Optole.
Yep, he's going to be delighted with that. Tons of ricochets and bounces around the area there. So for him, he'll be hoping now that, as you said, he can calm it down a bit, keep possession a little bit more compared to what he has been doing. He doesn't want to give away any chances. And if you are to concede and concede this late on, you want to hope that your opponent has done fantastic work to break you down rather than you gifting a chance.
Petrardo heavily involved in the attack. Look at the run he's continued to make on the corner of your screen. It's better from Optole. He's getting a bit of rhythm into his attacks now. He's actually having to press Cosmin to make him uncomfortable. Extra time does not feel too far away. João Cancelo. Lovely little ball roll from the Manchester City man. What a save, Van der Sar.
Oh, that's a huge save. Building up on the byline, a pass inwards for the shot with R9, and it could have gone in.
Mane again does well with the corner, intercepted. Counter-attack now. It'll be a 3-on-4 potentially. Has to slow it down to bring more players into this. Does Optole, will have to go back. Well played by Cosmin.
Oh, it's gone out there.
Given away. Are we going to see a pause from it? No, we won't. They're happy to play on.
I was going to say there, I think his coach would have been in his ear telling him, no, don't play that pass over the top. It's a 50-50 ball. We don't need to make that pass. 10 minutes to go. Let's keep possession. Even though he gave it away, it still just shows that he tried to be as sensible as he could in that situation.
Cancelo. There's a lot of joy on this left-hand side in the 3-5-2. Mahrez quick feet, he did well to sort of cut open Optole in this sort of area of the pitch. Look to do it again now, looking for that killer pass into R9. Where's the angle? Where will it open up? Mane still does well. Mahrez, bit too obvious there.
Yep. You have to credit Optole there defensively. He knows the extra pass is coming.
Pele, back to R9. Is there an option there? Ronaldo Nazario, Optole can't turn. Kimpembe defends well. Last 4 minutes.
Wow, the keeper came out there, you know. I was watching the keeper movement from Cosmin. He brought him out anticipating a pass inwards to, I believe it was Vinicius Jr., but it didn't come, and we could be seeing the very last attack of this 90 minutes coming in Cosmin's favour as he builds up.
Builds for the last chance of the game. How many times have we seen this? Deflected, maybe deflected kindly. Just about gets it done. Carl Walker. Optole will who get the last chance of the game instead? Well, here we go. Quadrado. Acres of space in an unfamiliar left-back position, looking to maybe cross that in on the right boot. That is the stronger of the two. 90 minutes played here in the second leg, and we're still all square. Optole did get a goal back on the stroke for the 58th minute. If anything, I think they're a bit stressed. They've been through one hell of a game, these two. The concentration levels, first time they've been on main stage across this weekend, Ryan, and it's getting to these two.
It really is. Neither of them want to make a mistake. You can see the way that they're playing is very risk averse. Not too many risks, especially in the last or the second half of the second leg. I wouldn't say there's been anything to separate them, in all honesty.
Just a quick one on that last chance of the game. You've been there as a current pro player for Manchester City, Ryan. What is it about that last chance of the game that everyone alludes to and talks about? 89th minute on the clock sort of happens, and then as a pro, what are you thinking? How are you building into it?
In terms of defending, you know that from around the 85th minute, if they're starting to keep possession around their back line, there's no need to press. You're going to have to sort of just get the players in position, shut up shop and try and pull as many players back to defend for that last attack. And the way they do it is just in case they give away possession. There's not enough time to counter-attack, so you can give it away, and then if you do, the whistle blows for potentially full time or extra time, depending on the scenario.
Back on the way for 30 more minutes of it. Winner plays Matthias Bonanno. Loser is out of the eChampions League here. Cosmin from left to right in that red strip. On for Romania. Proud Romanian FIFA players, done well to be involved in the E-Nations lineup. Alongside a fellow Romanian that was also in this tournament, RVP legend of Team Hullet. He crashed out, unfortunately, yesterday in day one of the tournament to Levy, who is also out of this competition. Lovely little disguise pass into Pele. Here's Optole, looking to take the lead for the first time across the two legs on the aggregate scoreline. Llorente, Vinicius. Cosmin is over the top. This could be a chance, but post available. Can he simplify it? Back to Hullet. It was asking a lot from the Dutch midfielder from that sort of angle. Corner played short and quick. Back to Mane.
Ooh.
And still not fully dealt with by Optole, Ryan.
No, this is discipline here from Cosmin. I thought he was going to blitz forward, but he's just going to wait after his chance. But that was a great counter-attack. It was a huge chance there for Ruud Gullit. A great save there from Van der Sar. We're coming to the end of the first half of extra time, and there could be one last chance in this half, Brandon.
Quadrado also introduced late onto this game. Both players sort of mimicking the substitutions that have been implemented. Offside is the Colombian defender of the Italian side. And that's going to do us, Ryan. 15 minutes to play. Always feels like that first 15 minutes just zooms past. Hate to say it, but we're edging towards a penalty shootout.
We really are, and that's where the nerves are really going to kick in. We can see from the player cams, Optole seems calm, but he's taking a lot of deep breaths, listening to his coach in Oli Volley, listening to what can he do in order to try and get the goal to send him through to that all-important game later on today. But for Cosmin, again, that chance, it's not an easy chance. but it's something that you'd look at it and you think, all right, maybe I could have done something slightly different to give me a better chance to score, but it's not something you'd expect to go in from that Hullet chance.
I mean, credit to Optole in what he did in terms of the pressure, because the obvious ball was to Pele at the back post, but somehow he delayed that, delayed, found it back to Hullet. By that time, there was another defender back, and the angle was just a bit too much, wasn't it, for
exactly.
the Dutch midfielder. Well, here we go then. Final 15 minutes here in the loser bracket round 3. Only one of these two can go through to that all-important deciding game. It's been a low-scoring affair, one of the lowest scoring affairs we've had on the main stage here in Stockholm across the weekend. That's partly just due to the pressure and the tension of this game. Optole looking to take the lead. Pele, Elastico, Pele still get the ball back to his feet. Does well, dancing around the box. Really nice FIFA from Optole. The only Swede in the tournament with a statement to make.
Oh, that's incredible. It all stems from the player lock there into an instant driven pass, and the skill move combos there. McGeady cancel for the extra pass. And the goal there to break the deadlock now. He's turned it around from 1-0 down in the first leg to 2-0 up in the second leg, 2-1 up on aggregate. And he'll be hoping he can see it out now. He's probably going to change to go a lot more defensive than he has been.
I think this is the moment now, Ryan, where he says, right, you've not let me have the ball for about 180 minutes of this game. I'm going to keep the ball now.
Absolutely.
You can come play my game.
The tides have changed. The tables have turned. I'm going to be doing the exact same thing you were doing when I was in that situation, and it's the most sensible thing to do. You can criticize it, but you have to do that. You've got 10 minutes left to play. You don't want to make that mistake and give away possession needlessly, so you're just going to try and put as many bodies behind the ball to stop your opponent getting an easy chance at goal. But again, 10 minutes to go for the young man. Can he do it?
17 years of age, showing composure in his first proper international LAN event. Optole, all the Swedish community had their eyes on him this weekend, hoping that they could bring glory back to Stockholm again for the Champions League Grand Finals in May. Been a frustrating 2 legs of FIFA against Cosmin, who's done so well to keep the ball in possession. This could be an opportunity to conclude the game. He doesn't need to, though, really. Good maturity, if all honesty there, Ryan, from Optole. Could have easily got carried away. Saw the flashing lights of another goal there.
It really is. Of course, when you're in that situation, twisting and turning, the body starts to surround you. It's hard to get out of it, but he'd done a little bit there to bring the clock down, but there could be a chance.
Cosmin, numbers forward, back inside. It's R9, brilliant save. Big save from Van der Sar. Corner. Directly in towards the back post. Pele's there in the air, so is 2 or 3 players. Gareth Bale amongst it. 3 minutes left of additional time. I think this should be, or not. Controlled by Optole. Got the passing lane wrong there, did Cosmin. It's another chance fumbled. And maybe the pressure's just getting a bit too much for him as well.
Oh, he's given away possession there in a dangerous position. He's got a minute and a half left. This throw is important. It has to go to one of his players, and he can go down towards the Cosmin's half as he goes back to the goalkeeper. And it looks as if he's going to spray it to Gareth Bale, I think it is, who's got the aerial ability. Yep, he has to.
Massive win from Gareth Bale, the super sub that's featured time and time again. This is it. Last roll of the dice for Cosmin. Or not. That is job done. Optole, with his back against the wall, with 26% possession to his name, is on his way to that all-important deciding game, round 4 of the loser bracket. Credit where it's due, because for a long period of that, Ryan, I thought it was a write-off for Optole. I'm not going to lie, I thought it was.
I agree. It's incredible maturity from the young man. He didn't get annoyed, he didn't get frustrated, despite having barely any possession throughout those 2 legs. But when the time came, he took it. He took the advantage and took those goals to win.
And I think it's taken a lot of him as well, as you can see from Optole. A lot of pressure. His first time on main stage. There's a big smile for him. The only Swedish player here in the eChampions League out the 32. The first goal was scrappy. The second one was classy, though.
Yeah. Of course, there are elements of luck because the ball did bounce back to him, but he created that luck. He took the shot, he rebounded, and he made use of the right skill moves at the right time to score a great goal as well.
Yeah, he's on his way, as we said, to play Matthias Bonanno. A little taster of that one.
It's going to be tough, I'll be honest. It's going to be incredibly tough to play against Matthias, who's been ready and waiting.
Well. There's also 3 other games taking place in this round. Maestro is 10 minutes away from being knocked out of the Champions League after such a good performance against Levy. VfL Snakes of VfL Bochum. What is it about the German side of Bochum? Just developing, creating top quality German players. It's kick-started with Megabit all those years ago. Here's VfL Snakes to try and conclude that game. He's on his way to a deciding game, Ryan. He didn't even qualify through the group stage, and he got called up due to a missing player.
Wow. Again, never doubt a German. They always seem to perform on the biggest stages of all. For Maestro, he'll be gutted because he's beaten a tournament favourite, and in all respect to VfL Snakes, you wouldn't say he was one coming into it, as we see potentially.
Unless there's late magic from Maestro, but he needs 2 goals.
Oh, that's cynical.
Unfortunately, time is not on his side. I can imagine he's being a little bit emotional as well. Naturally, it's a yellow for the PSG defender. Well, what a performance from Snakes this has been, by the way.
Massive. He'll be delighted, and he's going to go into a game now where he knows he has to do what he's done so far today in order to progress. And again, this will give him a huge confidence. This will breed major levels of confidence. Beating Maestro, who's just eliminated Levy. But for Maestro, as I said, he'll be absolutely devastated.
I wonder if this plays David Sanchez in the all-important deciding game for an eChampions League final spot. It looks to be heartbreak again for the Frenchman in Maestro. 2019, he was 1 game away from the Champions League final qualification. We're back to the drawing board for next year. Well, Germany had 8 players that arrived here in Sweden. 2 have qualified, Umit and Predator FIFA. They've got players in the deciding round. They've got players still fighting in this tournament. Last time we saw FC Henning. And that man on your screen now, who will also remain in the tournament, VfL Snakes, ending a perfect performance, Ryan.
It's been phenomenal. From what we've seen here, he's counter-attacked well. He's forced Maestro to push bodies forward to get back into the game, but he scored the goal at the end there with Gareth Bale to put the nail in the coffin, to seal him into the next round, into a must-win game to advance into the final 8. And yeah, he'll be delighted with that performance.
Yeah, impressive stuff in the end. Commiserations to Maestro, but this is what we're talking about. Just every tournament, there's a new German player. A new German name every single time. That's another game concluded, but there's plenty more games going on in this loser round 3. Let's head down to Richard Buckley to hear about that.
Well, it's hard to keep up with everything, Brandon. Incredible scenes in our matches, but taking place off stream as well. The top seed from Europe East, Giovi, is in action. He matched up against Yuval Belli, and what a game this was. I'll give you the best moments from the second leg. It was 1-0 to Yuval Belli. Giovi answered back just before the 30th minute. No real reaction because he knew he had a long game ahead of him. Yuval Belli went 2-1 up off the post. The rebound fell nicely. You take those all day long. Yuval Belli then, with 20 minutes left to go, went 3-1 up. The game looked done. The game looked over. Never count out Giovi. Have a look at this. R9 Ronaldo's got a head of titanium. I don't know how he's managed to loop that over the goalkeeper. I mean, Yuval Belli's expression says it perfectly. Last couple of minutes, R9 Ronaldo bangs it into the bottom left corner. Giovi erupts, 3-3. We're going into extra time. Incredible scenes here in losers round 3. Brandon, take it away.
Much, Richard. Yes, here we go. Let's not hang around. Let's jump into this live where there has just been a goal, and he's fallen the way of the Israeli Yuval Belli. Another name that emerged onto the scene late last year. We'll catch the goal now, Ryan, as we just missed it. Pele scored the goal. It was Bale into R9. A little ball roll, forced on the bounce back. Pele not missing from there. Just before half-time and extra time, it swings back the way of Yuval Belli.
Oh, it's an important goal, especially because we saw he's given up a 3-1 lead in the last 20 minutes of the second leg to go into extra time. So that's a very important goal for him. But can we talk about that header from R9 Ronaldo, by the way, from Giovi? That is incredible for it to loft over the goalkeeper from... He's barely in the box, as we see potentially a last attack.
Building. He's the only Italian in this tournament. Had a good running in the East Serie A that just concluded just a few weeks ago. Playing for Sampdoria. It's Thiago. Into R9. Half-time and extra time. There is still time to play in this one, Ryan, but Giovi will be back to the drawing board again. What an even game this has been, by the way. 11 shots to 10. It's been full of goals and, I mean, full of chances.
Oh, it looks outstanding. You see the shots between the two, the XG, the goals, of course. which is the most important thing, possession between the two. It's an even game. It's an even game, and I wouldn't be shocked if we see another goal in this second half of extra time for either of these players.
This is another one of those big games. Winner will go through to play Denny 10, 29 years of age, the oldest player in this tournament from Germany, representing FC Heidenheim, looking to put the wrongs of yesterday right today, to book a spot in the Champions League final. It's Diogo, wins it back nicely with Mane. Defensively sound just for so long though. Thiago back to Ruud Gullit, building. Is the Italian into R9, what's the block?
Wow, I thought that was it. I thought Juve was going to pay for giving away possession so easily, but he's in.
He can conclude it. He can remain calm, Ryan. He could end this game now. Gullit, R9, it's a give. Surely he's offside. Just offside was R9 there. If that fell to Bale and he was onside, I think you could say that's all she wrote.
Yep, we would have seen that hit the back of the net for sure there. But those were incredible chances for Giovi. I felt as if maybe could have shot to the other side of the goal. There was goalkeeper movement, though, in fairness, from Juve to nullify or to narrow down the angle at the near post. But the shot went to the far post, but a great block there from Juve to stop the equaliser.
Has to keep bouncing numbers forward, does Giovi. Look at the numbers, look at the orange shirts. Gift or not, Marquinhos once, twice. Didn't back in there for a split second, did he, Sadio Mane? Didn't think he would have the pace or the acceleration to get away from the defender. Last 3 minutes, Bale looking for some sort of option in the box. R9's there, queuing up. A couple of ball rolls. Is there a way through for the Italian? No, there isn't. Again, it's defensively sounds from the PSG defender. And really, this is in Juve's hands to see out. Added time to follow. There is no need to go forward again. He's lost possession carelessly. R9.
Oh, referee.
Would have been through. He's pulled it back for a free kick, and in the nicest way, he's just killed the game completely for Giovi, or has he? Is he going to play one more chance? This would be an incredible ending to this loser-round free game. Bale on his own finds R9, fake shot again. Marquinhos deserves a medal. He's been superb. Israel might be on their way to have two players in the eChampions League final. Wow.
What an ending to that game. I thought that Giovi was going to get the equaliser, but Juve done just enough. And he seals himself into the all-important game later on today.
Yeah, what a result in the end. But there was a split second. The referee ruined it there, didn't he? The ball was through to R9.
I don't know if it was too heavy or not, but again, I'd have rather have seen that maybe potentially go through. He could have scored a goal, but yeah, it wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Another game concluded there, and I mean, plenty of action has been up for grabs here. I believe we're going to head down to our very own Richard Buckley to keep us up to date with one of the last games to conclude in that losers round 3.
Yeah, absolutely, Brandon. The final game between Henning and Michael Fischer was taking place. It was a bit of a cracker as well, because Michael Fischer has done something incredible. Scotland, stand up. London United, stand up. We went into the second leg where Michael was leading. Henning did get a goal back, and we went into this game 2-2, and then Michael Fischer just turned it on. Beautiful little cutback, makes it look really simple. That was him leading 3-2, and in the final dying embers of the game, Michael concluded the tie, 4-2. Incredible scenes from the young Scot, deserved of his place in this pivotal final matchup right now. I cannot wait to see it. We'll be joining him live on the main stage very shortly indeed. We're getting towards the real crunch time of the day. Rachel, Kyle, Mike, what's been happening?
Well, crunch time is nearly upon us. Thanks for that, Richard. Yeah, Michael Fischer, I mean, take a bow. He's nearly done it, hasn't he? We didn't really expect that from the Scotsman here. Only his second ever LAN event. We saw him playing for Southampton in the EPL a couple of weeks ago. 2v2, remember, so this is a whole different board game. And what's going to surprise me about him is he's actually openly said on social media he's not really sure this game is working for him at the moment, and possibly the wrong decision in his career to take take up FIFA. I mean, right now, I think he'll be thinking the best decision in his career to become a pro FIFA player, Mike.
It's definitely working for him today. He looks like a new man as well. If you're looking from day one, coming into day two, the results that he's got. He also disrupted your favorite with Peixoto, got the job done. Excuse me, and also took down, as you saw right there, in a second matchup. And it's been kind of remarkable, and that's what it's all about, these fairy tale stories.
I mean, yeah, Kyle, let's have a look at Michael while we're on the case of him. Okay, I've got a few of the names he's defeated here. I mean, they're on the screen as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, Peixoto, then Henning now sets himself up against Norm Feldman in that qualification matchup. Very, very interesting for him. Can he make it through to May 27th? Having a look, though, below, look at this matchup. Denny, who we saw yesterday, obviously 4 players in the next matchups. They did drop down from yesterday. He takes on Nom Yuval. We've just seen the highlights from that game just there. And those two players from Israel, they could be making their way back to this stage on May 27th.
And if we're looking at these money matches as we continue down, we had Sanchez, who we haven't seen in action today, of course, and he's going up against maybe the most off-the-radar or underrated player in terms of the competition with Snakes. I didn't hear anybody talking about him from the competitors, behind the scenes, in the green room. It's kind of been the surprise choice, and he's got upset on upset on upset. Just beat Maestro. Probably couldn't be more confident. And then maybe the pristine matchup, if you're looking at 2 names, when you got Optole going up against, of course, Badano, who we expect to push through.
I mean, talking of Snakes, the only person he lost to was Nicholas. And Nicholas went through, obviously, yesterday, so it shows the class that he's actually tried to come through, hasn't it? So then he won against Bashwai, then Diogo, and then Maestro, of course. So some great names there. Of course, only 8 left, 4 spots. Obviously, 4 have already gone through. So again, we're going to say goodbye to 4 players and see 4 move on, and we're going to do it individually now, which makes it even more exciting. So all the players will be coming out here one at a time and playing on our main stage. Guys, I'm going to obviously ask you, which one are you most excited for? Obviously, Feldman, Michael, then Denny Yuval, David Sanchez, Snakes, then Matthias Bonanno, Optole. There's 4 absolute classics there. Mike, I'm coming to you first.
I think we're going to agree on the matchup. All right,
I can't pick the same one.
All right, well, then I get to go first. I'm going to take this opportunity. Optole and Bonanno, that's the matchup for me. You got the hometown kid, and then everybody kind of expects Bonanno to go through. We just had that Argentinian matchup yesterday for the qualification, and I feel this is kind of the most stressful games, all of these, because you either battled your way to this point or you were in an upper bracket position and then you dropped down.
Optole's got a long wait, though. Anyway, Kyle, your thoughts on the matchups? You kind of, Mike's just nicked it, but
you gave me the opportunity.
I mean, you let him go first. I'm going to say London United's Michael Fisher. I mean, what a performance he could have this weekend if he does manage to get to May 27th. I mean, even up to this point, people probably would have said, would he get there? Probably not. Maybe an underdog. He is here. He's got the opportunity to qualify. He's had to do it the hard way on day number 2. So I'm looking at that matchup. I'm looking at him in particular. If he can go through, I think that will be massive, not just for the competition, but for his entire career.
Yeah, totally. For anyone in their career, going through to the top 8 is massive. But we actually managed to catch up with our top 4 players already qualified. Let's hear what they had to say.
My name is Umut. I am Nicolas 99FC.
My name is Tex.
Predator FIFA.
And yeah, I'm in the top 8 of the eChampions.
Predator FIFA's off his feet. The smiles continue in Germany.
Crazy feeling to be in the top 8. It's such an unbelievable tournament.
Incredible feeling now to earn what you deserve.
And I worked so hard for this moment, and now I'm here.
I'm so happy because I show again what they can do.
Yeah, I'm buzzing. It's the first tournament in 2.5 years where I could feel successful at. And now we've got to move on to the finals. I'm happy, but the job's not done. The focus was on the next stage. As a top 4 matchup, I'll take Predator FIFA.
He's one of the best in Germany.
Yeah, Tex is a brilliant player. He isn't the GOAT, the Sari is the GOAT, but he's also like the place 2 GOAT.
I think, all in all, my game style is better than his.
The only person I look in FIFA is myself. It doesn't matter who the opponent is.
I wasn't playing really good in qualifiers, but here at LAN I think it's really different. It's old Nicolas, like always.
My coach will prepare stuff on Nicolas' gameplay, so we will look at what makes Nicolas so special.
Nicolas is back.
I'm back, man. I'm back.
Be happy, have fun, and then it's gonna work. I hope so.
Well, smiles all round for our top 4 who qualified yesterday. Like we just mentioned, we have 4 more matchups, 8 players, only 4 spots. 4 are going to be smiling, 4 are going to be walking off this stage, not the happiest after day 2. But it's now or never for our next pairing who are about to walk onto the big stage, as we're calling it, behind us. This is where it all comes down to this. It's Veltman taking on Michael Fisher.
Well, looking at the man who is walking up the stairs, making his way across, giving us a little wave as well. I was having a quick look at his Twitter just when you were talking, Rachel. He said he was very disappointed with his FGS3 performance. Well, this is a chance for him to do one better, and can he do it? There's only one man that can stop him.
As you see Feldman approaching, that is that one man. We've seen him on stage once before, and if we were to review that matchup, it was against Tex. He, of course, lost against Tex, but he's given Tex the most competitive matchup, and he looked confident, he looked comfortable on stage, even though he lost that earlier matchup from yesterday, and I'm sure he's been itching to get on stage or to get some more playtime. Remember, he's been sitting. He is coming into this with some cold hands.
Well, this matchup is for a spot in those finals in a month's time. Only 1 space available, 2 players vying for it. Veltman's taking on Michael after the break.
Welcome back to the eChampions League knockout stages. It's a big one. You join in the commentary booth. Losers bracket round 4 by myself, Richard Buckley, and Ryan Pessoa. I've come down off the stage floor where we're getting a little bit heated, a little bit tense, and I'm up here in the safety of the commentary booth, out the way. I'm not getting in any arguments down on the stage. It's a pleasure for you to be joining us right now, because we're going to be finding out if the eChampions League campaign continues for 4 more players. Unfortunately for 4, they will be crashing out of the tournament. Ryan, huge game, a lot on the line.
Yep.
Talk to me firstly about the 2 competitors down there on the stage, Roy Feldman and also Michael Fisher.
Yep, Roy Feldman, of course, has been a great player for years now. He's one of the players coming into this tournament was, for me, one of my favourites to reach the top 8. Michael Fisher, of course, started off the season incredibly well in the first qualifier in Europe West, coming number 2. And ever since then, I'd say his form hasn't been at the standard as he came into it. And he has said himself he wants to get back to that level. What better way to do so in this game?
The stage is yours.
Exactly.
It really is. One of these 2 players will be guaranteeing their spot at the eChampions League Grand Final, the 27th of May, just in a month's time. Will it be Nom Esports Roy Feldman or London United's Michael Fisher? A huge moment for these 2's individual FIFA esports career. We were just talking a little bit about Scotland as a FIFA nation as well. There's some real good talent coming out of Scotland at the moment. You're looking at Mark Marley, Robbie, his teammate at London United, Jaden, who made World Cup last year, and Michael down on the stage now.
Yeah, you've got incredible talent. They've developed a lot over the years, I'd say. 100%. They've shown the level they've required to compete at the highest level. And you can say the same for Israel. The competitors they've had, especially, I'd say the last 2 years, they've come into it. You've got Yuval Belli, we've just seen him defeat Giovi. You've got Nisat, you've got Roy Feldman. They're incredible as we see a chance already.
Potentially early start there, Roy Feldman in the opening 3 minutes, looking to break the deadlock nice and early here, straight down the throat of Edwin van der Sar. I think pressure is going to be a huge factor at the moment. To my knowledge, I don't think either of these 2 have played on the stage.
Yeah, this is their first game.
For the last 2 days.
Oh, no.
Oh, Roy Feldman.
Yeah,
so maybe
Tex.
a slight advantage there.
Yeah.
Michael's not been up here.
No, he hasn't. I think it's key to mention that game up against Tex for Roy Feldman. He had chances.
He did.
Tex, of course, in the end deserved to go through, but Schmeichel made some incredible saves. Was he a chance?
Early chance again there for Michael Fisher. End to end, we've only played 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And both players got in good opportunities to potentially find a shot or look for a cutback. I like the way that this is going, the end-to-end ebb and flow of the game. Just continuing on your point there, talking about the pressure, it is a completely different environment playing down on the stage compared to in the players' area. When you're backstage, you've got a camera on you if you're not playing in one of the highlight match stations.
I think it's an important thing to mention. Not just playing on stage, but some of these players, for Michael, it's his first event in person. So he's playing up against your opponents in front of you.
A chance for Michael Fisher. He does not care about the pressure. Opens up the scoreline. 1-0 for the Scots here.
Wow. It could have been a goal from Roy on the other end, but Michael Fisher makes it count. The first time shot from Pele into the corner past Van der Sar, but Roy Feldman had a chance on the wing there. An offside trap from Michael Fisher, timed poorly. And instead of doing a driven cross, he done a driven pass, didn't get the elevation or the power behind it, and it was an easy catch for the keeper.
I even think it's a regular cross.
Yeah, either one would have
power it up and it'll just.
Either one could have led to a chance, but I think he would look back at it as a mistake, but he'll take positives as a finesse could line up. I thought it had the power and the elevation, but Van der Sar catches it from the air very easily, in fact.
Even though he's 1-0 down at the moment, Roy Feldman, he's created a couple of good chances. The finesse shot there, you green that. You might be looking at a higher percentage chance of scoring, but also the chance out wide from the mistake from Michael. Starting to build his way into the game. However, the more deadly of the 2 players at the moment has certainly been London United's Michael Fisher, as Pele looks to play through the lines there. Ruud Gullit now picks it up into Marcus Llorente, the 2 centre midfielders linking together, trying to penetrate this Feldman defence. Riyad Mahrez, got a wand of a left foot. Goes out wide, and he's just keeping possession at the moment here. Is Michael, tries to play that driven pass through the lines, couldn't quite execute.
He couldn't, but he's very calm and composed. I believe he's playing the narrow formation, the 4-1-2-1-2 second variation for London United's Michael Fisher. He played that in the first tournament this year. One of the only players, he sort of brought that into the limelight with the way he played it and the tactical setup. As we see potentially a chance here, played across, but a key interception from Marquinhos. But I spoke briefly at the start, Richard, on Michael Fisher, and saying how, with his tweets anyway, you can see on social media, he hasn't been playing at the level that he would hold himself to, especially from the start, with the blistering start he had this year.
Look, he's just not been enjoying it.
Yeah.
And if you're not enjoying it, typically, like anything in life, you're not going to perform to the level that you expected of yourself. Right here, he must be enjoying
clearly
his FIFA, because he's 1-0 up in a losers bracket round 4 matchup, which if you win guarantees a place at the eChampions League final. Chance for Roy Feldman. Sadio Mane just looking to get inside, toe poked it towards that near post. Van der Sar got down well, but a poor play of possession from Michael. Gives the ball straight back to the Israeli. Arnhem Ronaldo into Sadio Mane. He can be dangerous, doesn't have the 5-star skills that maybe he'd want in that area. This man certainly does. Heel to heel. Arnhem! Simple for Feldman.
Oh, it's disgusting, Richard, I'll be honest. The skill moves, even the extra heel to heel to anticipate a potential block there. And the shot fired in from Arnhem Ronaldo. Who else for Roy Feldman to bring him back into the game? But it's outrageous attacking sequences and passes. First-time passes, the right skill moves, the right shot choice at the right angle, and it gives him a great goal as well to get back into it.
And needed as well, because he had a couple of half chances that didn't really have any sort of authority behind them.
I think it stemmed from the loss of possession.
I was just about to say, the only reason Feldman scored is because Michael gave away the ball in a unforced error.
Yeah, 100%. We've been seeing that today in the previous games as well. I feel as if that's a natural thing that happens. Coping with nerves when the game, when it has this level of importance, isn't easy. It might seem at home. It's easy for us to say over here, especially as a competitor myself, to be like, oh, that pass shouldn't have been played. You could have taken time, turned this way or that way. But when you're playing at that given moment, it's not easy.
Well, it's also the pace of the game. And I think that's one thing that people don't really realise, like when you're watching, when you're commentating. But it took me probably a couple of years to figure it out, and it was only playing sort of against pros where I realised how quick the game's actually played.
Yeah.
You're probably looking 2-3 steps ahead.
Yeah, 100%.
You're thinking about the player switches. You look, even now with sort of the creative runs that you can make off the ball, the player looks, you have to be managing 3 or 4 different things. When I play FIFA, I'm playing Division Rivals or FUT Champions, there's only one thing happening at a time.
Yeah.
I might have to mark an extra pass and maybe a bit of second man press.
So
You're doing 5 or 6.
Yeah.
These 2 players here.
I'd say for Roy Feldman, as you say, 2 or 3 steps ahead. He's already looking for the extra pass. The ball's with Mane on the wing towards the byline. He's just looking at Arnhem Ronaldo, waiting for him to get into a position to play that perfect pass across, which led to the goal for him to score. We go 1 apiece into half-time. Michael Fisher, I'd say, started off brightly, gave away a few chances, and for Roy Feldman, he'll be delighted to get back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go into half-time. Level pegging at the moment. Probably the statistics slightly in favour of Roy Feldman. I think it's probably a little bit higher XG going into half-time. You can see that beautiful shot there of both sides of the table.
See Roy Feldman coming into this, Richard. He's been waiting for his opponent. He lost, of course, yesterday to Tex in the winners bracket, the game to make the final 8. So it's a heart-wrenching loss. So he's been sitting, waiting, anticipating for his opponent. But for Michael Fisher, he lost earlier on, so he's, of course, had to play a couple games in a row. He's warmed up. He's got a few wins, important wins as well.
And those wins in particular, Peixoto 4-3 victory, massive result for him. He then went on to beat Henning 4-2. On the other side of it, we were talking about that Tex result. He might feel a little bit hard done by Roy Feldman. I know, obviously, I think you were casting that game, and there was opportunities there for Feldman to score. Schmeichel pulled out a absurd save.
Yeah, there was that one save. I remember speaking to Tex yesterday about it. When it went across goal, he basically put his controller down. He thought it's a goal, but Schmeichel done the job. And I spoke to Dex, even before that, saying, why Schmeichel? Surely use Van der Sar, but then for the stature, he's taller, maybe can deal with finesse shots a little bit better. But there's a reason why, as I say, he's here performing at this level and ultimately deserved the victory. But for Roy Feldman, you can take positives from some losses, and that's one of them. You can either take a positive in the sense that you played so well, but then some players might take it as a negative, thinking that was their big chance.
Chance here for Roy Feldman. Beautiful play in around the box. One-touch football, and then R9 Ronaldo. Even, I think there was a bit of movement there to the near post. He still rifled it in past Edwin van der Sar. Feldman 2-1 up, and now we're on the clock, just about.
I felt as if that chance was potentially played quicker than I anticipated. I felt as if Roy Feldman could have made an extra pass, but I think Michael Fisher stepped out slightly there for him to play the pass inwards. Moved the goalkeeper the correct way, in fairness to him, to try and nullify that, so that's great from Michael. But whenever R9 seems to touch the ball for Roy Feldman, it's dangerous. Like, it feels as if he's going to score every time.
And do you feel as though you have, like, affinities to in-game items? Like, if you remember sort of Ronaldinho and Tex,
yeah,
he's always got to be involved in the team. Sam Brewster at ePrem, Eric Cantona.
Yeah.
He said he didn't even like him. He scored all the goals for him in that tournament. And it certainly seems there's a connection at the moment between Feldman and R9 Ronaldo. So whenever the ball goes into him, that's where the flair's coming out.
Yeah, exactly. Even things like Nicholas yesterday in midfield, some players opt to use pull it, they opt to use Croak, but he was using Renato Sanchez as a chance, breaks through again.
Hele, big opportunity, down well to it, the rebound falls nicely. It's ugly, but he will not care one bit.
Oh, it's a shocking mistake there again, I think, from Michael. I'd love to see the replay. I'm not sure if it was a pass, an attempted pass, or if it just bounced off of the defender. If it bounced off the defender, there's absolutely nothing he can do about that. But if it's a pass...
Here we go, this is it,
right? We see it here. Pele takes a shot, a save. No, there's nothing he can do. It's horrible. It's a horrible way to concede for Michael there. Fortune favours Roy Feldman.
Can there be an argument for you make your own luck?
Of course.
Getting into those opportunities?
Yeah, you could say that, but again, as a competitor, it's really difficult to swallow. Yeah, it's really hard to swallow those goals when you concede. But again, on the other side of it, you're delighted. If that's me and I've conceded it, I'm going to celebrate that just as if I've scored a perfectly great goal. Goal of the day. Goal of the day. I'll be standing up, celebrating, screaming, but you got to do what you got to do.
I want to talk to you about celebration as well. The players sort of take a few seconds. Because we've seen a whole different range of celebrations.
Yeah.
Ajax Danny springs to mind. Loud, boisterous, almost, getting up. And then you've got other players. Is it almost even more frightening if someone scores an outrageous goal and just silent?
It's like, yeah, 100%. As we say, Nicholas, he did let out a little bit of a roar yesterday, but typically he's scoring 3. He scores an important goal.
It's just silence.
You see a couple blinks, sip of the drink. Yeah. And he moves on, so it makes you think, all right, what's coming next then if he's not going to react to this?
With Tex.
Yeah, exactly.
Typically, unless it's sort of a really big goal late in a game or a goal that he really thinks is beautiful, or to wrap up a match.
Yeah. But this game's turned on his head, and for Michael, he's got the ability, he's got I'd say the confidence coming into it, because he's just won 2 important games in a row, so he can do it. If there's somebody that can back himself, he's...
This could be it. Oh, it's going to bounce for him, is it? Just out of play. Looked like an offside trap was played there from Roy Feldman. Slightly fortunate to get away with that one. João Cancelo here picking up the ball, fires it into the box. R9 Ronaldo stands up his man. It's Ruud Gullit defending. Ball roll, scoop turn, left-footed strike. Cancel can't quite find his way through.
Couldn't find the space there, but it's a bright sequence there in attack. The skill moves, the shot cancel combinations, giving him that confidence going forward, knowing that he could potentially break down Roy Feldman. But it'd be interesting to see, is there going to be maybe a tactical change from Roy? He always uses the 4-4-2. You can see the way it's set up here. Is he going to keep possession and just wait? There's no need to go forward. No need.
No, there's really not. You're in a beautiful position if you are Roy Feldman at the moment. Constant switches of play, constant recycling of the ball as he looks to come forward here and potentially seal the game off. Little ball dinked into Riyad Mahrez. He gets it then back off Pele. Looking for the Brazilian. Can't quite slot the pass through the gap. Do you feel as though Michael Fisher will feel a little bit even more hard done by because he's not played bad? It's just been probably 3 moments, sort of the attacking brilliance of Roy Feldman, but he's not had a bad game. He could have a chance here with Pele just offside as we'll go into this pause.
Yeah, I'd say it's two ways to look at it. It depends on the mindset he has coming into it. There's ones where you're unlucky in a game, you're 3-1 down, you felt as if the game has sort of gone against you in some elements, but then if you look at it one way, you could be upset with that, but then you could take confidence going into it thinking, I'm not playing bad. I can get back into this.
You can see both the changes being made there on the side of Roy Feldman on the left and Michael Fisher on the right. A couple of instruction and tactical changes. It was a personnel change for Michael Fisher, what looked to be Gareth Bale coming on, as we see live shots there of Roy Feldman. He's got to be happy.
Yeah, delighted he has to be, because 3-1 up.
Wait, what
remember, yeah, exactly. He's turned this game on its head, considering the start he did have. But there's still a very, very long way to go for him to feel in control. A 2-goal lead, I always say, is one of the most dangerous. As cliche as that is, it's because you concede and then you might go in with a mindset of maybe I'm going to shut up shop, defend a bit more. You concede, that game plan goes out the window. What do you do next?
You're going to tell me it's a game of two halves as well?
It's a game of two halves, yeah. Whoever scores next wins.
Well, here we go. 12 minutes left to play here. Andy Robertson looks to have made an appearance there for Feldman, is it? At left back. Pele, strike from outside the box, shows the confidence that he's playing with, taking a shot on like that.
Yeah, it's a bit of an obscure choice there. I felt as if there wasn't really a shot on. There was no gap. There was no gap. There was no perfect angle. He just snapped at it with Pele. He didn't even get any elevation on it. But the ball is in Michael Fisher's control. It's down to him now. He's going to opt for a last attack. I don't think he should. I think he should maybe play a little bit more here. I think potentially a gap could open up.
Well, you're probably looking 85 plus to play for that last attack, unless it's like 2-2 last kick of the game.
Yeah.
And you're playing 90th minute. Could be a chance here for Michael Fisher as he comes forward. The ball rebounds off Marquinhos, and you know exactly where this is going. Switch of play. I'm waiting for it.
Everybody gets a touch here, just playing it in his defence. Michael Fisher, he's not going to press forward. He's not going to put too many bodies forward. He's going to obviously try and press with the strikers, but
3-1 is doable.
Yeah,
4-1
100%. Yeah, exactly. You'd rather just see this game out with the 2-goal deficit rather than a 3. Obviously, it goes without saying. It's going to be an even bigger mountain to climb if he concedes in the dying embers of this game.
As we wind down here for leg number 1, Michael Fisher took the lead early on. However, Roy Feldman was electric in the final third. 3 goals in a flash put him in a very promising position here in the losers bracket round 4 matchup. Make sure you do not go anywhere here at the eChampions League, because that man on your screen, Roy Feldman, is 15 minutes away from an eChampions League grand final. Welcome back to the eChampions League knockout stages here. We're in a pivotal losers round 4 matchup. If you are just joining us and you want to know what does that mean, very simple. You win this game of FIFA, you will progress to the eChampions League Grand Finals. You're joined in the commentary booth by myself, Richard Buckley, and Manchester City's very own Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, you've been there, you've done it, you've walked the walk. You know what it feels like to be on that stage right now? Well, not that stage.
No.
But a stage similar.
Yeah.
What are you... Talk to me about both of their positions as we jump into this game now. If you're Michael Fisher, what you got to do? Would you prefer to be Michael Fisher because you've got a very simple game plan?
That's the thing. It might sound silly to say this. Some people do prefer to be in a losing position because they know, as you said, what they need to do. They have to score. They need to go forward. When you're in a position where you're trying to hold a lead, do you opt to go more defensive? Do you try and keep playing the same way? It's very difficult. But for me, of course, rather being in the lead is very important. You're the one in control. Your opponent has to chase you. The old me would have said chase leads because I loved scoring goals.
The new you.
The new me, oh my goodness, give me that. We're heading it back to the goalkeeper. 85% possession, no problem. I'll be keeping the possession. But again, I wouldn't think either player needs to make any drastic changes this early on.
Well, we are underway here. Second leg of action, 3-1. Roy Feldman does lead. He'll be the player kicking in the white strip from right to left. And in the navy blue is Michael Fisher. Two esports organisations looking to get their presence in the eChampions League Grand Final. London United, who have done a great job with the signings that they've picked up. Relatively new onto the scene, but making a splash, certainly. Chance here for Michael Fisher. Inside the box, finds its way to Pele, turns back. Extra pass, Riyad Mahrez just offside.
Oh, the dribbling there was incredible. I felt as if there was going to be a pass across goal there for him to make the most of it, but of course it was offside. Bright start. You have to take positives when they do come your way for Michael Fisher. But for Roy Feldman now, he'll be delighted that that pass was offside, of course, but I really do wonder how he's going to play out this game, especially in the first half. I think for his sake anyway.
You've got to keep on doing what you... If it's me, if I'm the coach down there with, what, 5 years of watching FIFA at this level, I don't say try and keep possession because I think it's dangerous.
Yeah.
I think you just keep on going for it. Like, a 4-5 goal swing is very doable.
100%. We know what it's like in games of FIFA.
How many times have we seen people come back today?
Yeah, exactly. All it takes is just, we always speak about the element of luck. Just one little thing to fall your way.
And that Diogo game.
Yeah, exactly.
You're 4-1 down.
Turn it around.
Scores 3 goals in 28 minutes, and now he's 4-4. He unfortunately lost on a penalty shootout to Fnatic fans, but it can so quickly turn. The tides of the game can sweep you away if you're not switched on, if you're not focused. Chance here for Michael Fisher. Mane inside the box. Beautiful pass. R9. Extra pass. Is he slightly overplaying?
Oh, I don't know there. I feel like he done the right thing. He deserved the goal, but the players were in position. There wasn't an offside trap for Roy Feldman as he's just standing still in possession there. The Lacroqueta pass cancelled perfectly. I think he done everything right. It's hard to criticise the extra pass because it's what you need to do this year, and I felt as if there wasn't a shot option there. Even the extra pass, that there were players right in front of him anyway to block the ball.
It was well defended.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he was not erratic in pulling players out of position and letting that extra pass lead to a goal. As you see, just very calm, keeping it around the back. Everyone's getting the touches in. The heat map will be extraordinary to look at. It's just going to be one big line across the back four. But he did all his work in the first leg.
Yep, it's true. And again, for Michael, I wouldn't even turn on team press or anything here. I would keep...
Wait for a mistake?
100%. There's going to be an option sooner or later where a pass will go astray, and that's when you need to make the most of possession in that situation for Michael Fisher.
Well, let's come forward here, does Feldman. Kyle Walker. Back to Marquinhos, just as I said that, the ball gets recycled from right to left. And it is a start for Robertson. I thought he came off the bench, but he did start. It was Alex Telles who was brought on fresh for Michael Fisher in the last game. Lots of options at full-back, really, especially when we consider the group stages. It was Renard Lodi getting the job at left-back.
I think this is, as a player anyway, this is hard to play against because you...
Is it demoralising?
No, a little bit. I'd say it motivates me even more because I think to myself, if I get that ball and I score, good luck, because if I get another one, I'm screaming. And he's giving away possession there after keeping it for almost 10 minutes, I'd say.
it's quite sort of fortunate that you're here, because I want to talk about one of the best comebacks that I've seen. It was you against Black Arrow a couple of years ago. How did he play when he was lead? Was he 5-1 up?
It was 4-0 after the first
4-0.
leg, and I'll be honest, it's one of those games where easily could have been 6 or 7 or 8, in fairness to him.
Was he looking to keep possession though? We'll get that story very shortly indeed. Sadio Mane, heel to heel, looking for Riyad Mahrez, doesn't quite fall to him.
But yeah, following on, he went to keep possession, and I feel as if some players are suited to that and some aren't, and he wasn't a player that was suited to that. So I sort of felt as if
it's there for the taking.
Yeah, because it wasn't something that's natural to him. And yes, comebacks are very frequent. You can score a lot of goals in a quick space of time in FIFA. But for Feldman now, coming towards the end of the first half, he's going to keep possession potentially for a last attack. But for Michael, going into the second half, now you have to change something. I'd go press after possession loss, or press on heavy touch, or maybe up my depth a little bit more, contribute another midfielder to the attack. Nothing too crazy, maybe 75th, then constant pressure. But I'd say for Michael, again, there's still a lot to play for. He's still got potentially another half, plus these last minutes of the first half to get the 2-goal deficit back, to equalise, give himself hope going into the last stages of this game.
I would absolutely love, I think at half-time, to see the possession start.
Okay, what do you think it is?
Prediction, I think he's got 82% in this first half.
I'm going to say 89. I'm going, if it's 89 here, we're talking about records being broken, surely, in FIFA standards. Like, it's remarkable, but...
You said he's just not pressing him.
No, he's not
letting him do it.
He's not pressing him, I get it, because like, for viewers, they're probably wondering, oh, this is awful, but you have to it has to be done.
Yeah, you have to go for it, and we're going to see those stats very shortly indeed. 3-1. If you were a little bit late after the break, and you're only just joining us now, well, I can tell you've not missed much. Roy Feldman keeping the ball.
Is that it?
Only 67%. We've just seen it. I thought it'd be more than that. I'll be honest with you. Look at that pass accuracy, by the way. 98%.
Wow, he's got 4 times his passes as well.
127 passes.
67%. That's really... I really thought it was much higher than that. I can't even remember...
Well, it started...
Yeah, Michael Fisher had a few opportunities, but again, there wasn't too much possession, especially... I think we're just remembering the latter stages of that first half. But for Michael now, I think he has to press a bit higher, because you want to make it uncomfortable for Roy. There hasn't been too much. But again, I think I would have played it the same way. I wouldn't have rushed. I wouldn't have brought anyone out of position.
I mean, Roy Feldman's 45 minutes away from an eChampions League Grand Final.
Yeah.
And the second leg has to get nasty. Michael Fisher has to make this an ugly game of FIFA. He has to press, even give fouls away.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was, but someone was telling me, a professional FIFA player, that said, giving away a foul is actually sometimes clever, because how the team then shape up from the free kick.
Yeah.
If they play short, you can instantly get into them. You just need to do something. You just need to make it a different game.
Yep, and I think for Michael now, that's what he has to do. He has to push a few more bodies forward. Maybe that's going to kick in a few moments' time after what was the half-time break. You can see he's starting to press a little bit higher with his strikers and forcing it. But again, you can see the stamina bars for his players. They're not tight. They haven't done any. I'll be honest. I'm flicking on team press right now. I'm going just to squeeze them a little bit higher.
Like, if this is me, and obviously I'm not a professional player at all, so correct me if you think differently. I'd be rattled.
Oh
right
yeah.
Now.
Oh, absolutely. Especially sitting. That's what I'm saying. This is hot. Some people can do this at home, but Roy Feldman's doing this in person. I'll be I'll be standing up, staring over, looking at him when he's switching the play, because again, it's.
Yeah, but he's gonna be going to the Champions League Grand Final.
Of course, it's stakes. It depends on the situation you're in. For Michael, it's awful to play against, but for Roy Feldman and Roy Feldman fans, non-esport fans, it's great for that. Like it's one.
Now you've got to go. As soon as that ball comes back to the goalkeeper, get those players up. I would have been flicking on team press right there.
Yes. What's going on? Like signaling to Michael, like, come on, let's push a few more bodies forward. We've got 35 minutes left. Plus added time. He's going to blow the whistle straight on the 90 if there's nothing done here. It's a bit of a rondo session, a bit of passing at the back, getting the reps in.
Surprised Guardiola's not on the sidelines.
He'd be proud of this.
It goes forward. Does Feldman. Turns it around. No reason to go forward. No reason to try and put yourself in danger.
I just laugh.
I've seen a few games in FIFA like this in previous years. Oh. It's a chance. Just, you can't panic.
Yeah.
When you're not getting any of the ball, the instant reaction is to go forward. I'd like to see a couple passes there, 3-4 passes, get your feet under it and look to go forward.
It resets possession now, and he could just keep possession again for as long as he wants. He's created a pause. You're going to have to press him for the ball to go out.
Here we go.
There we go, a mistake.
This could be the chance that Michael Fisher needed. Marcus Llorente. Fired out wide to Riyad Mahrez. Did well to surround him.
Yeah. Closed him in, boxed him in. There wasn't really an option to go. Maybe you could have opted for the pass quicker into Llorente instead of trying to wait, but...
I'm going through the back with me to get my pause.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's pressing high now. He's pressing, he's got to. You've got to try and change formation as well to try and cut the angles off.
Chance. Oh, chance. R9. Oh, great save from Van der Sar.
This is it, making him uncomfortable. This is what he had to do. He tried to slide there to get the pause. So Roy Feldman can go forward. He's probably going to turn back here as there are no options going forward. I wonder what tactics these are to have this many people back, because no one's running forward. He's just keeping shape.
I mean, when you consider what he did in the first leg, it was completely... To show this two differing styles, for me, is very impressive.
Yeah.
It was a conversation floating on social media recently where it was saying pro players only play one style of FIFA. We've seen two completely different games here from Roy Feldman, which you've got to tip your hat to and say fair play. Like in the first leg, you were aggressive, you got your goals, you've got the lead, and we've just seen a possession masterclass. Because it is hard to do what he's doing, especially under pressure.
Yeah.
It's just making it look really easy.
It's not the greatest viewing experience, but again, we know what's up for grabs here. You're at a final in the final way of the eChampions League. The amount of prize money, the stature that comes along with just being in the top 8, let alone even having the chance to win it, is huge. And he knows this is a thing now, because he's kept possession for this long. For me, I've come this far. Why on earth am I going to try and push forward for an extra goal when I'm up by 2 in the last 15? There's no need.
That pause was cued on the 60th minute.
I wouldn't be shocked if it doesn't go out. You have to take him out.
Steps across.
For me, I'm kicking it out. You have to go team press here if he still has the cooldown on.
Do you think Roy Feldman maybe looking at that tight game against Tex yesterday?
I was about to
He's saying, it's not happening again.
Yeah.
I'm just not allowed to have your ball.
Yeah, because he, as we say, he got unlucky in elements of that game. Again, I felt as if Tex deserved the win, but for Roy Feldman, it
was winnable. It was there for him.
It was. If he had scored that chance, and he's thinking, all right, I was unlucky once, I'm not going to get unlucky again. Slide tackles from Roy. The pause is now in. 9 minutes to go. It's just a shake of the head there from Michael. I want to see a handshake after this. Surely not. I'm walking off stage.
All in sportsmanship. Game's the game.
Yeah, of course. You have to understand if the roles were reversed,
doing the exact same.
It'd be the exact same thing. So I do understand it, but we're going to see the depth has to be increased. Constant pressure, fast build-up, direct passing, get the players on. Fullbacks come off. Any players that can offer offensive ability. The likes of Gareth Bale. You've got Cristiano Ronaldo, of course, another option aerially to give you that different element. You've got Mo Salah.
Salah, Bale, Ronaldo.
It have to be the three that come on. It has to be. I'd think I'd go...
Bale at left back.
Yeah, and I think I would put Kyle Walker in centre back and take off. So it's difficult because there are a few options that you could choose, but...
Is Bale at left back potentially a... Let's put me into central midfield now. I was just going to say the left back, you get your full backs overlapping, getting into the box, and potentially a back post header, a back post cross. I mean, it's desperate.
Yeah, you have to, again, different elements. You've got the players that are nimble, quick on the ball, quick turning, more agile, better balance than Cristiano Ronaldo. But Ronaldo offers the aerial option where if a cross is swung into the box, he can win it.
A goal here for Michael would make it very, very interesting. You see how high that line is. Everybody's forward. It's do or die for the Scot. Ball through to Pele. That's going to be a pen.
Ref! Oh, referee. I need to see that again. Whether he got possession of the ball there from the tackle, maybe he touched the ball. But initially, I didn't see it.
Oh, ref. We've had a few dubious referee decisions.
We have.
I feel like it's me and you in the booth.
Yeah, honestly.
We attract it.
Again, I said this yesterday, close up for the ref, pull his mask off. It's got Nisat, his teammate there as the referee as he goes to the corner flag.
That was a chance.
That was it, that's it.
That's probably maybe even a red card.
I thought it was a penalty, but we have to see it again. This has to be a goal.
Opportunity here for Michael Fisher.
In.
Slides it into Ronaldo Nazario, straight down the goalkeeper's throat.
Wow, that was a chance there, and that is it for me. Game done and dusted.
Roy Feldman, seconds away from an eChampions League grand final. The Israeli, who was unfortunate yesterday against Tex, he's come in today against the hot Michael Fisher and put up a possession masterclass. Roy Feldman, eChampions League grand finalist number 5.
Wow. There's not much to be said. They kept possession across the 2 legs. It was hard for him to get back into the game for Michael. He just had to press earlier than he did, but yeah, there was nothing. We see the sportsmanship between the 2 players. I've got to give credit for Michael there because nothing to be said.
Well, you see, Roy Feldman jubilant in victory. 3-1 the final scoreline. All the goals came in the first leg of action. They left it late in the second leg. It was a very, very controversial non-penalty shout. I thought it was going to be a penalty. It seemingly went through the back of him. Referee waved it away. Possession was the key to victory for Roy Feldman, and unfortunately for Michael Fisher, his eChampions League journey does come to an end. What a journey it's been, though.
Yeah, fantastic. Again, he came through the loser bracket, played against fantastic players. Key to mention, he beat Pashota, who was, I'll be honest, one of the favourites coming into this. A lot of us had him down as a certainty to get to the last 8, so he's done that to defeat him, and then to come into this, the all-important game. Didn't go his way, but you can take positives from it. But for Roy Feldman, of course, congratulations to him. He'll be in the final 8.
Yeah, outstanding achievement, and now Kyle Walker is going to be joined by Roy Feldman down on the stage.
Thank you, Richard and Ryan. Yes, what an incredible performance. You will be going through to the finals May 27th. You let out a huge sigh as you walked over. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling really good because yesterday I had the chance against Tex. I lost 2-0 in a game that could have gone other way. But when I got the 2-goal leads right now, I thought to myself that there is no way that I'm going to give him a chance to go back, and I'm happy that I made the finals.
Backstage, we were calling it a masterclass on not giving your opponent a chance. Is that something you've worked on just to make sure that when you do go ahead, maybe like yesterday, you actually keep hold of that and don't let your opponent in?
I think that like 2 weeks ago, I had the same situation in the FGS qualifier. I had the lead by 2 goals, and I lost in the end. And me and my coach saw that Fisher didn't have any constant pressure tactics, so when he paused the game in order to make one, we just told to each other, no way I'm gonna give him the option to the ball go out and make changes, and that was the plan.
That was the plan. The plan worked, yeah. And you'll be back here May 27th. Congratulations, all right. I'm looking forward to seeing you on this very stage. Let's get across, though, to Mike LaBelle. He's got our MasterCard moment of the match.
Thank you so much, Kyle. And we're going to do something that's a little more unusual. We're going to revisit the Optole versus Cosmin matchup. And I don't know if I'm going to call this the pro panic, but it's one of those moments where we had something unexpected. And one of the most frequently asked questions you always receive, do pros panic? Do pros get nervous? Do you see it? Do they make mistakes sometimes? How do they react? And we do have one of those situations here where you get a bit of a favorable bounce. And then what you do with it from the position. And I think Optole was just slightly surprised. And we're going to have a fantastic reaction to it. You got an open goal, but he was already pushing the pass button a little bit ahead of himself, goes back to Pele. It works out for him. And his reaction kind of says it all, and we don't always have moments like this. And you see the freeze frames. He talked to the coach. Both of them had a bit of a shared reaction as well afterward. So there's emotion, there's relief, and then he's almost revisiting that moment. Thank goodness. And you just don't see that happen. You can't make that up. We thought we'd have some fun with it. I hope that it turns into a meme and that gets refreshed, reclipped, resurfaced for years to come. We'll see if maybe Rachel or Kyle can match that reaction.
Well, actually, Kyle can, but I don't think Optole is going to be your friend, Mike LaBelle, after freeze-framing those 2 frames on screen. He'll be walking out to have some words with you later, I'm sure. But let's just continue that conversation then, Kyle. Pressure. is obviously a factor when you're on this big stage, and it seemed like Cosmin came under a bit too much pressure, stress in the end, and just made some silly mistakes. Obviously, that's why we're not seeing him go through to the final 8 right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately that does happen when it is double elimination. When it gets to day 2, if that pressure does build, even when you've got the lead, well, as I've been speaking with Feldman, he said he's got those tactics in place because he's been in that position before. All about experience. If you've got that experience, it's not gone your way. How do you apply it in a couple of weeks' time, in a few weeks' time, when you're back in that position to ensure it never happens again? Unfortunately for Cosmin, he had that lead and then it was taken away from him because he made those mistakes. And we've got to give it up to Ollie as well, and actually say to him that congratulations, you've gone through because you have made your you've taken your time and you've actually put things in place.
Yeah, totally. And going back to the interview you just did with Feldman down there, it was great, wasn't it, to see how much work these competitors and their coaches put in behind the scenes. He said his coach knew exactly what Michael Fisher would do in that situation, and that just shows the level that these guys are operating at.
It does, indeed. And again, that comes with experience because the coach will have plenty of experience and the coach will be seeing little things that when you're in game you might not have even seen, and they can see some of the tactics and some of what the opposition's players are doing, or in Michael Fisher's case, not doing, and how you can combat that.
Well, I hope actually Michael Fisher has really enjoyed this competition this weekend, and I hope it's ignited his love for FIFA as well. But this is our next matchup. We have our second Israeli competitor, Yuval. He'll be watched, won't he, what Feldman just did there, and he'll be trying to be the second Israeli to book their spot in those finals. Let's just have a walk out there. Nom Yuval is up right away. He'll have watched what his friends, probably his teammate, has just done. I know they're really kind of a great tight-knit community over there. He's looking to book a spot.
He is indeed, and this man will be the one trying to stop it as he makes his way across the stage. Denny takes his seat knowing that he could possibly be back here on May 27th. Can he do it? Rachel, I'm looking forward to seeing.
Denny had a shot at it yesterday. It wasn't to be. He goes again today. He's taking on Yuval for a place in the final 8. We'll find out who gets it after the break.
Well, welcome back to the Champions League knockout stages here live from Stockholm in Sweden. We just saw 4 become 5 in terms of our eChampions League grand finalists that will come being back here next month later in May. Before that, we have to find 3 more names that will join us back for the finals next month. Myself, Brandon Smith and Jaime Alvarez will be guiding you through this game. It's another judgment game and it's another big game. We've got one of the oldest players in the tournament, Denny 10. He is the oldest player in the tournament. 29 years of age, been playing FIFA since FIFA 18, where we saw him in Barcelona. One of 8 German players looking to make their mark. But then for NOM Esports, Gravison, they could be 2 for 2.
That would be amazing, and obviously they will be knocking on the Masters Teams Cups because 2 out of 2 is actually amazing. But I'm impressed with Denny because I know this scene is getting younger and younger every single year, and obviously after these 2 online years, it's obviously accelerated the process. But I don't know, being 29 and playing this good and being just 1 step closer to the final of Champions League, to be honest, in my opinion, it's quite amazing because I'm 23 at the moment and I can feel like my brain getting slower each year. So, having the right attitude towards the game, and it's just amazing being this good at 29 years old.
Well, something that I want to talk about, we hold that thought for just a second, is the foot squads that we've seen used here in the eChampions League. For those that are at home, they might not understand how the format or the structure works of this tournament. You are allowed 3 icons outfield, not including your goalkeeper. But this is the team that's been built of the most popular foot items that have been in the team. If you had to connect the dots and to fill in the gaps, Gravison, what would be your eChampions League team? And maybe in a few words, why are these the most popular items that are chosen?
I think Kimpembe and Marquinhos are actually strong and quick, and obviously they link with one another. So I've been using Marquinhos for quite a lot of time. Also, I got to use the Team of the Year edition, and he is simply just the best defender at the game, in my opinion. Obviously, this version isn't as good as the Team of the Year, but he's just so good.
And here's all the other options, Gravison, that would be sort of like filling in the dots in this team. 3 players is all you're allowed. Fill me in that eChampions League team that you would have used if you were here in the finals today.
I would have used Ruud Gullit besides Marcos Llorente because I think that's the best option in the midfield. I would have used probably Mane at the left wing, and also I would have used Robertson because I think he's just really good at defending. And yesterday, 3 out of the 4 players who qualified were using Robertson, so I think just shows how good he is.
Absolutely. Well, it was interesting, actually. Denny 10 did give quite a lot of plaudits to Alex Telles back in the group stages, back in February. Will he feature in this team? I doubt he will, with just the road to the final. João Cancelo that's probably come out in the game as well. This is the loser bracket round 4, and this is another game that will qualify you to the eChampions League finals next month. That man on your screen, Nom Uvalbelli, was another one of these players that was discovered in the online era last year. Rowie Feldman, who we've sort of described as the staple name in Israel, that has been a motivator, I would say, for the likes of Yuval that have come through. Nisa, who was sitting behind Rowie in that last game. But now there's so many Israeli players. I've had the opportunity to commentate on them when they played against England in the E-Nation games, and they're incredibly good. From home, at land, we're now seeing for the first time in 2 years just how good Israel is as a FIFA nation.
Yeah, I think it's just out there as one of the top 10 nations maybe, because they've just showed that last year they've been consistently good. So I think they deserve the spotlight, and obviously Spain was not a good country from FIFA 16 to FIFA 19, and I think when Andoni, Joterra and myself started competing internationally, we pushed all of the other Spaniards to go forward. So obviously I think that's the same that Feldman did in Israel, and I just congratulations to him, and it's fun for me too, and I'm happy for him because he's been grinding the year for so long.
Chance early on, it's on, 9 minutes in for Denny 10. He might be the oldest player in the competition, but if anything, that's given him more experience of how he's been able to play this game since FIFA 18. He's had quite an interesting run. He beat Diogo Pacheco 6-2 in the upper round 1 yesterday in his first game. Then he beat Cosmin 2-1. He's already been in a game like this, Gravison, where he wasn't able to get it yesterday. Here's the goal that he did score. He made it look so easy. Ronaldinho into R10. As soon as the ball's into him, it's left foot, right foot. It's a guessing game to play. You just have to choose one way and hit the ball.
Yeah, and he did choose the right post. It was, but pretty much, I think if he would have shot to the back post, it would have been a goal as well. So good build-up from the 3-5-2 formation, and obviously a good start from Denny, because I think it's going to be a 3-5-2 mirror match. And we've been seeing how close the match is when we have a mirror formation 3-5-2. So let's see what Denny can do, because he's been playing well from the first 10 minutes of the game.
Perfect start for one of the only Germans left in this competition, looking to join Umit, Predator FIFA, in the eChampions League finals next month. What a start he's had. Just 8 minutes in, R9 off the mark.
I mean, we gotta talk about Germany, right? It just doesn't make sense how consistently good they are each year. It's amazing. I don't know if it's the Bundesliga, I don't know if it's the gameplay, but they're so good at the game. They're probably the best nation out there.
The reason, I think partly too, I'm sure you can expand on it, there's a lot of this happening out in the Liga at the moment in Spain, is the opportunities with the German Football Federation and the virtual Bundesliga. There's multiple cups that are taking place. Club Championship, the playoffs are approaching soon, then the individual 1v1 virtual Bundesliga finals will take place in June. There's just so much FIFA taking place. Regular reps playing at LAN. You know, these events play at LAN, they're playing weekly tournaments in the club stadiums. It's just getting the reps in, and I think when you've got that at a foundation level, that's where you're seeing countries like even Denmark thrive forward with the Superliga. I know it's on pause at the moment, but the Superliga, La Liga, Divise, players like Levy David having a platform to play on. Those are the infrastructures that virtual leagues can really play, Gravison, I believe.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I think that's a good player look.
Oh wow, Ronaldinho nearly finds a way through. Schmeichel gets two hands on it.
And yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why England was one of the top countries in the world. And now we see obviously Tex performing well, but I think the general player in England has become a little bit worse, because they're with the EPREM being just with the finals, they're not allowed to play each week in a LAN event kind of thing. So I don't know. I think it's important to consistently play each week against the top players in your country, and I think that's the way forward to always both things, both creating content obviously, but also competitive wise.
Cheeky cheer maybe for R9. Schmeichel gets two hands on it. Well, you speak about getting regular reps in. It's been an enjoyable last couple of years for Denny Tent with FC Heidenheim. He does play his feet for Leno, Bernard Leno, professional goalkeeper of Arsenal. He has his own esports organisation, Leno Esports, and it was a combination of that alongside FC Heidenheim taking him under his wing. He was a club champion last year in the virtual Bundesliga, a top 2 finish in recent times too. But it's just been, as you said, getting those reps and getting that experience in for him. And the one thing that I loved as well, just before this final did kick off, we were down in the players area, Gravison. Of all players that was there, Diogo Peixoto, the man that Denny beat yesterday, was there next to him, giving him advice coming into that game. If that's not a class act, I don't know what is.
Yeah, Peixoto's a class player. He really is. I remember when I qualified for the World Cup last year, I qualified in the 9th spot, I think, and Peixoto was probably the best player in playoffs outside of NIT and FOMA. And he did congratulate me. He told me he was watching my matches. He told me warming up with me was really helpful for him. And he's just a really kind person, down to earth. So yeah, Peixoto is a class act.
He's a player that got knocked out by Michael Fisher early today, but still hanging around and watching all the games downstairs. Here's Mahrez for 2 for Denny. It's too heavy. Slightly too heavy. You could have probably guessed what was coming there. A ball roll into a finish. There just wasn't the time for that skill to be inputted, all the animation to happen from the player. Plays short. Thiago does get a start in this game, by the way, for Denny 10. Cut back inside. R9 has looked the better of the two. Yuval Belli needs to seriously wake up here, because at the moment it has been all the German.
Yeah, I mean the decision making in Denny has not been great, because he had those two chances, one with Mareth and one with R9, and he probably would have been 2-0 up at the moment. But obviously, I think Yuval is being outplayed tactically right now. He's playing, I think, 4-4-2 or 4-3-2-1, and I think he's got a match. Then he's 3-5-2 because he's getting outplayed, but not mechanically, tactically.
You have to feel sorry for Yuval Belly, Gravison. He played Levy David in his opening game yesterday. Then he played Matthias Bonanno. He's not had the nicest of matchmaking, to be completely honest, to the Israeli player. Came into today, beat Ditmir 7-4. Then Giovi in that match we just saw, really tight game, went to extra time, beat him 4-3. Now he finds himself here. The one thing he has to give himself plaudits on, though, is he did beat Levy David yesterday, 5-2. It was a really impressive performance. For the fact there's only 2 Israeli players here and they're both so close to the Champions League finals, just goes to show how good they are. Not just online, but at LAN.
And it's a normal thing, like for us players, to believe that when a player is consistently performing good online, but he has not had the opportunity to show that he's good on a LAN event as well, you kind of think he's just an online player, that he's not going to be good at a LAN event. And Yuval has been showing that he's great because he's beat Levy, and obviously Giovi. That match was amazing. Giovi was probably one of the dark horses in the game. So,
and what do you make of this pick here of Diogo coming into the midfield? First time we've seen the game on broadcast, us personally, that we commentated on, where the Spanish midfielder comes in of Liverpool. Does he offer you what you want? I mean, there's no Hullet in this, there's no Marcus Llorente. It's just a Renato Sanchez and the Diogo partnership there at the back, which seems to be working well for him at this moment in time.
Yeah, I think in the 3-5-2 formation, you don't need to have kind of a destructive midfielder, and I think Thiago works perfect in that position because he can turn so easy.
Look at that, perfect example of it. Gravison back inside, it's R9. Can't find Ronaldinho. Interested to see him get the nod in the team. It felt like it was only the UK players that were experimenting that yesterday. Tex and hashtag Tom. Did see Diogo do it, to be fair. Diogo Mendes of Fnatic did crash out the tournament a little bit earlier today. But with what he can offer you, the flair he can, just his... some people will talk about it, but there's the way that players move, their animations in game, the way that Ronaldo skills Ronaldinho is just a lot different.
Yeah, it's unique. It really is. I think he's the best winger in the game, probably.
Building nicely, Hullet finds Pele. Mane now popping the ball in triangles for Noms. Latest recruit. Back to goal, Renato Sanchez. Find Mahrez. Is there a finesse available? Went for a little La Croqueta. Didn't really find the perfect exit or the manoeuvre he was looking for.
The 3-5-2 is just so compact at the moment, like you cannot find any space. You have 2 options. You have either you gotta mirror it or you gotta find some kind of, I don't know, attack on the wings maybe, because there's just so many players inside the box that I don't know. I don't know what I would do if I would be in Yuval's shoes at the moment. But yeah, he probably has a plan B because they work with their coach and they're doing an amazing job at the coach.
Nice little scoop turn, finds R9. Back yourself for a shot in that sort of area. It was quite a tough angle, don't get me wrong.
I think he should have. Yeah.
Ronaldo.
It's definitely Ronaldo, and you're not going to get inside the box many times. So maybe Green timed it, back post. I think it... I don't know if it would have been a goal, but it was a clear chance.
Tables feel like they've certainly turned in this second half. Yuval has been slightly stronger. One thing that could be argued is that there's been a lot more FIFA that's been played by Yuval today, which could be working in his favour. Denny has picked up the controller for the first time today on the main stage again since losing in that match yesterday to fellow German Predator FIFA, which was a 5-0 win. And if you saw how that game played out in the end, Predator FIFA was just schooling with his fellow German.
And obviously we saw Feldman, who didn't play today, and bet Michael Fisher, and now Denny is playing, so...
Just that preparation there, Gravison, is... You know, he knows he's playing in the afternoon today. Play kicked off at about 1 o'clock here in Sweden. How were you coming into the day? Because most players are getting here at 9 a.m. They're getting here early. If you know you're in the finals, or the final matchup, you've got to wait for whoever could be coming through. Could have been 3 or 4 different players that could have been coming through the bracket. What time are you coming into the venue? How are you preparing? Who are you playing against?
I think I will come in probably 3 hours prior to the match. I could probably hit the gym in the morning, early in the morning. I don't know, like, I think if you get here for, I don't know, 6 hours prior to the game or something, you kind of get bored, or you don't know what to do, or you might get stressed out from watching other matches. So I would probably be 3 hours prior to the match, get a good partner for some training, and yeah, I think that's basically it.
It was interesting yesterday, we were speaking to Matthias Banana before we kicked off play. He's also in the tournament still, in the bottom half of the bracket in our last qualification game. Everyone was keen to get playing yesterday before we officially kicked off the tournament. I think you're right to say Matthias wasn't bothered, was he? He was just sitting back saying, I don't want to overplay, I don't want to really stress myself out. Every player seemingly has their own approach to competitions or pre-competitions.
And I don't think there's a correct thing to do. It's just the thing that works for you each time. So yeah, I've been working with a psychologist, a sports psychologist, and yeah, he told me basically that I mean, there's scientific things, but I don't know. Whatever works for you, maybe it doesn't work for me, and either way, so I don't know. The main thing is you gotta be 5 hours prior to your match. You should be awake, because your brain kind of needs 5 full hours to be 100% level, you know? Which is kind of interesting.
Might be a last chance of this game for Nom-Yuval. Looking to build up well, finds Hullet on the build-up. Renato Sanchez back to goal 1-9, can't get past the Parisian defender of Marquinhos. He has taken time to get into this game, Yuval, but he is getting into it now. It's his first time on main stage. It's a lot to take in for these players that are coming onto the main stage with the lights in their face when the goal goes in, especially. Some players take a little while to adapt to it. We saw that of Optole, of all players, was very nervous on the big stage, especially these younger players that are playing, as we said, in their first tournament at LAN for over 2 years. It's very different from playing at home and qualifying and being at ease.
And obviously Optole didn't perform as well, really well in the first leg, and then he just started up in the second leg, so maybe we can see the same from Jubal. It's his first time playing at the bigger stage, so...
What game that one's going to be, by the way. Matthias Banana against Optole, last game of today here in the eChampions League knockout stages. That will do us, though, for the halfway point in between the two legs. It is FC Heidenheim's Denny 1, Nom-Yuval Belly 0. We're off for a break now. When we get back, we'll have the second leg to find out spot number 6 in the eChampions League finals. welcome back to Stockholm, live for the Champions League knockout stage. We've had 2 days of incredible FIFA esports action, and we're only halfway through. What is still to come here, as you can see us on the main stage, it is the big one between Denny 10 and Yuval Belli of Nom Esports. Without any further ado, let's jump into the second leg. We were speaking in the break, Gravison, of why this game was such a stalemate, and I think the obvious reason was there was one shot all game, and it came from Denny 10. And maybe you can go into more detail why that was the case.
Yeah, Denny's using the 3-5-2 formation. So if you remember Denny against Predator, it was a match that didn't have many chances in the first leg. And then in the second leg, obviously, Denny had to go and attack, and Predator started counter-attacking. So yeah, it ended up like 4-0 or 5-0. But it's not like the kind of game plan that gets you to have a lot of chances. So I don't know what's going to happen in the second leg, but I think we might see some tactical adjustments from Yuval.
Yeah, it was one shot all game, and it came in the first 8 minutes. Maybe an early start again for Denny 10. Ball across the box. Surely Marquinhos there again to save the day. But it nearly was deja vu, Gravison. It was nearly the exact same start for the player of FC Heidenheim.
And I mean, if I was in Yuval's shoes, I would be praying to the Marquinhos God, because what a save that was from Marquinhos. Amazing. That's the same as having a goal, to be honest. But yeah, I think he's changed it for the 4-4-2. Yuval, we might see a more kind of direct game plan from him.
It's an early pause from Yuval. Not too sure exactly what time we'll get the pause. Nicely done, Mahrez, Elastico. Mahrez, he's beautiful! What a save! The man has been pulling out saves all weekend long, especially for the man, F2 Tex, or was it F2 Tex? Fnatic Tex now, sorry, who's into tomorrow's, of course, I'd say next month's grand final. Lost my words completely there. But Schmeichel proving his worth again, Gravison. What an incredible save. What is it about this Danish goalkeeper that just pulls out save after save after save?
I always thought Van der Sar was the best keeper, but I don't know. I'm starting to think otherwise.
It goes for a corner again. Pressure building. We'll talk more about that build-up in a second, Gravison, that we just saw from Yuval. Lovely little interchange of Mahrez and R9 linking up. Time on the edge of the box for Alex Telles. Finds Hullet, left back involved again. Pele this time looking to skill his way forward. Pele still dancing, moving, grooving. Hullet! How have you not hit the target?
I cannot believe it. I mean, Ruud Gullit. We were talking about Ruud Gullit or Ronaldinho as a starting man. I mean, I love Ruud Gullit, but what is that miss? That's the miss that...
Can we sit there and really say if it was another player, or it's got to be on target, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. If it was Ronaldinho, that would have been 1-1. Oh man, that was such a clear chance from Yuval.
2 good chances though, Gravison, in the first 20 minutes. It's going to build him confidence. Denny 10, Pele! That's the difference. That is the difference. Getting into those areas and making sure you are 100% sure on what you're going to do. A time green finish with the right man. Pele will extend his lead to 2 goals still. That is a perfect time to score, especially when you've been on the back foot for the first 15.
And you can see Yuval's frustration in that chance, because obviously, I mean, it would have been 1-1, and that would be just it. And then you miss that clear chance, counter-attack, clear shot from Pele, green timed, 2-0. And what do you do now? I mean,
what do you do in this moment, Gravison? And speak about it from Yuval's point of view.
I would probably still be playing the same, but I don't know. You can see the frustration out there, because you know it just got really, really much more complicated. And you could also see the shoulder brush from the coach, like telling you, it's going to be okay, I'm here. If you just score 1 goal, we're going to be good. Like, that's why the coach's job is so important. Because just that shoulder brush might get Yuval to calm down and maybe get a good attack here. But if I was in Yuval's shoes, I would probably just go for 1 goal before the end of the first half.
Well, when we get a chance half-time, Gravison, we'll roll it back and look at the 2 big chances that he did miss, Yuval. That's got plenty of time still to play before we get there, but look at Boy, he's had to go now. He's had to go forward and put bodies forward. That there are lots of gaps appearing. So 3-on-2 at the back. Defensively sound again. He has been the star of the show at the back, marking us across the 2 days, proving everybody why he's in these teams. His road to the final item.
He's been too direct right now, Jubal, which is kind of human to do because you are getting frustrated, but you shouldn't be doing it because every time Denny's got the ball, he's going to be keeping the possession for at least 3 to 5 minutes. So I don't think you should be that direct. He's doing it good right now, building up slowly.
Nicely done, Mane. And Mahrez interchange well on the first time, not so good on the second time of asking. Denny 10 just showing all the experience that he's had. Lovely ball, Mahrez. Can you find that cutback he's alluding to originally? Reverse Elastico runs it out of play. Question for you, do you think in the mindset of Denny, where he came so close yesterday, Gravison, he was 1 game away from the Champions League finals, he's had a good, near enough 24 hours to mull on that, to think about it and to think, what, if I get another chance, which I will get today, I have to get it right, I have to qualify myself there. Surely that's given him just that extra oomph to go forward this game. Back to our 9 reverse Elastico! Well, I say that, I might have just cursed him. Denny 10 concedes, but finally, there's a breakthrough for Juve. He's been knocking on the door of Denny's for a little while. I mean, answer which part of the question you want first, Gravison, because it's a double-ender.
Yeah, probably the first one. Obviously, Denny's right prepared as the mindset because he's been thinking for the last 24 hours of how to prepare for every single possible result in this match. So I think mentally he's prepared for the game. And then from Jubal, you saw a change of formation from the 4-4-2 to the 4-3-1. He's going all attack with both fullbacks. So in this time, he passed the ball to Alex Telles, and he got a clear chance. So I think that was a good change in the tactics.
Best thing that Denny then can do now is go and score just off the restart. 40 minutes, he's done well there. Oh no, he's done even better. I'm not sure exactly who that was that played the little disguise pass, but whoever it was deserves all the plaudits there. A little drop of the shoulder, it might have even been Thiago.
It was Thiago. It was Thiago, it was a beautiful pass, sorry. But yeah, I mean, we were talking about Thiago. We're not seeing him that much, and that was an excellent pass.
Not many people are backing him, are they? The Liverpool midfielder, but everyone has their own 11, don't they? That's what Ultimate Team's always been built on. Here's the goal again, Gravison. Just a simple drop with the shoulder. Found the pass in lane. R9 had 3 white shirts around him. But it's R9. Perfect in those areas. It's all about getting the ball into his feet.
Yeah, I think he kind of showed the finesse shot with Thiago. He even shot the ball, but he cancelled it. He passed the ball to R9, and it was an easy goal. But yeah, I think the positioning and the understanding of the angles from Denny was really good with Thiago. It was a beautiful goal. Simple, but beautiful.
Impressive FIFA. 3-1. Denny leads, building upon what has been an incredible last few years for him. Most of his success has come in Germany over the last 2 years. This year he wants to take it to the international stage, and that's what he's been able to do. When they say you can never be too old. Hashtag Stokes was 28 coming into this competition. He's still at his best right now. And Denny, 10, is also 45 minutes away from doing just that as well, Gravison. Unbelievable stuff at the break. 3-1. He does lead. I think we're going to see some of the chances that Juve missed there. Talk me through these, Gravison, because there were some big chances that you missed.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, I think it was this first one. It was a reverse elastico to Mahrez. What a save! That's amazing. The frustration, we can obviously see it from there. And Ruud Gullit. Oh, man. But you can see the coach touching his shoulder. And that was the case for this second goal. Like, you gotta trust your coach. The coach is so important in FIFA, and that's where we're seeing much more coaches in the scene lately. And obviously you have had a chance to speak to some of the coaches, and you gotta understand how important it is.
Yeah, special mention to that coach indeed. Andres Torres, a previous player of Red Bull Salzburg in Austria. He actually won the Austria Bundesliga a couple of years ago, came into more of a coach role of eSports, and those are the infrastructure changes. You can speak about it from a Ducks angle, having players that know what they're talking about, having coaches that know what they're talking about, people in the staff room that can come to events and really build upon it. I remember eSports back in FIFA 19, when Roy Feldman left them to go to Astralis. 2 years on from that, they are a completely different team.
Yeah, it makes sense. At Ducks we have the principal coach, who is legend, who used to play Call of Duty in the Cold War League, so obviously he knows what it is to be a player, and for the last 3 years he's been grinding FIFA to understand kind of the tactical side of it at the gameplay. And obviously we have Mediapuntismo, Javi Villar as well, who is the analyst, and he does an amazing job as well.
It seems to be an unbelievable sort of coached analyst. This comes Denny 10 forward, looking to the goal to conclude it. Oh, there you go. I think that one might be the nail in the coffin, unfortunately. If you are a eSports fan, 55 minutes on the clock, the first ever time there's been a 3-goal cushion in the game. Get the ball to R9, as difficult as it can be, and he will do the rest.
That was a beautiful goal. And it all started from the wing. Every single time Denny is having a chance, it starts from the wing. He passes the ball to R9, and simple, finish.
Just back to that point about Javier Wolf Ducks game, and he's been a player that I've seen, a coach I've seen, especially working with Neat in the last few years. What is it about him that adds the dynamic into a team, and why? And what can a coach do that is so important? Because some people just have a friend there sitting there, or people really do take it that next level and have someone that tactically is helping a player.
Yeah, I think it's important to have a coach that could tell you the right stuff at the right time. So maybe if you, I don't know, if you're not training enough, you gotta trust someone to tell you the reality. And the reality might be harsh, but if it is helpful, then it is helpful. So I think that's what's happening at Ducks.
Nice ball, Yuval Belly, just offside. I believe there. I'll tell you what, he's done so well to carve that pass out, by the way. It was Arnan into Mahrez, cheeky pass round the corner. He's getting into these right areas. He's just not had that absolute perfection, I'd say. He's had offside traps. That could be a chance. Renato Sanchez on his own. Back him. There you go. There's the perfection. And he's probably saying, come on, Ole, I can score from there. It's about time you stepped up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, he was passing the ball to another striker with an extra pass many times. And I know the commentators say that so much, like, just shoot the ball. Like, you have a clear chance. It doesn't matter if it's Renato, if it's Ronaldo. Just shoot the ball because it's a good chance. So, yeah, he was patient enough to have a clear chance with Renato, and it's 4-2 at the moment.
Yeah, for the first time, we'd have to sort of see a head-to-head tactically of what is being changed in game. It's the fairest way to do it, so we can see all the changes that are being made on the screen. It's no fresh legs as of yet, but I mean, the best players we've seen off the bench, it's been mainly Gareth Bale that's come on. Ryan Gravenberch hasn't really featured at all this weekend. He was popular back in February for the group stages because obviously back then we didn't have the road to the final items we have now. Does feature in the 18-man squad still, but I doubt we'll be seeing too much of the Dutch midfielder there. Probably Gareth Bale and so forth.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I think Jubal might sub Bale in because of the crosses. He's a really good crosser, like, it's insane. He might be the best crosser in the competition. Yeah, I think we might see Gareth Bale because I think he has 99 jumping stats, so it's obviously...
He's like Ronaldo, duplicate in the air.
Yeah, I think so. And he's obviously much quicker. I think he has more physique as well, so I will sub Bale in, probably. And then he's making mistakes.
Tell you what, this could be another gift of a chance here. Naturally, there's going to be a lot more attacking press and attacking tactics introduced. Building again. Ronaldo to conclude it all, to be honest, for Denny. If he gets one more goal, certainly be on his way. Bale, back to R9. He was off balance, to be completely honest. Questionable from R9, but it's R9. There's a player that can do these sort of things. Didn't even time it. It flashed white above the player's head, which meant the shot wasn't timed. That's a hat-trick for Ronaldo, and that hat-trick could be the difference to send a third German player, a third name into the eChampions League finals.
That's amazing. Amazing from R9. And the thing is, he just shot 3 shots with R9 and 3 of them were goals. So this is a good chance as well. Kimpembe with the tackle. But yeah, Jubal's got to go straight forward with everything he has. Like, if he concedes another 3 goals, it doesn't matter because he'll be either way out of the competition. So you just gotta put all the bodies forward and pray that you can score 3 goals. Because right now
he's too much though, Grav.
I don't think it is.
Mahrez for one, maybe went the wrong corner. Let's be honest. Probably should have put that in the left bottom corner. Easy said than done. Mahrez, good feet. Back to goal. Tap in. Game on. 15 minutes, 2 goals.
It is possible. It is definitely possible. Like, we've seen Diogo score 2 goals in 6 minutes. We've seen, obviously, Andoni getting kicked out of the competition, conceding 2 goals. I think it was in 3 minutes. So, yeah, it's obviously possible. Let's see if Denny can keep the ball. Because if not, oof.
Tell you what, it's another big win, isn't it, from Juval? His teammate, Rowie Feldman, will be in the background watching this on. We're hoping that NOM Esports can have 2 players there in the eChampions League Grand Finals. Must be said that Juval will be in London next week for the Team of the Season Cup with his teammate Nisat, who's also hit this weekend. He's been coaching Feldman towards his victory. Everything has to be perfect, though, from Juval. Everything has to be perfect. You're going to get 2 good chances at most. Big switch of play, finds Mane. Big tackle, João Cancelo. Danny 10 can look after possession here, Gravison. Just takes some minutes out of the game. Gets about 85th minute. Should be on his way. Possession lost again. Kimpembe that time. Look how far forward he is. On into Mahrez. Mahrez has been deadly in these attacks. Just added in that little bit of flair that he'll offer from being a winger in game. Here's R9 backing for a shot. Maybe so. There was doubt in the mind of Juval.
I think this might be GG. If he can keep the ball here, no, he can't.
2 or 3 times he's given possession away. Fortunate enough that Kimpembe wins it back that time. That should be job done. There's an option at the back post if he wants to try and find it. He's smart though, he won't waste possession. Take more minutes out the game. Germany look to be nearly making up half the finalist numbers, and they still can, Gravison, because they've got VFL Snakes in the next game today against David Sanchez. No secret, he'll be hoping that the Spaniard makes his way through to an eChampions League final. But there was 8 German players that came through. We said at least 2 would be there. They're going to have 3 names back here in Stockholm at the end of May. They could be on for 4 if they win the next game.
I mean, I think if we talk straight facts, they're just the best nation FIFA-wise in the world. Most definitely. 3 out of 6, that's crazy.
Well, hey, let this be a lesson to anyone that's watching. You're never too old. 29 years of age. Some might call old in FIFA eSports. The oldest player in the tournament of the 32 has qualified for the eChampions League Grand Finals. It's Denny 10 of SC Heidenhain and Leno Esports. He'll be amongst the 8 in Stockholm on the 27th of May to battle out for the trophy and $75,000. His commiserations to Juval Belli. He's a young player, Gravison. This is only the start of his career.
Yeah, I think he's 17 or 18 years old, so I think it's a long career ahead of him. And obviously Denny, 29 years old, qualifying for the eChampions League finals. This is just a really great story and a great motivation for us older players that we can do it.
I mean, I remember the likes of Dito was, still playing in his 30s, I believe, if I'm not. Sorry to bring that one up, Dito, if he's watching. Again, another German player, just went on to the tally. They're German players here, there and everywhere. Congratulations, though. 3 they've made it. 2 more games coming away today. David Sanchez of Spain, I know you'll be watching that one in the back room, Gravison, against Snakes, who just knocked out Maestro. And then, of course, we can't forget Matthias Bonanno against Optole. What a way to end the knockout stages here at the eChampions League. Right, we're going to throw down to Kyle, who is with that winner, who just booked a spot in the eChampions League finals.
Thank you, Brandon and Grav. Yes, Denny, congratulations. You're making your way back here. May 27th, you're our 6th competitor out of 8 coming back to the eChampions League finals. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling really good. Juval is so a good player, and it was so hard for me. I'm sweating right now, and yeah, I'm really happy.
Now, in that second leg, we saw at times you were giving the ball away. Was that just because Juve was so good, or because you were making mistakes, you were slightly nervous?
If I'm honest, I was really nervous. The mistakes was so bad from me, but yeah, it is FIFA and it is big stage here, and yeah, big player. Yuval is a big player, and yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm happy.
That's what it is all about. A huge reaction from your coach as well.
Yes.
How much does it mean to the both of you? How has your coach helped you this weekend?
My coach was really important this weekend because he said a lot of things to me, and without him, I think I would never be here. And he helped me in the Swiss, from online tournament, and yeah, for me, he's really important, and yeah, I love him.
They're sharing the love on the stage, what it is all about. Congratulations. As I said, you are our 6th competitor. That'll be back here on May 27th. I'm looking forward to that one. Rachel, Mike, let's get your thoughts on Denny's performance.
Yeah, thanks, Carl, and congratulations to Denny as well, a 3rd German, of course. And Mike, there's something in it as well. Feldman, he dropped down yesterday after nearly making it through. Denny also dropped down yesterday. Those two, though, progressing through. That's their second bite of the cherry, and they made it happen, didn't they?
I was really impressed by both of their performances because you're kind of coming in cold. You're going up against opponents that have played multiple games, and in some cases, multiple stage matches, and they're coming in on fire. They're building in momentum. They're building in confidence. And both Feldman, who was really able to take the sting out of the game, and then Denny here really showed a masterpiece of being able to always find that extra pass, and he's got the results.
And especially as well, after the defeat he did suffer yesterday against Predator FIFA, wasn't it 5-0 that loss? So,
I almost wrote him off at that point.
And a German as well, so to kind of get your head back in the game after a defeat like that, that shows he has that mental strength as well as obviously the skills on the pitch. And Mike, I know you've got some goals to break down. Only one goal for the both players in leg 1, and then we had 7, didn't we, in leg 2? It ended 5-3 in the end. We're going to start with goal number 1.
And this is how the game started, and then we didn't see much action in leg 1. And this is where Denny's really a mastermind of finding this extra pass. Often opens up his body, therefore forcing defenders just to slightly bait them out of position. Great finish there. R9, of course, having that 5-star weak foot. You can put that on the near post, the far post. You're always playing a little bit of a game with the goalkeeper. But a lot of goals from Denny look relatively similar, and he just does a really good job of pinpointing these passes, being accurate, and then throwing off your opposition. You only need that half second once the space is opened up, and then you're able to convert, take your time with it. And something we've seen with a lot of these German players that has allowed them to separate themselves, and especially with Umit earlier, they're so clinical. They don't miss chances. That's why you have 3 out of the initial 8 that are now in the final 8.
I love that stat. We nearly got half, didn't we, of the Germans making it through. You mentioned there Denny's goals are all relatively similar. Will that be something he will try and change in the finals because people will start to realise how he does score those goals?
Well, there's a double-sided argument here. And some people like to be good at a lot of things, or you can be amazing at one aspect of the game. I mean, don't get me wrong, he has many intangibles in that attacking portion in terms of the skills and opening up the space, but he's really looking for that extra pass. He wants to take a chance and make it almost 100%, and that's what all the pros are looking to do. And in this case, almost passing it into the back of the net.
And Yuval as well, a word on him. He had almost the comeback of dreams, didn't he, there? Obviously, he saw his countryman, Feldman, go through earlier. I thought that might have added some extra motivation there. Wasn't quite to be for him.
And I'm sure they're just happy to not go up against each other for the deciding matchup. They both had the opportunity, of course, to progress through. And as Gravison was kind of saying, he's a young kid. He still have more opportunities. And I was super impressed with his play up to this point.
Yeah, totally. Obviously, it was the old taking on the new there, wasn't it? The old getting it done, the experience of Denny making it through to those finals. Next matchup, though, Mike, I'm excited for this one. David Sanchez taking on Snakes. Snakes, though, interestingly, has Benny CR7 as his coach. He's a veteran. I'm going to say a veteran. None of these guys are old. Remember, when I say that, it just means experience in the game. I think he qualified, didn't he, for the World Cup last year and is top kind of 6 in Europe going back a few years as well. Having that experience for Snakes must be great.
Well, it's crucial because everybody here has the ability, and often it comes down to the mentality and how you can apply mentality plus ability equals out some sort of progress or lack thereof in some of these really big moments. And both of these competitors went under the radar. We've talked about it. Maybe surprise players, especially with some of the matchups. Not as big a household names, but they've been getting the results. They deserve to be here, and one of them is going to move on and have that final qualification.
Yes, well, Snakes then, he enters the stage, and he is someone that, you know, is loving this magical journey he's on at the moment. Probably didn't expect to find himself sitting here one match away from those finals. He's here, 2 legs to go to see if he can make it.
And it would be our 4th German, so half of the competition being German. As you see Sanchez approach, and he's really got to hold it down for all of Spain. There hasn't been a lot of Spanish stories to tell, even though we started with 4th at the beginning of the competition. Sanchez is really the only one that's shown out and really had some of that final expression.
Well, it's David Sanchez taking on Snakes, Spain taking on Germany. Gravison will be looking for the Spanish flag. It's all to play for after the break.
Welcome back to the eChampions League knockout stages. We're in the final few matches here to find out who'll be joining those 6 players who have already confirmed their spots at the eChampions League Grand Finals on the 27th of May. Nicholas, Denny, Umut, Predator, Fellman and Fnatic Tex. You're joining myself in the commentary booth, Richard Buckley, alongside good friend Gravison, and I thought it's only right to get you involved in the commentary when we've got such a big moment for the Spanish FIFA scene potentially about to unfold on the stage right there.
Yeah, we did have NEET qualifying last year for the top 5, I would think it was, but it's not the same as here, LAN event, David Sanchez. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be commentating besides you. And I mean, it's going to be a tough match because Snakes, we got to talk about his bracket, like what he did today. It was amazing.
Yeah, incredible from Snakes. He's had the longest run in this tournament in the losers bracket. He actually, FGS3 that took place just last week, he wasn't even in the qualifier. He didn't participate in the FGS3 in that particular qualifier. He's now 1 game away from an eChampions League grand final. An incredible story for the German, taking on the Spanish powerhouse, David Sanchez. We're getting underway here. It's going to be David Sanchez from left to right in the white and VFL Snakes from right to left. Big opening few moments here for David Sanchez. It was so close yesterday in that winners round 3 match. How important is it for him, his first time sort of playing today, getting down there on the stage, to start well?
I think it is really important because you've not played that much. I think he warmed up for 4 matches, something like that, with the other Spanish players. But obviously, you're kind of, I don't know, feeling probably not that confident because you know your opponent has played 2 more matches than you. And you know, the start is so important because, as we've seen in the last 2 matches, the player who scored the first goal then won the match. So I think it's clearly important.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had 2 almost perfect examples of possession-winning FIFA matches and also guaranteeing spots into the latter stages of tournaments. So that first goal, that first half, settling yourself into the game and really just playing without the trepidation or playing without the fear of what is happening. It's much harder. You've been in a number of these huge matches, whether it's qualifying for E-World Cup or playing in huge tournaments like this one. How hard is it to settle yourself down?
It is really hard because the thing is, when you're playing for 30 to 45 minutes, obviously you're comfortable, but the first 10 minutes it's kind of hard. I think it's the hardest minutes in the match because you don't know what to expect from your opponent, you don't know what to do yourself.
Chance here for R9 Ronaldo with David Sanchez, turns away onto his left foot, Van der Sar across to tip it round the corner, for a corner, whips into the box, could be ahead there for a white shirt. It's going to find its way out to Riyad Mahrez again. Look for him to recycle possession here.
Yeah, this is good from Walker. I mean, he should pass the ball to Renato. Yeah, this is good. Good build-up from David.
Yeah, keeping it calm, not rushing, wanting to build his way into the game, as you were saying, how important it is. Potentially an opportunity here for Snakes on the counter-attack as that white wall of Spanish defenders slowly slots back into position like a jigsaw, the pieces falling into place.
This is good.
In. Oh. Dangerous, he's tried that twice already.
I mean, he has Bene as his coach, so obviously he was going to do it a couple of times. But yeah, David is only 17 years old, and it's his first year competing in professional FIFA, so it's amazing. He played the draft in La Liga, and he won it, so he's playing for Granada. And yeah, you can see how his pressure is insane.
Yeah, he's winning the ball back so quickly. High up the pitch, he's putting Snakes in real awkward positions. Chance here for Riyad Mahrez. Alex Tellez is the defender across. Ball all scooped and back to Kyle Walker. He's had a couple of touches already here for David Sanchez, but again, not rushing the play into the box. He's keeping it calm, he's keeping it concise, and potentially looking to open up on this other side of the pitch through Cristiano Ronaldo. Ruud Gullit now getting involved. R9 looking to offload it, but just a blue shirt in the way.
Yeah, and obviously we gotta talk about the Snakes tournament because he lost in his first round of winners bracket against Nicolas. Obviously,
it don't get much tougher.
I mean, if you play your first match in your career in a professional event and you play against Nicolas, I mean, you gotta be nervous. But then after that, today he played his first match against Diogo, amazing match, and then against Maestro. So
even before that, though, he beat Manu Bashir, an incredible FIFA player. Came into the tournament with a lot of sort of people saying he's going to do really well, a lot of really optimistic people around him saying he's the real deal. He's been playing online during sort of the pandemic era. He's now turned of age where he can compete, and to take him down in the first round of the loser bracket, a big statement for VFL Snakes. Seemingly just seeming to get better and better. Probably rode his luck against Diogo. He was poor at stages in that game. He'll not mind me saying that. He gave the game away. But then against Maestro, after Maestro just beat Levy, the biggest win of the day, he just came and beat him quite comfortably.
Yeah, it wasn't kind of an easy match for him. And you would expect the moment Maestro beat Levy, like you would expect him to go all the way. But I mean, you cannot underestimate any players in this competition. And Snakes did beat him pretty comfortably, to be honest.
5-2, yeah.
Yeah, it was a good match. But I don't know. I don't know what we can expect from the Snakes in this match. Because he's playing a mirror 4-4-2, I think. Or 4-3-2. And I think if they keep it like this, I see David as the favorite, because he knows the build-up better than the Snakes, in my opinion. And also his pressure after possession loss, it's been amazing.
Looking for the finesse shot there, he timed it green. Edwin van der Sar collapses onto the ball. For people maybe out there who looking at David Sanchez, he's a relatively new name to the scene. You said the draft win for him in the La Liga, but even the ECL group stages, he went 4-1. He only lost one game, and it was against Peixoto, the last game of the day, where he was already 4-0.
Yeah, it was amazing. And we obviously didn't expect that from him, because he hadn't even played a professional LAN event internationally. So we obviously didn't expect that from him. But he's just a really cool, down-to-earth guy. And I mean, I think he has that competitiveness inside of him. That's what really sets him apart from other youngsters in Spain. But I think every single year in Spain we have like a wonder kid, like
absolutely, yeah.
Adriman, Need, now David Sanchez, every single year.
Chance here for the man in question, and Ronaldo getting the ball roll away. Just at the stroke of half-time, we are going to play the corner. It's going to be Pele over it. A couple of players lined up on the edge. It's a quick delivery into the box. The ball bounces around, doesn't come for anything in the end, and the referee blows up for half-time. 0-0 in losers bracket round 4. Winner of this game will proceed to the eChampions League Grand Final. Not too much to talk about so far, though, Gravison.
Not really. That first chance for R9, he didn't green timed it, and I think that was the effect he had on not scoring the goal. But yeah, nothing really happened. The Snakes with that Bene play a couple of times.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
I think as well, obviously you'll have played against that exact cross. If you're getting sort of hit by it in the first 20 minutes twice, that's in the back of their mind then. He might not do it for the entirety of the rest of this game and the two legs, but it's always there in the back of your mind.
Yeah, I remember when I played against Moauba in the playoffs, he obviously spammed it every single time. So it was kind of hard. You had to defend that, and you were chill and you were okay. But I remember then I played against Tom, and obviously I didn't expect that coming from Tom. So Tom was attacking normally for 60 minutes, and then he did that play, and he just scored. And I was like, I've been defending Moauba for 180 minutes. I've been doing it well, and then Tom scores with it. So yeah, you obviously, sometimes you don't expect it, and you get comfortable, and you get punished.
As you see it getting whipped into the box there, it's important to have all the tools, even if you're not going to use them, in your disposal. Whether that's a free kick, the cross, a finesse shot, a green time finesse.
Yeah, you have to have all the tools available, because I mean, if you talk about the greatest players, Tosari, Tex,
you can do everything.
You can do everything, right? So I mean, if you are a one-trick pony, you might do well in some tournaments, you might reach the top 8, but you won't win a tournament, probably never.
Potential opportunity here for VFL Snakes. Moving forward, the VFL Bochum man. Marcus Llorente fires it into R9. Bounce goals for him. Ruud Gullit now picks it up. Could have shot at the near post.
Yeah, I think he had a shot with Ruud Gullit, but he picked the extra pass. I think when you're playing these positions...
Over the top, David Sanchez, 1-on-1. R9 Ronaldo, great save from Edwin van der Sar. End-to-end FIFA to start this second half.
This is better, much better. We can see kind of opportunities for both players, and I think the high press of David Sanchez is paying off at the moment. But yeah, David has a wide-timed 2 shots with R9, and he's missed both, so maybe he should have focused a little bit more on having a little bit more timing. because that's really important. You could see Umut green time every single shot.
He's in the eChampions League Grand Final. We'll be seeing him on the 27th of May. That pause comes in for David Sanchez. He's currently queued it. We saw a pause queued, myself and Ryan, in the Roy Feldman and Michael Fisher game. It was queued, I think, on the 60th minute. It came in on the 81st.
I mean, if the ball doesn't go out and you don't have constant pressure, your opponent can comfortably keep the possession in his half. So I think you should always have a constant pressure tactic in some of the tactics, because if not, you might get punished for it.
I mean, just on that game, we even said, just take a foul.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, just bring him down, kick it out of play, make sure that you get those subs on and you can get those custom tactics changed. Looking for the dink over the top there was David. Plays it down this right-hand side, doesn't fall to a white shirt in the end. And we talked about it before the game even started, the importance of that first goal. It's becoming more and more prevalent now as we go into the final 20 minutes at a 0-0 scoreline. Good win of possession there from David Sanchez. R9 Ronaldo, step over, waiting, into CR7. Renato Sanchez, he's been dangerous from those areas. I thought he was about to deflect in.
It was close, but it's the first time we see a green time shot from David Sanchez. Maybe he should have done it with R9 and not Renato. But yeah, clear chance. And I think David is comfortable at the moment. He really is comfortable. He's playing the 4-4-2. He's not making any changes. And we can see Snakes is doing the same, 4-4-2.
Bale and Sadio Mane coming on.
Sadio Mane is amazing.
For David Sanchez on the side of VFL Snakes. No personnel changes, which is quite interesting with 20 minutes left to play, but clearly he's happy with the players on the pitch. Let's see if a substitution can change the fortunes here.
I don't know what you think about this, but I think you have 3 changes for a reason. So if you're in minute 70, I would swap 3 players in every single time.
Yeah, I mean, especially if the quality, like Sadio Mane is arguably better than the player that you're bringing off, or the impact that they can have on the game. So I think substitutions are there for a reason. Whether it's pace, even a fullback. I really don't mind changing a fullback. If you've got Robertson on, bring Alex Telles on. Make sure that you're not going to get hit down the wings. And when people bringing on Mane and Gareth Bale, have a fresh pair of legs in the midfield or at the back who can potentially change it up for you.
Stamina-wise, it's so important. So I think every single time you should be doing it, because you don't know in in a counter-attack or anything, this might work.
As you see, one of those fresh pair of legs, Sadio Mane whipping it into the back post. Gareth Bale, that would have been a perfect illustration of the substitutions linking up. Mane getting past his man, whipping it into the back post, and Bale, he got up, just couldn't quite make contact.
Yeah, David Sanchez played the La Liga Cup a couple of weeks ago, and he eliminated Andoni PKs in his first match at a LAN event. So I think that shows you the potential he has as one of the top players in Spain in future years.
And also with the format of that tournament, with it being the draft only La Liga players, he might know what Gareth Bale's all about. He might have a good relationship with him there. Chance here for Ruud Gullit for VFL Snakes. It was scrappy and a little bit messy inside the box. Couldn't quite find a blue shirt. Spread out wide to Sadio Mane. He gets in front of Kyle Walker, knocks it past him, and he's not going to get caught. Is the Senegalese forward. Cuts it back to Ruud Gullit. This could be an opportunity. Flicks it with the right stick. Maybe a little bit unnecessary as possession turns over.
Yeah, it would have been beautiful, but I think it was a bit unnecessary. Only Tex can do that and get away with it.
We're getting into the final stages here of leg number 1. It's a 2-legged affair here in losers bracket round 4. You win this game, you guarantee a spot at the eChampions League Grand Finals, the biggest tournament of the year thus far. If you lose, unfortunately, your journey in the historic tournament is over.
Yeah, this might be the last chance from David Sanchez. He's got to keep the possession for a couple of minutes. And
he's playing for it, isn't he?
Yeah, he probably is. I mean, us Spaniards are like really safe people. We are kind of possession rats, so we're obviously always going to do this.
Well, let's see if he can make it count. Sadio Mane, his pass is poor, and that will do us for leg number 1 here. David Sanchez and VFL Snakes currently goalless in this pivotal elimination matchup. Will it be the Spaniard or the German to be player number 7 at the eChampions League Grand Final? Find out after this break. Welcome back to the eChampions League knockout stages. That man on your screen right there, VFL Snakes. He's 90 minutes away from potentially a eChampions League Grand Final spot. And we want to talk about, we mentioned it in the commentary, his bracket run. And just talk to me through it here. You can see his first game against Nicholas. He lost that, 4-1. But then, what about that for a loser's bracket run?
I mean, it's amazing. Manuel Bachor, probably one of the biggest youngsters there is right now from Team Hulit. He's just 16 years old, and he bet him 4-2. Then against finalist Diogo, maybe one of the best matches of the tournament, maybe. And I think what you just said before, it's right on, spot on. The thing is, he's progressing as a player each match, every time a match passes. Like, obviously, the Snakes we saw against Diogo didn't make the same mistakes against Maestro. And I think that's important for a player. If he develops every time a round passes, he's much more likely to qualify for the tournament.
Well, here we go, back underway, second leg of action. If you missed the first one, 0-0 the scoreline. Winner takes all here in Stockholm, Sweden. VFL Snakes in the blue strip from left to right, and it'll be David Sanchez, the Spaniard, from right to left, joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Gravison in the commentary booth for this one. VFL Snakes looking to start early here. down the byline. Riyad Mahrez, the player. Beautiful work to get into the area. Good tackle. Dangerous signs at the moment.
Yeah, it was a good pass to Mahrez. Let's see what he can do in that.
Short corner into R9 Ronaldo. Twisting, turning, dipping, diving. Back into Riyad Mahrez. He can do the exact same. Pele now getting involved. Mahrez looking for that driven pass into the path of R9 Ronaldo, but he certainly looks a little bit more relaxed, you would say, Snakes, in this opening 10 minutes.
Yeah, it looked like it. He did try to make a reverse elastico, and he messed it up with the right stick because he did a bicycle, but I think we have seen much more attack in these first minutes.
This could be a chance here for David Sanchez. 2 times he's done that, the little flick up with the right stick. Get your thoughts on that in a second. Is that a controller input? Surely that's not. He's doing intentionally, right? He's trying to get fancy on us here.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's a confident guy, so he shouldn't be doing it. Like, I'm going to be speaking to him later on.
Why are we juggling the ball in around the box there, David? Chance here for him. On this right-hand side, Riyad Mahrez with it. There's a lot of space if you can move it across the box. R9 into Pele. First time strike into the bottom left corner. Nothing fancy about that one as Pele rifles the Spaniard into a 1-goal lead.
Oh, what a finish from Pele. That was amazing. I think the open space was when he passed the ball from Renato to Hullet. He had all the space in the world to pass it through R9. Obviously, every single time he was reverse elastico. So this time he covered the reverse elastico, extra pass to Pele, and it was a nice goal. And the pressure from David, I might be getting a bit frustrating for me to say it every single time, but the pressure from David, it reminds me of the big players. Like the pressure after possession lost might be one of the hardest things to do in FIFA, and he just mastered it at 17 years old.
He's making it look really simple at the moment. Leads 1-0 via Pele, volleying him into an early lead, and now we get to see where this game potentially opens up. Maybe that opening goal, the shackles are off, so to say, because Snakes knows what he needs to do. He needs to score, he needs to attack, and he needs to get going.
Yeah, definitely, and I think he might be in this chance because he's doing a good build-up from the side, from the wings. But no.
Jinxed him.
Yeah, apologies.
It could be a counter-attack, actually. You see some white shirts flooding forward. CR7 deployed as sort of a winger here. He's strong enough to hold off Sadio Mane, but doesn't have the pace to get away from the Liverpool man. Boxes him in. Really good pressure in that bottom corner there, because he nearly took the ball off him.
Yeah, I think Snakes did really good there with the pass. But yeah, I mean, Snakes has been a little bit more aggressive with both fullbacks. I think that's going to open up a little bit David Sanchez's defense.
The third gone already. David Sanchez with the lead. That pass is poor from Kyle Walker on his weak foot. Maybe the only area of the pitch you don't really want Kyle Walker venturing into. Centre of the park, trying to play passes like that, and could be out of position here, the Englishman. It's a heavy pass for CR7, doesn't quite have enough on it to keep it in play.
Yeah, we're going to see a pass probably from Snakes because he's not done anything yet. So
he's all smiles.
Yeah, he's having fun. I mean, they're both really fun players. Like, Benny's always laughing and smiling. And he like last week he got kicked out with 3-3 in the FGS3, and he was having a laugh on Twitter. So yeah, I like that kind of personality, you know. Like, it doesn't matter if you're getting qualified for the World Cup or you're getting knocked out on the Swiss format. Like, if you're genuinely having fun playing FIFA, that's just cool, right?
It's a dream job.
It is, definitely. But you shouldn't be laughing too much.
There's a balance.
Yeah.
You need to be switched on in the big moments, and he's got 57 minutes to potentially salvage his eChampions League campaign here, does the German. It's been a very tactical game at the moment. Both players looking to create, but also playing the percentages in terms of the chance creation. They're not forcing opportunities into the box. We've not seen that cross in a while. I say that, and it's moved across the box really well from VFL Snakes. He found his way back into the game just on cue.
And the thing is, he just changed his formation to 3-5-2, and that was the main reason why he scored his goal, because David Sanchez was prepared to defend a normal 4-4-2 attack, and obviously he didn't expect to have that much players forward. So bad offside trap, an extra pass to R9, and deserved goal for the Snakes. So that's why the changes in the formation are so important, because as a defender, you don't know what, if you have been defending the 4-4-2 for 130 minutes, you just don't know what to expect.
Back to a level playing field as we approach half-time here. VFL Snakes potentially with the momentum slightly swinging in his favour as David Sanchez gives the ball away, and maybe just having a little look at the radar, there could have been numbers going forward there. He elects to play for the last chance of the half. Quite a smart and mature thing to do with half-time approaching. If the referee will let him play the chance is another question. He comes forward now with R9. Marquinhos is on his back. R9 does well. Kimpembe steps in, and that will do us for half-time.
Yeah, much more fun half. We had many chances. We had 2 chances from David Sanchez, as well 2 chances from Snakes. We also had the formation change, and I think we're gonna see a better half right now. But I think David should be adjusting to this.
Does he match it? Should he be going 3-5-2 or even maybe to a different formation? Because the formation that he's currently in the 4-4-2 probably doesn't match up that well against it.
Yeah, it doesn't. I think you have 2 chances. Either you match it, or you left your wings staying forward.
And then you play sort of like a 4-2-4.
Yeah, I think those are the 2 chances you had, because if you don't do it, you're just gonna be outplayed.
The extra pass will just kill him off.
Yeah.
The moving it across the pitch from right to left every time, it will catch up with him if he doesn't identify and try and change this.
Yeah.
And Ronaldo looking for that run potentially over the top for Alex Telles. He's going to be the favourite to it. Play a look back to Pele. Opportunity here for Snakes. It's going to fall to Marcus Llorente. Pele picks it up, reverse elastico into the path of Marquinhos. Gets away with it on that occasion. But as a complete neutral, you would say the balance of play is shifting towards Snakes.
Yeah, most definitely. Like David Sanchez, he has not been comfortable for the last 10 minutes of the first half, and they start in 7 minutes. And yeah, I would definitely bet my money on Snakes at the moment, because he's just being comfortable at the moment.
And it's that formation, Chims, that's been the catalyst to his better play. Marquinhos stepping forward into central defensive midfield. Kyle Walker now as well. All of those white shirts defending at the moment. Marcus Llorente on the turn, gets away from Ruud Gullit. Pele finds Mane out wide, trying to cut it back into Marcus Llorente. A white shirt is there, and maybe a counter-attack if he plays quick. Over the top, it's going to be Ronaldo up against Kyle Walker. Probably doesn't have the pace to get past him. Kyle Walker, very simple, takes it off him. And possession turns yet again in the Germans' favour.
Yeah, it obviously was the only thing he could do. The ball turned into a scoop turn. He defended well with Kyle Walker, whose defensive staffs are impressive.
Yeah, he sort of saved a lot of the teams, as Kyle Walker. Chance here for Riyad Mahrez. Marquinhos steps in, but if you think back to the eChampions League group stages, full-backs are probably the area of the pitch where there's not a lot of options. Now, what, 6 weeks later? Alex Telles, Andy Robertson, Kyle Walker. There's about 5 or 6 different full-backs you could use.
Yeah, I think we have like 4 options on the left-back position. So.
Yeah, I saw you and Brandon covering it earlier. The left-backs is incredible. Whipped into the box. Ronaldo gets up for it. Can't quite find a player. A skill pass out the back shows the calmness and composure that VFL Snakes is playing with. Riyad Mahrez to bring it forward for Snakes. Is there a winning goal in regulation time? They're getting into the area. That's called a danger zone. As soon as he gets inside the box, starts twisting and turning. Reptile-like. Can't quite find a player. It's end-to-end, this, Gravison.
Yeah.
It's frantic.
It definitely is. The thing is, David's just crossed for this second half, and I think against 3 defenders at the back, it doesn't work as good, because obviously, yeah, you're gonna have Kyle Walker and Marquinhos with CR7, so it's not gonna be as clear as a chance as if you have a right back position, you know, if you're attacking a right back position. But I just don't see what David can do at the moment, because I think he should change something up.
Has to be a formation change.
Yeah, yeah.
We see a pause coming in here. It's taking him a little bit of time to change that. I would imagine maybe rather than formation instructions, you talked about the wingers maybe playing a bigger factor in this game, as Gareth Bale enters the pitch right there for David Sanchez. On the side of Snakes in that 3-5-2, it's going to be Cancelo in at left mid. Gareth Bale, actually, he's thinking more about Bale. Bale it is at left mid. Cancelo got stripped off, and then get your tracksuit back on because you're going back on the bench.
He didn't trust him enough.
But Bale's also a match winner, probably.
Yeah.
You've seen him, that back post cross, it's dangerous.
And obviously in these kind of situations, when you outman your opponent with the 3-5-2, could be even more dangerous.
15 minutes left to play here. eChampions League knockout stages. 15 minutes away from finding out our 7th and penultimate eChampions League grand finalist, David Sanchez! Volley at the near post, Van der Sar equal to it. Corner comes in, Pele with it. Little ball roll, gets past Sadio Mane, now inside the box, whips it to the back post, Bale's up, he wins the header, can't quite find the path of his teammate. Big chances falling for David Sanchez.
Yeah, that's much better. He started from the wings, and then he passed the ball to R9. I think it was bad timing on the offside trap from Snakes, which I think it's kind of a really important thing to do. The timing of the offside traps. I think David's not being precise with it, and I think Snakes might punish him because of it.
Well, we're going to find out. Gareth Bale, fresh off the bench, dinked into R9, beautiful pass. Bundled his way through, chance still alive, Riyad Mahrez, Sadio Mane, is there a winning goal with it? Yes there is! As Snakes erupts on the stage. 10 minutes left to play, and it's Pele with the potential winning goal.
Yeah, I mean, a mistake from David Sanchez. He passed the ball real quick to his strikers. Obviously with the 3-5-2 you have the 2 midfielders, so he took the ball with Marcos Llorente, quick pass to Pele, and a nice goal from Snakes. And I don't think...
He's got to go for it.
Yeah, he's got to go for it. I don't think David's got to do... I mean, 4-5-1, that's interesting.
We've seen Nicholas use that formation in previous years to see games out. Probably just congest the midfield, make it difficult to play against. Could be interesting. On the side of David Sanchez, he's made a couple of changes. We have to say, we've been saying it probably since the 35th minute, that goal's been coming.
Yeah, most definitely. He only had a couple of chances with Pele and the cross to Bale, but yeah, I mean, you have 10 minutes left. You just gotta go forward. And whatever happens, it happens. And if you concede 2 goals, then you concede them. But
well, let's see what he's made of. David Sanchez. Ruud Gullit intercepts on the other Gullit's pass, and Pele with a nice touch, could be away from Alex Telles. Look at the back post if he elects for it. Pele bearing towards the corner flag. He cannot hate it in the slightest, but he dribbles the ball out of play, and that's an opportunity wasted.
Yeah, big opportunity. I think he should have crossed the ball to Bale. I think it was pretty clear, but he didn't make it. I'm curious to see Cuadrado as a midfielder for David Sanchez.
Last chance of the game. Gareth Bale into Pele. Like a pass. R9 takes a shot. Maybe it could have been an extra pass across the box. The angle was a little bit tight, and will that be David Sanchez's final fling? No, it will not. He'll get one more shot at glory. Ruud Gullit into Pele. Gareth Bale out wide. Waiting. Pele can't quite find the ball into the box. Bale picks it up. Extra pass. No, he's shot. He's hit the crossbar.
Oh, that was a clear chance. Oh, the scenes.
Snakes is your 7th eChampions League Grand Finalist. Incredible scenes on the stage. Last second drama here in Stockholm. Gravison, I have to come to you. He shot. I said extra pass. It was there.
It was there. It was there. I mean, wow, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. That was such a clear chance from R9. I think maybe he put so many power in it. I don't know what was it, but whoa, that was a big chance. That is one of the chances that you have nightmares for years.
Talk to me about David Sanchez, though. He's done Spain proud. What a performance this weekend. This won't be the last time, I guarantee, that you'll see David Sanchez in the Global Series.
Yeah, obviously he has a great build-up, great composure, and obviously his pressure is insane. But I gotta say, obviously you gotta be better at analyzing certain things in the game when you're in this position. And obviously he didn't have a game plan for the 3-5-2 of Snakes.
Got to counter it at all. Well, there you go. VFL Snakes, your 7th eChampions League Grand Finalist, coming back on the 27th of May. We're going to go and take a break, so we're going to throw it down to Kyle, Rachel and Mike to break down all the drama.
Heartbreak for David Sanchez there. You can see, didn't he? Just put his head in his hands, looked really gutted, because obviously he was a player who had a shot at it yesterday. He dropped down, didn't he, after losing to Umir, and had another chance today, but it wasn't to be. Snake getting the job done. Let's have a quick word on that missed chance right at the 90th minute, Mike LaBelle. That should have gone in.
It's a difficult play to break down, because you have it 10 out of 10 times. You think this is going to be a conversion. Also considering that Snakes had a mistake, often this is punished. It's the right player at the right time. R9 hits the crossbar. Gravison brought it up, maybe overclocked it just slightly. Could be a little bit nervous, really didn't need the additional power. The goal is calling your name, doesn't happen for him, and you see the big smiles from Snakes.
VFL Snakes there, he knows he got away with one, and you can see that slight breath of relief at the end, but he will not care, because May 27th he will be back here. He's part of the eChampions League finals. Slight mistake at the end, but you know, it happens. He got away with one. It happens to all of us at the best of times.
I mean, let's just talk about Snakes a little bit more as well. 4th German player, guys. We got half, didn't we? 50% of the guys that started. We did 8 Germans yesterday. 4 have now gone through. What a conversion rate there, Kyle.
I mean, it's incredible. How many times, Mike, have we been speaking backstage about Germany, looking at what they can do as a nation? Well, this is living proof. 4 out of the 8 in the top 8 come from Germany. Predator FIFA, Henning, Snakes, Umit.
And instead of Henning, it actually should be Denny that has that 4th placement.
But yeah, he beat Yuval earlier,
still German.
Of course.
Yep.
Still German. Yeah, I mean, absolutely awesome. Can they work together in the grand finals? That we've surely paired up together, some of them will.
It's sort of unbelievable. Outside of maybe Umit, I feel like the other 3 Germans as well really weren't on the radar, other than they were German. But if you're talking to, again, the competitors, the scene internationally, even domestically, people don't really know what's going to happen, especially coming back to a LAN. And these guys came out, they're fierce, they're ready. I think this is the biggest moment for Denny's career as well, even at 29 years old or 29 years young, to be qualified now in that final 8 for the eChampions League.
29 is not old, by the way, Mike. Just 29 is not old, okay?
In FIFA terms, guys, if you don't know, it is quite old. Let's talk a little bit more about Snake. So, what a day he has had. He's our PlayStation competitor of the day as well. I mean, let's just go through as well. He only had 1 loss, of course, and that was to Nicholas yesterday. Nicholas is also through. Then he got the win, didn't he, earlier today over Diogo, and then a win over Maestro as well, which you can see on the screen right now, before defeating David Sanchez, the Spanish guy, in great form on the big stage where it really mattered, where he had to really step up his performance once again. Benny CR7 is his coach, is his mentor for this competition as well. Didn't expect to be here, got here in the end, and has just had an absolute stormer. Denny, take a bow, back in shot like he should be. 29 years young, I'm going to say.
Got you covered, Denny.
You did. Snakes, Mike, I mean, do you think that's a little bit of an example of pressure off? I'm going to go and have the best tournament of my life because no one expects me to be here.
And what's the terminology or the saying? You're playing with house money? Maybe to a certain degree. He comes out, he gets the job done, plays freely, and nobody could say he didn't have to go through some of the best competition to beat the likes of Maestro and to get a big result like that and be able to push through. And the only loss, like you said, was Nicholas.
I think actually the Diogo match stands out for me. The fact that he was up 4-1, and then Diogo brought it back, and then he almost blew it, but he kept his head, didn't he? 5-4, which was incredible.
Definitely, and I think that when you were on this stage, when you're here, when everybody's watching you, when the pressure's on you, it shows that you can step up and you can ensure that if you've got a lead, you can keep hold of it. If you're losing, you can come back. Big players need big moments, and how many times from all of those competitors we've just seen have we seen huge momentous moments this weekend?
Well, talking of big players, big moments, we have two massive players looking for one final spot. This is our final matchup. Matthias Bonanno taking on Makers Optole.
As you see, Optole, the only Swede, of course, left in the competition. Hometown, ready to go, revved up. Also had a late winner in his previous matchup, so he's going to see if he can build off of that.
And this man that's making his way to the stage, Matthias Bonanno, the pressure will be on him as he knows he wants to be in the eChampions League finals, and this is his opportunity to become their 8th and final competitor. That'll be back here on May 27th.
Well, one player from Argentina has already booked his spot. Nicholas did it yesterday. Can Matthias Bonanno join him? Only one Swede in the competition. Optole will be getting his spot too.
Well, welcome back to Stockholm, Sweden for one of the final times here this weekend as we bring you the eChampions League knockout stage. As you join us for the final game of today, myself, Brandon Smith, and the very own Richard Buckley. What a game this plans to be. Optole against Matthias Bonanno, two players that made their name in FIFA esports in this online era. They're now at LAN, Richard. We've seen two very different journeys they've had in this competition. What's your take coming into this game?
It really don't get much bigger than this game we're about to see right here. Matthias Bonanno, we thought that he could have got the job done yesterday in that performance against Nicholas, an end-to-end game. Nicholas came out on top in the end. Optole, he's sort of just been silently going about his business. Like, I don't see, like, we've talked about him too much. He's been on broadcast. We've seen him down there with Volleyball, but he's just been picking up win after win after win, and here he is, one game away from an eChampions League Grand Final.
Rich, three of his results in the tournament were 3-2s.
Yep.
He's had very, very narrow games throughout his journey. This man on your screen, I know you're a big fan of him. You do your best to remain impartial in the commentary booth. Matthias Bonanno, we had the pleasure last year of covering the South America online scene. We covered the 5 online qualifiers where we saw Nicholas win, we saw Matthias Bonanno pick up a handful of those, the Common the Ball Libertadores online. We've seen a lot about this player and we've experienced a lot about him as well. Took a huge move, that's been his storyline. Moved over to Europe, signed for Team Heretics, plays in the La Liga, came so close to the grand final just last week in Zaragoza. There's a lot to talk about here. Unfortunately, only one of the players can make it to the Champions League finals, but there's a storyline that's also emerging. Optole, the only Swede in his home country. If he qualifies, Rich, he'll be back here again in Sweden, looking to be crowned an eChampions League champion here in Stockholm.
And just imagine, if Optole was to win it, the eChampions League, I might be getting ahead of myself, but it'd be such scenes. It'd be similar to when the Brighton Dome 1974, when ABBA won Eurovision for Sweden. That level of carnage in Stockholm.
Well, I knew you might give me a pun or two in this game, but I didn't expect it to have happened in the first 4.5 minutes, Richard. Strap yourselves in, hopefully more of that to come along the two legs here. Matthias Bonanno kicking from left to right in that yellow strip. Optole of Team Makers from right to left. He'll be in London next week. Well, both of these two will be there. Team Heretics, one of the Masters teams in the FGS for this year. Optole and his coach here in Stockholm, Sweden, Ollie Bolli.
Could be in.
He had to go the long way. What a ball. This could be Pele early doors. Optole! What a start!
The ball was weighted perfectly. It just fell on the foot of Pele. Beautiful sort of lofted ball over the top of the defence. Defender couldn't get there. Van der Sar asking serious questions. Put down the gardening gloves and get the goalkeeper gloves on, because you have to do better.
I mean, when you're playing against a player of Matthias Bonanno, Richard, you have to make him uncomfortable. You have to. He keeps the ball. He likes keeping the ball.
If Matthias went 1-0 up, Optole's in a real tough situation, but he's put him under pressure straight away.
Well, if you missed yesterday's broadcast, Nicholas played Matthias in the game to qualify him for the eChampions League Grand Final. And it was Matthias that did lose that game to Nicholas, who was very vocal about that win, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. He said he was emotionally invested in the game. That over-the-top through ball looks to be something that they've definitely worked on, because he's playing it a couple of times already in this first 15 minutes, looking to hit it over the top of the defence. Matthias dealt with that one, but look for that to be potentially a game-winning tactic deployed right there from the Swedes.
This is for the final spot in the Champions League finals, joining the rest of the 7 back here in Stockholm on the 27th of May. Building nicely is Matthias. João Cancelo, couple of ball rolls, does so well with the Manchester City fullback, wins a corner, piling on the pressure.
Could be direct, this.
What's that cursor towards the back post, Richard, where Hullet will be there all the time in the world? That's something off the training ground that, on another day, might have led to a goal.
It was a really nice corner. Hullet's headed it into a dangerous area inside the 6-yard box as well, but there was no yellow shirt there to capitalise on the header back across the box.
They had quite a frustrating last game, did Optole. It was against Cosmin. A difficult game. was 1-0 down for over 150 minutes in. He had about 24% possession to his name. Somehow, though, clawed his way back through. Won via extra time. And now finds himself in this loser bracket round 4 scenario. Joining the likes of Tex, Predator, Nicholas Umit, Denny Feldman, and the man you just saw, Richard. Snakes, 4 Germans. 4 of 8 players are German that will be in the Champions League finals. They really have stamped their mark on this competition.
Yeah, they have. I mean, coming into the tournament, 8 Germans came in. The fact that half of them have qualified is very impressive, given how competitive it's been.
And given the fact that we're sitting here, Richard, with no Levy in the final, no Maestro.
Also, I just want to say, by the way, Snakes qualifying isn't getting the recognition it deserves.
Let's talk more about that in a split second, Richard, as there's an attack for Matthias Bonanno building up now. Pull it. No way back round, but back to that point, you're right. He didn't qualify for the recent FGS3, if I'm right on that, Richard.
Didn't accumulate enough rivals points. And now he's top 8.
He comes to land via an invite. He didn't qualify in the Champions League.
Yep. And he's just taking it with both hands.
And again, it's VFL Bochum again, Richard Buckley. What is it with them producing stars?
One of the biggest shocks since we've been commentating. When you look at the data coming into it, he had no right to qualify, and he's a top 8 guaranteed.
Cancelo into Huller. This is Optole looking to build into a second goal now. 35 minutes played here in the first leg of 2. He did score in the first 10 minutes. It was Pele that got the goal. Early doors in this competition. Matthias Bonanno has had a long wait to play today. Building, Pele looking for a second, you might just get there. Still the chance alive, Mahrez back to goal, Sadio Mane, could be 2, what a save, Van der Sar.
Edwin van der Sar making up for his previous error right there. As Matthias Bonanno looks to get something going, it's the long one over the top, and it could be a big chance. It's over the keeper.
Renato Sanchez, of all people, Richard, to get on the score sheet, will run from CDM and become a hero for Matthias Bonanno. Forget R9, forget Pele. It's the Portuguese box-to-box midfielder Renato Sanchez that will bring this game all square.
Renato Sanchez just seems to be doing it for the Argentine players. He scored 2 for Nicholas yesterday against Matthias, and he's just dinked it over the goalkeeper to get Matthias right back in the game.
Well, he had to reply. He's a player that is so good at controlling games, Matthias Bonanno. Player that has had so much hype as well. How do you think he's gotten with having that hype, Richard, since coming over to Europe? Because he has performed well. I think his first FGS he got a top 8, correct me if I'm wrong.
And then he finished top 4 after that. He's been relishing the opportunity, has Matthias. The competition, the different players that he can play against.
Straight into the La Liga season. I think he took Ravisson's spot actually at Real Zaragoza. Made an La Liga Cup. Yes, he lost to Zidane of Deportivo Alaves. Regardless of that, he'll be in the La Liga Grand Finals just 2 weeks' time. Half-time here in 1-1 between Optole and Matthias Bonanno in the first leg. Still so much to unfold here. I mean, that's not a bad company to be in, isn't it? Ollie Bolly, a player that is a champion in his own right, won the first online qualifier last year, signed for Team Makers. Next thing you know, it was Optole that joined the ranks.
Just having a little look there at the formation that Matthias is rolling with. It is that 3-back that he has done most of the tournament. You can see it there on your screen. Perfect timing. Shout out to production. Just how I was talking about it. Sadio Mane on the right-hand side. Looks like Cuadrado's been brought on at half-time to occupy that left mid position. Interesting to make a change after 45 minutes, as he's going to have a quick look to see what Optole is using, and lo and behold, both players in the 3-5-2.
Yeah, it must be said on top of that, of all things here, Richard, win this game, $10,000 guaranteed. That ticket back here to Sweden again next month, and the chance to have a shot at $75,000 in the eChampions League. A lot of pressure on the line here. on the big stage as well. Final game of today, Richard. I mean, for Optole, if we're being completely honest, it's his first time he's been at an event like this. I mean, for both players, in some regard, there's been a lot more stage and tournament experience that Matthias has had in the La Liga over the last few weeks and months. We're not aware of the format there. It started back in February, the La Liga. They play weekly or bi-weekly match days. Matthias Pennano, the only time I've seen him, I should say Optole, was back at the Nordic Masters last year in a LAN environment. Other than that, he's been at home.
In terms of the global series, as a FGS tournament, which is outside of one country like a domestic league, this is the first time for them both, which is daunting to say the least.
What a
pass. Oh,
just side. And I think, honestly, that's why he needed to play against Cosmin, because for the first game, he did look nervous, Optole, earlier today.
Cosmin
was only 17.
Cosmin also made it very difficult.
Yeah, 76 possession or so wasn't the easiest of situations to be in for Optole. Regardless, he'll have a big Swedish fan base behind him in this game. Can the only Swede pull off a miracle? There's been loads of big Swedish performances in the last few years. Boris Legend, you date that one back, qualifying for the FIFA E World Cup. Olli Lito came into the scene. Olli Bolli, an online champion last year. Optole just adding into that mix as a FIFA E World Cup grand finalist.
I think the resurgence of Scandinavian talent, especially probably as Boras started to wind down his career, there were so many players from Sweden, from Denmark, from Scandinavia who just erupted onto the scene, being completely honest, and they really did take over for a little bit. Especially, I remember commentating a lot of those online cups during the initial stages of the pandemic. It was all Scandinavian winners. It was Scandinavia winner or Maestro in FIFA 20.
Oh, this could be into the box. What a chance! Oh, Matthias! Matthias!
Whipped that ball into the box, secured the run with Pele, and he's caught it beautifully on the volley.
Well, it was one of the many names that came from the online era, and wow, magician, magical, unbelievable stuff from Matthias Pennano, just to whip that into the path of Pele. We know he's got an unbelievable finish on him, but 2020 vision, incredible stuff. Matthias Pennano now takes the lead. This is the worst situation for Optole, because we've seen what happens when Matthias gets into these positions, Richard. He can really slow it down and really take control of the game.
And just have a little look at this. He cued the run with Pele right there, so he's offloaded it. He's played an L1X pass. Quadrado whipping that into the box. He saw the run. He's put it on a plate for him as Optole shakes his head in disbelief.
I mean, it was an incredible ball from Quadrado, who's out of position on the left-hand side.
On his left side.
Well. There's a time to turn up. This is the time to do so. Matthias Pennano leads by 2-1. Back to the drawing board for makers Optole. Lorente.
And this is the position that nobody wants to find themselves in. Trying to break down Matthias Pennano. So many people have been complimentary this weekend of his defensive capabilities.
Back to goal. Pele trying his best to unpick the defence. Kimpembe's there, the big strong tackle. I mean, how do you unpick Matthias Pennano? Has anyone got an answer? Nicholas?
Nicholas did. And Nicholas is arguably one of the best players to ever play the game.
Unbelievable ball, finds R9. He's been enjoying those little lofted balls into that area of the pitch, whether that be Ronaldo Nazario or Pele just teasing that run forward.
He does play quite direct, does Matthias. You see a lot in his build-up play. He's happy to just launch the ball forward and look to create something out of nothing.
Bayo off the bench, dispossessed. There could be a massive gap now in this 3-5-2. Just on this side of the pitch, Quadrado, the provider of the ball into Pele's feet, finds R9 now, building again into a third chance, maybe for Matthias. Cuadrado. Back to Hullet, look at this. Cuadrado again. Just had one more direct touch down the line. It could have been a different story there.
Have to remind you, 2 legs of FIFA to play as well. We've got another game of this.
What a game as well. What a way to end this tournament, Richard.
Yeah, top.
Out of all the matches we've seen across the 2 days, look at this one for a way to conclude the knockout stages here in Stockholm. FIFA Esports is back on land, and we've absolutely loved every single match that we've had live to share to everyone around the world.
Ooh, that's a big possession one there.
Kimpembe out of position there, does well to win it back, get that ball off Kimpembe, give it to someone else. He still wants to be involved though. Number 14 on the screen continues his run forward, not for so long. Big win from Hullet. R9 could be off, there's the gap. Can he find it? Pele's through on the right hand side, there's the ball into Pele. Is it too heavy for the Brazilian? No, it's not. Just about picks up the ball. Happy to go back and recycle it again. Kimpembe, Marquinhos, switch of play from left to right. Back over again, it shall fall. Keep an eye on those runs.
And in this final 5 minutes, I wouldn't be surprised if Matthias just doesn't really go forward much. He's got the lead, he's more than happy to see out a clean sheet in the second leg. It's a good win back though for Optole, and that will give him the last chance of this game. He's not going to waste possession, he's going to wait for the clock to die down and play the final attack.
Well, you can see him just doing just that right now. There is no rush until we get near the added time interval. Oh no. Well, maybe he won't be getting the last chance of the game. Maybe it will be Matthias instead. Added time to follow, probably of just a minute. There it is.
Is he even going to go forward? He is, and he's going to lose possession. Big chance.
Hullet driving forward. It's R9 with the run. Is it too easy to predict? Vinicius back to Hullet again. Vinicius, the Brazilian. What's he got up his sleeve? Reverse elastico. Oh no! And what a save, Van der Sar. And what a chance for Optole. Still alive though from this corner. Played short. Vinicius, the man who just made the corner happen. That will do us 3 minutes
Let's give
time.
the corner away.
No, it's not.
That's not over.
You thought it was?
It wasn't a throw-in. It was a corner. The ref will play it.
Headset back on Optole. We're not done just yet. I thought we were. Corner played short again. Vinicius runs it out of play. That is match 1 done here in the Champions League round 4 loser bracket. And at the halfway point, it's the Argentine Matthias Bonanno looking to get redemption from yesterday, who leads 2 goals to 1 against the only Swedish player left in the tournament. We're back after this break to conclude our last game here. Well, here we go then. This is the match that will conclude the number 8 spot for the eChampions League Grand Finals next month in Stockholm, Sweden. And it's one of these two players that will be booking their ticket there for the chance to battle out against 7 other players and for the chance to bag the trophy and $75,000. Rich, we just saw leg 1 conclude. Still a lot to play for here. Matthias was 1-0 down, then ended the game 2-1. But this was the big chance from Optole right at the end of the game, wasn't it?
It's beautiful from Vinicius Jr. The reverse elastico absolutely sold him a dream. R9 first time shot. Van der Sar has somehow managed to get across the goal. Optole knew how big of a chance that was. You press circle, you shoot the ball, you expect the back of the net to be rippling.
Yeah, I think there's a lot in this one as well for me, Richard, for Matthias. Just 2 weeks ago, he was in the final of the Ida Liga Cup in his debut season. He played the tournament in Zaragoza for Real Zaragoza. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. It was a game that he did lose in the end, and it felt like it just all got a bit too much for him. Some would argue that he's owed a big win here, that some would argue that maybe it is his time.
Nothing's
Show
given.
the world what he can do. But yeah, you're right, nothing is given, and there's a better story here for Optole. Only Swedish player against all the odds to go and qualify for the Champions League Grand Finals. Only time will tell. Optole from left to right in that white. He's down by a goal. It's so crucial that he scores this first goal, because if he doesn't, it'll suddenly become so difficult against Matthias with how well he'll look to keep the ball, look to sit back and be hard to beat.
See that almost flat back 5 in the 3-5-2.
This is nice from Optole though. Pele Elastico. Cheeky pass inside, can't find the extra one more, can Sadio Mane?
And I'd be very interested to know the game plan, obviously, for Optole, because I think long shots is probably one of the most viable ways of scoring against Matthias. The way that he drops off, he wants you almost to come into the box. He's got so many players there, and then he'll just win an interception, take the ball off you. He gives you a lot of space here. We saw Nicolas score a long shot yesterday with Renato Sanchez, 25 yards out. He didn't press him. He thought he was going to approach the box. He didn't, and Nicolas made him pay. Maybe that could be the way to go for Optole. Time will tell.
Here comes Matthias Bonanno with his first real chance towards the box. He's happy to play all the way back to Marquinhos on this 3-5-2. You're going to get the back 3 spread across. He's onside, Mane. Yes, he is. Just keeps the ball in just about. Good feet.
Oh,
runs into his own player, and it's just all in the end. A bit too much there. Carl Walker just getting in the way of his forward.
It's a good opportunity, though. The pass out wide to Mane seemed not to be the best of options, but he created something inside the box. A little cancel on the double back and look to maybe create a little bit of magic in the penalty area.
Watch that one of R9 now in the corner of your screen. There is the run from R9. He's onside. Golden chance. Matthias Bonanno. Surely, what a save, Van der Sar. What a save.
Edwin van der Sar earning his keep today. What a save.
Still alive, though. R9 might be able to pull it back. Marquinhos went for a fake shot of all players in there. It's not the man you wanted.
I loved that corner as well. He pulled Hullet to the edge of the box, and then just as the ball was getting floated into the crescent, his player switched and player locked to another player. So the AI is actually the player with Hullet that's headed the ball down to him. So he can take it straight away with R9 and then look to either get a shot away or he tried to feed Marquinhos. He's been good from corners, has Matthias. He's one of the only players that actually crosses it in.
Optole on the hump for a goal that would bring this all square on aggregate. What's more impressive, though, Rich, is just how compact Matthias Bonanno can make his midfield and defensive line, and then how quick he can just break out. That's what the 3-5-2 will allow you to do. What a ball. Surely across. Surely Matthias Bonanno. That is the FIFA that he has been renowned and known for over the last 12 months.
Matthias Bonanno floating the ball out wide. First time pass, sweeps it across the penalty box. Nothing Optole can do about that one as Pele knocks it into an empty net. I think the only question was, is there too much on the pass? Was he actually going to get onto it at the back post? He kept up with the pace of the ball and slotted it in. Optole is in a really, really difficult position right now.
A position that no one wants to be in, Richard, let alone 1 goal down, 2 goals down. Against this player, in particular in the loser bracket round 2. It could be worse though, Richard. It's R9 in a running race. He's loving these long through balls. Marquinhos, can he stop R9 in his tracks? He offloads it to Sadio Mane. He cuts back inside into R9. It's beautiful FIFA from the Argentine here in Stockholm. And maybe, just maybe, he's on his way to his first ever eChampions League finals.
Matthias Bernardo, outstanding on the main stage. The question marks about him yesterday was, he's not that free-flowing, he's not attacking that well. Yes, defensively he's unbelievable, but he's not scoring that many goals. He's just put 4 up against Optole. But in his previous matches, you said they all finished 3-2. He's only been conceded 2 goals over 2 legs.
Doesn't concede goals, Optole. Credit where it's due as well to Argentina here. They only fielded 2 players that made it, obviously, through this European competition. 2 names that have moved over to Europe. Would be a better way to put it. Sacrifices were made for tournaments like this. The likes of Nicholas and Matthias, they wanted to be in tournaments like the Champions League. They wanted to be here in Europe to play in some of the biggest and best virtual leagues in the world. It was a sacrifice that both players had to make. Now they'll be hopeful for that. Ooh. Pele's done so well for Optole. Let's just hold on a minute. There is a lot of time left to play in this game. 38 minutes. Really well taken from Pele, by the way. Love the reverse elastico. Clean on the exit. And a really nice finish.
It's not over yet. Optole showing that he can breach that defence. Beautiful reverse elastico, as you said. And then just powering it. Pace on the ball. Pele blasting it past the goalkeeper. 4-2 with 1 half of FIFA and change left to play.
Perfect response though from Optole. No doubt it's quite difficult for a handful of these players this year, Richard, with the introduction of 2v2 FIFA. There's a lot of practice that takes place, and it's difficult to get your priorities right, isn't it? Where do you practice 1v1, 2v2 when there's a 1v1 tournament this weekend? There's a 2v2 FGS Team of the Season Cup next weekend. The following weekend there's another 1v1 La Liga Grand Finals. It's like, how do you schedule that practice and preparation into a tournament such as this?
What a ball. It's very difficult. I mean, we were talking to a lot of the pros backstage over the course of this weekend, where they played an FGS qualifier last week. They then played the 1v1 eChampions League knockout stages here, but then next week a number of the players, I think it was 8 or 9 of the competitors, are then going to be playing at the Team of the Season Cup, which is a 2v2 tournament. Domestic leagues are coming right around as well. The finales of a number of leagues across the world, they're all going to be 1v1 for the most part. So there is the priorities that you have to put in place. I think that's probably the pros as well. Obviously, the Team of the Season Cup, they might not have had any presence here at the Champions League, so then you are going to be taking this as your tournament of focus. But there's a lot of FIFA to be played.
Yeah,
a lot of
it's
FIFA
coming to this time though, isn't it? The springtime, Rich. It always is the time where
erupts.
People, the season erupts, but more importantly, people get into their peak or fall off. That's how it really goes, isn't it? With FGS 4 around the corner now, people that have got playoff chances will be really putting time into that.
Very rarely do you find someone who starts the year, who then ends the year on top as well. Probably even MS Desari over the last few years, it's always been January, December time. If you remember FIFA 19, he won FUT Cup 2. In FIFA 18, he won the March, April.
Maestro is a great example of that normally as well.
He comes good. Tex is one of the only players that predominantly will start the year with a win, and then in the playoffs and towards the back end of the year, he's still there.
And I think how he looks at the moment,
he looks dangerous.
He's very, very scary, Richard. Of course, he's in the Champions League finals next month. Mane cut back. This is Matthias Bonanno hunting for a 3-goal cushion to be reinstalled. He's 45 minutes away from an eChampions League final. Optole on the hunt for a 3rd goal here. What a save! No, it's in his goal! Optole! Game on!
Wow! Optole does not care about it.
Nothing fancy about that one, Rich, was it? Getting the ball long, R9 get running.
You don't care about these people saying, yeah, he's one of the best defenders they've ever seen. He's just put 2 past him in 5 minutes. Now we get to see. We know the mechanical FIFA skill is immaculate. What's the mental state like? Who has got the bottle?
And who's lost their bottle? Well, the game on main stage is delivering. One hell of a scoreline and a match-up. 7 goals between the two. 2-2 in this one. Matthias Bonanno is still in the lead, only but by a goal. I tell you what, Richard, I tell you what. Just offside Pele. For a split second, I thought he was through. There's the belief, though, for Optole there, Rich. He's just banged 2 goals in 10 minutes.
What did I say in the first leg, though, about that ball over the top? He played it twice in the sort of first 10 minutes. He got a goal with it. He's just scored again now. There's space in behind if you can beat him on the transition.
And then Matthias has also done that in his game.
It's getting nervy.
$10,000 game of FIFA, this one. Mahrez. Back to Renato Sanchez. Mahrez could be a chance for Matthias. Cut back on a play. Does well. Really well. When he's in the pressure cooker, he's responded with a really important goal.
He's got the oven gloves on. He doesn't feel the heat. Does Matthias Bonanno. 5-3 he now leads. You can see the formation that he's playing right there. No 3-5-2 around here. He played that a little bit last year as well. I wasn't going to say it until we brought it up. The 5-back, he played that. We watched a lot of his games in South America. He liked the false 9, the 4-3-3 false 9, and also this 5-2-1-2. He did go into that at times, the 5-3-2 as well, which Dylan Mike obviously brought to prominence. But I think that just goes to show maybe that he's feeling a little bit under pressure. He wants to have extra few defenders back there to help out.
Oh, absolutely, as you said. He had some difficult games yesterday. He's not had an easy game at all in this tournament. Such you get. He won a penalty shootout in winners bracket round 1 yesterday against RVP legend of Team Hullet. And then it was a 4-3 win against Yuval Belli. There's not been an easy result. He played Nicholas after that, lost to Nicholas, comes in against Optole.
Tough games, really tough games.
No easy games. "28 minutes left of this matchup at the moment. It is Matthias Bonanno on his way for a return visit back to Stockholm on the 27th of May. Well, he'll join Tex, Predator, FIFA, Nicholas Umit, Denny, Robbie Feldman, VFL Snakes in a final 8, battling out for $75,000 and that eChampions League trophy. When you moved over to Europe, Richard, you dreamed of these sort of moments.
Now his dreams are becoming reality. Mahrez
taking more time out this game. Final 20 minutes. If he gets one more goal, that will be.
R9's going.
This little cheeky chip. He'll be offside now, R9. I think Vinicius Junior might fancy though. Kinos just gets something on that to Van der Sar. Take a few more seconds out the tie, I'll be saying.
"20 minutes left. Attack versus defence.
Possession given back again. Are we going to see a pause? Maybe one more time. There it is. I speak in it.
Can you tell me the lottery numbers as well?
Up comes the pause. Well, I can imagine there'll be a 3 at the back. Let's just go for the game. Cut back inside. Oh, 9! more touch maybe could have made all the difference there, but regardless, he'll get that pause now where he can jump in. Hopefully, he could maybe see a head-to-head tactics here of seeing what is just being changed. Here we go, Rich.
Well, it's still in that 5-2-1-2. It's Vinicius Jr. who's being introduced to the game alongside Cristiano Ronaldo on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side, just gone through into the match has Optole. It wasn't too much being changed. Conversations ongoing at the moment with Matthias and his number 2. Pele, arguably one of the greatest players of all time, doing a job at right wing back.
Yeah, he's not picky, is he? And it was Mane though that was there earlier, Richard. Now it's Pele playing in that position. Just a quick word, Rich, on the 7 finalists already. How much are you looking forward to Stockholm next month for the grand finals?
Cannot wait, honestly. I think it's really, really unpredictable. I mean, this weekend's shown how unpredictable it is.
Final 15 minutes for the only hope that Sweden have in this tournament of turning it all around. It's a Hail Mary ball into the box. It was very ambitious against Kimpembe, was Vinicius Jr.
Also, the emergence of Cristiano Ronaldo now as that one of those strikers allows you just to launch it long, hit it long, look for that sort of last man, win the knockdown, play on the second ball, and also when the pitch does get longer, when the opportunities do get a little bit more drawn out, there's no one more clinical than CR7.
Speaking of CR7, picks up the ball now. Look at the space to conclude the tie. That ball not strong enough from R9 into Pele, who's run on from right wing back. Desperate again from Optole. I think Matthias, if anyone's going to be pretty experienced here, Richard, just to be able to try and see out this game and take more minutes out the tie. Well played, Hullet. Rushed again, slightly. R9 can't get that ball down. It falls back into the path of Ronaldo on the flip side of the pitch. No way through. Kimpembe, big tackle. Optole again, could be a gift. He's still bouncing around. It's just not falling.
What's happening? No, he put their foot on the ball.
Wins it again. He's been winning the ball back so well, Optole. Final 4 minutes. Just, is there enough time? No, big win again. You'd surely think that this is it now. 87 minutes on the clock. A sit back in the chair from Matthias Bonanno. Has he done enough? A move to Europe to play in tournaments such as the Champions League will be worthwhile as he looks to conclude this tie now. Professional, mature for a 19-year-old.
Optole knows.
Second ever competitive FIFA season, Richard Buckley. A minute of additional time. It'll be spot number 8 going to the Argentine Matthias Bonanno.
This man is the real deal. Believe the hype, because Matthias Bonanno is not going anywhere.
He's going somewhere, Richard. Back to Stockholm next month for the eChampions League finals. It's spot number 8 concluded. Commiserations to Optole, who no doubt has made his country proud here in Sweden. A 5-3 defeat. There was question marks at times. However, after yesterday, losing to Nicholas, it was all the fuel that he needed, Richard, to come back today and to put it right, to take spot number 8. The last spot here from 32 to 8. We can't wait for it next month. It's going to be incredible. In just over 4 weeks' time, the Champions League finals looks stacked.
No, it really does. The players are finalised. 4 Germans, 2 Argentinians, an Israeli and an Englishman.
Yep.
Make up your Champions League finals. Incredible scenes, and it's been a joy and a privilege to commentate, to break down the highlights, you name it. We've been at the heart of it this weekend. All the players, fair play, because they have performed to the very highest degree of FIFA skill this weekend.
Yeah, and we've loved commentating on it as well. Myself, you, Ryan Pessoa, Gravison, who he is down on the main stage now. Carl Walker. We're going to hear from Matthias Bonanno, who's in the Champions League Grand Finals.
Brandon, Richard, thank you so much. Yes, I'm joined by Matthias Bonanno, our 8th and final competitor, who'll be back here on May 27th. And Gravison's going to translate. My Spanish isn't that good. First question, though, Matthias, what a performance. After yesterday, after facing Nicholas, how much pressure did you feel today coming into day 2?
La pregunta sería, Matías, has hecho una actuación muy buena hoy, pero después de perder contra Nico ayer, ¿cuánta presión tenías de cara a este partido contra Optole?
No, la verdad que sí, hice un buen papel ayer y nada, sí, la derrota contra Nico dolió bastante, pero bueno, había que reponerse mentalmente y bueno, yo creo que pudimos hacerlo de la mejor manera.
Yeah, obviously the loss against Nicolas was really painful, but he had time to recover mentally and do this in today.
And obviously, with your move here to Europe, making that move across, being able to compete in the eChampions League, how special does it feel now that you're going to the finals on May 27th? Was it all worth it?
Obviamente, de moverse de Sudamérica a España y Europa este año, obviamente fue un cambio complicado. ¿Crees que ha merecido la pena después de lo de hoy y toda la temporada?
Fue un cambio muy complicado y la verdad que yo creo que sí está mereciendo la pena, me está yendo muy bien en la temporada y nada, ahora vamos por la Champions.
Obviously, he's saying it's been worth it. It's been hard, you know, changing from South America to Europe, but he feels he's doing a good season and he's going for the trophy.
Well, May 27th, you'll be back here hoping to get your hands on that trophy just over there. Congratulations. As I said, our 8th and final competitor that'll be back here on May 27th, Matthias Bonanno. Congratulations. Rachel, Mike, what did you make of this young man's performance?
I mean, it was incredible, wasn't it? And I had two questions I wanted answered before that interview, Carl. You just answered one of them. I was going to ask you, Mike, was the move from South America to Europe worth it? He just said yes, he's looking for that trophy. He's still on the path to glory. My second question was, would he be able to convert from online to LAN? And I think that's been answered too, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's confirmed that he's not just an online warrior. Not necessarily that was a big argument against him. We always saw the ability. And that performance had a lot of professionalism. You saw the possession. You saw some of the switching of the pitch, the tactical awareness, the crossing, the conversion rate, the defensive pressure play, and how he sat back at certain moments. He just did a really good job all the way around the board. And then also some of the goalkeeper movement is something that just most people can't do.
And just such a mature player as well. I mean, Richard and Brandon mentioned it, only his second competitive year of FIFA. He does remind us of a text from 2018, 2019. I'm sure he's got a real bright future in competitive FIFA as well. And obviously we're going to see him in only a month's time come back and try and do it all again and take that trophy he's moved so many miles to try and get. Well, he's also our Expedia goal of the day is Matthias Bonanno. Mike, this one's over to you.
And you're just seeing some of these different re-anglings and crossing maneuvers that he's really had in his game, and he's been able to execute and really make it difficult for the opposition as you see him celebrating a little bit of some emotion there. Not that he was an extremely emotional guy across the board if we're going through a lot of the reactions or lack thereof, but I think that's important. And he's talked about keeping his emotions in check when interviewing with Kyle, and it's probably good that he had that day rest. Remember, he got rewarded to drop down and then was able to get the job done, but if he had to play back-to-back after losing to Nicholas, maybe he's not all the way there the same way.
Yeah, no, emotions play a big part, and he said he really felt that, had to go home probably and reset. This was important as well, Mike. Break it down, because it was, Optole was on a comeback here, wasn't he?
Yeah, of course, and being able to make the extra pass, and a lot of FIFA is timing and arranging and being able to connect those passes and getting the spacing properly in line. I know it sounds kind of basic in some ways, but it's much more difficult when you have another pro player up against you and he's trying to offset all of these things between the pressure play and timing the gaps and offside traps and so forth and so on.
And we have to mention Optole as well, getting this far. The only Swede in the competition, not an underdog, but he had quite the journey as well here. What did you make of his performances this weekend?
I think he should be proud, but I also know this is probably the most difficult loss of his career. When you're one game away from making it into that final 8, not only financial, but also just from a career path, and this being the eChampions League. This is the pinnacle event for the majority of the competitors, and they really dream of having that opportunity to hoist the trophy, and you're just one away from that additional step, and you get to stay home, or come back home, or revisit home.
Exactly. I mean, 8 people, didn't they, wanted to book their spot for the 27th of May. 4 did it yesterday. These 4 managed to do it today. They'll be joining the 4 from yesterday in only a month's time to see who can lift that coveted trophy. Guys, we have the Just Eat post-show after this break. Well, welcome back to the eChampions League Pepsi Max post-show. Guys, what a weekend we have had here in Stockholm. We started the weekend with 32 players wanting to get their hands on that trophy, and now we have our final 8 confirmed. I mean, what an awesome day, Mike and Kyle, we have had. Mike, I mean, just talk us through all the excitement we've had. We've got the 8 players, and we've got 4 Germans, 1 from Israel, 1 from England, 2 from Argentina. Did we expect that at the beginning of day 1?
Probably not.
No.
There's our predictions, so no, I don't think
Actually, we need to review the predictions.
We can do that in a minute, because I don't want to know mine.
Okay, I'm just...
but, I mean, what a weekend.
What a weekend, and I know we were talking about it a little bit. I would say out of the 8 players, 5 of them have a lot of LAN experience, or at least a decent amount. So the LAN still came as an impactful background or backstory. And then we had some of the new guys.
Yeah, we were talking about that obviously yesterday if you joined us. Could the players who emerged online convert it over here to LAN? And yes, the answer was Matthias Bonanno. We just saw him able to do that. But Kyle, I want to speak to you a little bit about 4 German players getting the job done, half of who started.
Yeah, and we've talked so much with Wax Lyrical about the nation, talk about how good they are. Mike's been questioning, what do they do over there? Because
what are they eating?
They're producing incredible FIFA players, and we're seeing that on a huge stage. We know how prestigious the eChampions League is. We know how big of a competition it is. And this is a nation that is coming up here and is showing us, showing the world, well, we can do it when we need to, when we want to. 4 going through to the finals, half of them huge odds for a German to win it May 27th.
Germans in numbers, of course, out in force, but it wasn't actually a German player who topped our top goal scoring sheets. It was in fact Yuval with a FedEx top goal scorer of the day. Nom Yuval, 13 goals next to his name. It was quite closely contested there, Mike, wasn't it? Maestro scored, unfortunately not in our top 8, but he comes away with 12.
Maybe the irony in this, and we always have the saying where defense wins championships, but in that first 5, only 1 of those competitors is actually going to be in that top 8, and we're going to see them again at the eChampions League final.
Yeah, I mean, Snakes, obviously, he made it through. Maybe he was one of the big underdog stories there. With 10 goals, though, I mean, we didn't particularly expect him to make it all through to the final 8, did we, Mike?
I would even say with a lot of the German players, I don't know if everybody had the backstory or even had the belief. You have so many big-name competitors they had to go through, and they got the job done, especially with Snakes, for example, eliminating the likes of Diogo, eliminating Maestro. And in some of these games, it was more of a significant separation. It wasn't even that close.
Yeah, totally. We thought there might be some Germans in the final. We thought maybe some Spanish, but no Spanish guys did make it, unfortunately. We've been speaking a lot about nationalities. Now let's talk about age and have a look. The ages of our final 8. They vary quite a lot. And the person who's sticking out for me, of course, we've mentioned it.
Let's go, Denny.
Denny, 29 years of age. And then our youngest, obviously, a lot of 19-year-olds there. Kyle, you're kind of ushering, so, oh my goodness, the gap there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Denny, 29, maybe it just shows that there is still space available for some of those older players. How many competitions have we been at where we've seen one older player sneak in? Denny is that one, but incredible. We're seeing 18, 19, 22-year-olds here at the eChampions League. And we say there's a huge range. Yes, there is from 18 to 22, but it just shows that you can be 19, have so much experience already because you start so young, and you can show it at 19.
So if we're calling Denny old, does that mean that Nicholas at 22 is middle-aged? I just need a ruling here, an official ruling on what the situation is.
No, I don't think 22 is middle-aged for anybody concerned. But yeah, 29 in this game is old. Mike, talk to me about advantages of age, I guess. So like young versus old in this instant. Who has the advantage?
Well, clearly, the young guys are definitely progressing with more quantity and more quality. I think some of it's commitment. In terms of the time that you're putting into the game, of course, being completely focused on this. If you're looking to be a pro FIFA player, it has to be your #1 priority, and a lot of these guys have committed their life even from 15, 16 and onward.
Yeah, I mean, these guys start super young, of course. As soon as they are old enough to pick up a controller, I'm sure they do just that. Okay, we've spoken about the players who are going to be here in May. Let's see who they are going to face then. Okay, this is a big matchup. They're all big matchups. Predator FIFA taking on Fnatic Text is matchup number 1. All eyes are going to be on that one. I'm going to come over to you, Kyle, because Tex being an Englishman and you being an Englishman. What do you make of that first matchup?
I mean, he's an Englishman that's just full of confidence as well. I've talked to all of these players, nearly all of them, I should say, and Tex is one of those where he's managed to carry that experience through. We know what he's done on LAN pre the times where we were together. Now he's doing it once again. He's talked the talk. He said, I'm going to do it on socials. Now he's walking the walk. And May 27th, I'd be very, very surprised if he doesn't come out here with that confidence we've seen this weekend.
You're still keeping him as your player spotlight?
I mean, well, wait, we've got a month to think about it, haven't we? So
good bet, probably.
Yeah.
Your player spotlight was Nicholas. He's up against Umit as well.
Nicholas. We're going to continue. We're going to continue that player spotlight.
This matchup, I guess Umit, we didn't particularly expect to be one of the Germans. I
took him in my predictions, top 8. It's written down. It's
I
in
did
stone.
fancy his chances. I think what Red Bull Leipzig are doing over there, they've got some great competitors in their roster and as well. But yeah, what do you make of him? Nicholas, obviously, you're thinking, tick?
I mean, I'm happy that Nicholas was kind of able to put on for the middle-aged men. And as a LAN aficionado who's always had that success story, the Iceman was the Iceman again. The close games, but he always saw them out, got the results. That's always been part of his career and that narrative that he's had. And then Umit, I'm happy for him as well, that he had some really dominant features. We talked about the Stokes game with the opener. He just scored goals on goals on goals, and he was so clinical and had such high efficiency, and he really set the tone.
Yeah, and it was super tough, wasn't it, to come out here first and play under the lights, camera, and action. Well, third matchup in May is Feltman taking on the oldest competitor at 29. I can't believe I'm saying that, Denny. Kyle, again, they're all such great matchups, aren't they?
They are indeed, and once again, I've had that privilege of speaking to these competitors. You can see how much it means to them, and you know that for the next 4 or 5 weeks, they're going to be planning, they're going to be preparing every single moment of the day for that. The ones that aren't competing next week, that is, but they are going to make sure that when they get here on May 27th, they are in tip-top condition, because they all dream of lifting that trophy, and that preparation is going to help them.
Yeah, they do indeed dream of lifting that trophy, and I'm guessing you guys can probably have worked out our final matchup. Snakes taking on Matthias Bonanno, and this will come down, Mike, to see really, was that move worth it to Matthias Bonanno? He kind of said, yeah, it already is. You know, I've come here to lift the trophy. He's got to try and do that in a month's time.
And it's the same story that we've kind of been telling. Almost every matchup that Snakes went into, he said, oh, he's got to be the underdog. And I don't think this will be any different, and I don't know that he cares.
I think the underdog kind of narrative is working in his favour, Carl, isn't it? That means the pressure's off, he can play a relaxed style of FIFA, and it's working for him.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen these competitors get so far in competitions when the pressure isn't on them? Because we are talking about other names, we see some competitors just slip through the net and they are enjoying themselves, they're playing the best FIFA of their lives, and some of the ones that are going through, maybe even Snakes, he could possibly do that May 27th, even though we're going to be talking about him. We definitely will.
Well, talking about enjoyment and having the best FIFA of their lives, have you had a best weekend of your lives, guys? Mike, how much have you enjoyed it?
I've really enjoyed it. Never been to Sweden before. And I'm just happy that events are back. I mean, when you turn around and you really look at the stage, the energy, and just, you could tell it's going to be a little bit different for the competitors and even for us here being together again. You see what it kind of means to them.
I mean, yeah, what a weekend we have had here in Stockholm for the eChampions League Knockouts 2022. Our 8 finalists who are going to be joining us on May the 27th are here in the studio with us. Congratulations to them all for an awesome 2 days of FIFA action. We hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as we have talking about it for the last 2 days. Our cast are joining us as well. Guys, thank you for watching. We'll see you in a month's time when we get to do it all again.